Hello, everyone, and welcome to what is bound to be one of the craziest, fabulous Tuesdays in Flesh and Blood history. And let me tell you why.
Okay.
It's not what you think.
Oh, I got to change that camera too. See, we're both prepared so fully and yet unprepared. But we've got 5 hours, so it's fine.
We have a long stream scheduled today, so it's okay. We're going to lean back into this one. The reason we have a long stream scheduled for today, it is April 12th, 2022. Today is the announcement of what is being referred to as FAB 2.0, Flesh and Blood 2.0. Now, people in the chat, I want to make sure you're not confused. It is interesting to brand it this way, but as far as I know, the game itself is not really changing significantly. This is really just about the release model. We have already seen classic distributors leaking like a...
Were they Polish?
Like a pirate boat after a battle.
My Polish friends in, of course, Poland, during the FFG days, it was always the Polish warehouse or distributor. It was always, you got to call them up.
Look, here's the whole next cycle of Netrunner.
Here's the next 6 years of the game.
No, as far as I know, it was an American distributor, and I won't say any names. Anyways, something about a FAB history pack was linked to.
What if it's just a total red herring, just to distract the player base?
Yeah, I was checking the calendar to make sure it wasn't April 1st.
It's definitely a real thing.
Yeah, it's a link on the website. FAB history. Check this out.
We're gonna be speculating all over this stream. So if you're like, I'm trying to stay out of spoilers and stuff, it isn't for you. We're going to be talking about everything and potentially everything that is or isn't happening. We don't know what's happening these days.
And who knows what's going to get spoiled by who? While we're live?
Who knows?
We know at 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern, the FAB 2.0 announcement's going up. We expect some big changes to the way the game is being released. A lot of exciting updates to be happening. If there are any leaks happening, feel free to share them in the chat. We will get to them. We will discuss. We will, create theories as to what's going on, which we can talk a little bit about now. But while all that noise is going on, the excitement, beyond the fact that we're going to have a long stream. So we're staying live long enough to, assuming the announcement goes up to 6 p.m. Central.
6 p.m. our time, 7 p.m. Eastern, yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if we got to 6 p.m. and just like nothing's happening?
I mean, we just got to stay live until it happens.
That's right. We're committed.
Order a pizza, get a charcuterie board.
At some point, coffee's going to have, who knows what's going to happen. It's going to be a long stream. But probably the most exciting thing is that Steven's going to learn how to beat Runeblade.
No.
That is the mission of this here stream.
I mean, we'll give you the concepts, right? We'll talk about the concepts of beating Runeblade, which I think is really helpful. You have to know the reality of competitive play, and especially for folks.
What up, Rob?
Who are going to be at the Pro Tour, who are going to hang out, play in the main event, just kind of see what happens. You're not going to have the 17,000 hours to test that it takes to like figure all of this stuff out. So it is going to be freely given from Zach. Speaking of, do we have a Wolfpack update? I'm just kind of curious.
I
would love to know if there's actually a Wolfpack update of some kind, but I'm not going to do anything unless I see the graphic. There it is.
Oh, there it is. We got the first official Wolfpack update. Welcome. If you've missed that story, check out the past two streams. That is my testing team's name, the Wolfpack.
How's the team doing?
Dude, the team's phenomenal. Really just a quality group of people testing, preparing for the Pro Tour. I think there's 3 or 4 of us playing in the Pro Tour out of the 6.5. You're halfway there.
Oh, I'm just a fly on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, you're part of the conversation. We play in person.
I log a couple of Levia losses from time to time.
Yes. Have you seen the win percentages by player per chance?
It's got to be 0.
Let me tell you, it's not. It's actually higher than you think.
I did get one.
I think it's in the teens.
1 or 2, but that's the dark horse life. Yeah. I feel like that one. It was the sweet victory, though.
I do think that is we've been doing the dark horse conversations the past couple of weeks, and when you're playing, even not on a dark horse, this is what I've found is it can be very discouraging. And one of my favorite things about FAB, I was literally just saying this for a stream, is the moment Tales of Briar came out, I started playing Briar. That's been one of the decks I've been playing for like 6+ months. I took her to a Pro Quest. Hadn't really tested with her. I played like 5 or 6 games before the Pro Quest. After Everfest came out, did just fine. Made top 8 with Briar. I love that those reps and those games carry over.
Yeah.
As time goes on, because
everything will have its time and place, right?
Yeah, and assuming knock on wood,
I've been rolling scabs.
We've had
a
lot of sets with Runeblades in them.
Yeah.
My assumption is Briar isn't going to get a lot of new cards anytime soon. So her card pool is unlikely to change that much. But when we first start testing Everfest, right, I'm playing Briar and not much changed. I mean, you added like Gloomveil and you add Revel and Runeblood and you just testing new stuff out, which just kind of made her a little better.
Just a little better.
Right? But the reason I say that is if you're putting even not a Dark Horse, just a new deck together, or like today, I'm going to be playing Chane at some point. I haven't played that much Chane. It can be very discouraging if you're playing a new deck or a deck new to you, let alone Dark Horses, into someone who's familiar with the deck that they're playing. I think there's a lot to be said for trying a deck for 10 to 20 games before you give up on it.
And running those Dark Horse decks, so important to know what the other player is doing, because you have to eke out every possible advantage. You can't go in blind. You have to know every matchup precisely to have a shot. Yeah. I see Rob there, Tolarian Dropouts in the chat, which I absolutely love. Can we, sort of started making me smile. It's like, I thought about Rob for a second.
Through the symbol.
Can we just take that graphic out and bring it in again? Because this is our first experience with audio pops, which I think is going to get out of control on the stream here.
Yeah, I mean, when I can call in an air horn. Yeah. Ooh. Here's the thing about the Wolfpack. It's we're getting our daily reps in, learning a lot, and it's a weird time, right? Because we're kind of testing, to give you an actual update, we're testing multiple metas. The one meta we're not testing is Nothing Changes.
Yeah.
That's been pretty tested. We've seen the decks come out from that. May 2nd's going to hit. We'll know. So not doing a lot of that, but past week I did some exploration. Playing Viscera, no Skeletor. You remember back like a year or two ago, I was streaming, I was just trying out the Tunic, and
everyone's like, you tried Skeletor?
Hey, have you ever thought about playing Skeletor? It seems pretty good. It's like, it is really good. Anyways, so no Skeletor and no Rosetta Thorn. Because two things. If I were a designer looking to mess with Viscera, because the theory goes, Starvo goes away, Viscera is clearly the top deck. Mm-hmm. It's what a lot of top players are at least saying.
No, that's the reality. That will be happening.
So the theory being, if they have to ban something or Starvo Living Legends, not maybe they do a little touch to the old Runeblade, especially Viscera. My ideal world, actually, as Viscera being one of my favorite characters, would be make it so that Skeletor can't, like, cost reduction can't reduce.
Tell me that. Give me the truth. Give me the truth on the light here.
Can't reduce X. So,
what kind of a genius thought that up?
You're real big on this.
I'm the genius.
You said it, and I think this is so right. Like,
all
reducing
X values
cost
in the
is
game.
one thing.
Never allow an X value to be reduced.
Yeah. Now I know, like, one of the early interviews James did about Crucible coming out was like, I can't believe no one's talking about Sonata Skeletor.
Yeah.
Like, that seems really good.
Well, they're talking now.
It seems inherently built in to be what they want to happen. But anyway, so if you do that, taking Skeletor completely away, I'll tell you, it's tough.
Yeah.
As a Viscera player,
would you still play it though if you didn't get the reduction on Sonata?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. See, this is the thing.
Two armor and like it's the pivot turn, right?
Here's what I want to.
It's 100% his pivot turn.
This is the thing, though. This is the key, is that fundamentally in a game, don't allow an infinitely scalable X value that can infinitely scale up to be infinitely reduced. I can make that argument 1,000 times over. You could conceivably get 6 million rune chance in a game if the cards eventually there could be a card printed that says generate 1 million rune blades, because we've seen Awakening.
That is technically true.
Anything's possible.
But currently, there's a finite amount of rune chance you can generate in a single game.
Yeah. What is it?
With Vis. It depends on the deck.
Is it 80?
But like, it's because every time you play a non-attack and then any Runeblade card, you get 1.
Yeah.
And then you have rune chance that are naturally built into the deck, but eventually run a non-attack action.
So let's say you can generate 60 or 70.
I bet 60 to 80 is pretty normal.
So you just don't, because there's such a high ceiling on possible reduction, just never allow X to be reduced.
By the time you do that, though, you don't have any cards for Sonata to trigger.
I know there's all these practical things. I'm saying just philosophically, an X value should never be able to be reduced for that reason.
I love Taylor saying, Van showed up, we can start the stream.
You just pump it.
It's built in.
You can't pump an effect of 15 and then reduce it by 15. That you're breaking things both directions. It's never going to work.
So anyways, if you make it where it can't reduce, it can only reduce printing cost. Start there.
What's up, Agent Zero?
He gets to keep it, but it also is still a really critical card for him. Yeah. Second thing I would do is I would make Rosetta Elemental. This does two things. One, it obviously makes Vis not have the sword. So he's got a really natural answer to fatigue, and that he can Skeletor, rune chance, that whole thing. Mm-hmm. Which is why removing Skeletor completely, hitting Sonata means his OTK plan is way worse, like into fatigue.
Sure.
Inherently, but he can still build 25, 30 rune chance and have a really big turn and kill someone in one turn. Meanwhile, Rosetta Thorn is just like insult to injury. because he can just do bigger turns than they can handle on a routine basis. But also making Rosetta Elemental means that Chane doesn't get it, and we'll break down all these heroes in a second why this is super relevant, as you'll see when we're actually talking about the strategy. Because his answer to fatigue is the inevitability. He can eventually have a really big turn.
Yeah, wide enough.
Yeah, but his medium turns are actually poking through, so that by the time he gets to the big turns, it's just wild.
Rosetta's just really tough to block.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's what makes Briar feel special. She also doesn't have this infinitely scalable moment.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have build a bunch of rune chants. Doesn't exist. She doesn't have get a bunch of shackles and have this big turn. Her big turn is Channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah.
Which is infinitely limited by the fact that you have to pay for it. You have to do stuff on this turn, and then you have to hope that you draw more attacks to the next hand.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Channel Mount Heroic, the most fair thing that Runeblades are doing these days.
It is very fair.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And you can see it coming from a mile away. Like, it's a mountain. You know what I mean? You can definitely just see it from a mile away.
And you have to take damage to get it out. And I'm just here looking at Azalea, and then I'm sad now.
But usually, the turn you get it out, it does some stuff. But then your opponent knows if they don't pressure your hand right now, you could possibly have a blowout turn.
You got to gas.
Anyways, all that said, I was testing Viscera. That's what's been going on with Wolfpack. I was testing Viscera without those tools, see how it felt. He feels about a turn and a half behind average decks.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's reasonable. But if you had Skeleton without reducing X, you think you'd be on the curve then?
Yeah.
So then let's do that.
Without Rosetta.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm in, like, you know, I was winning games against Chane. I was winning occasionally against Briar. I still think
must be like.
He would have a fine Prism matchup, but like there's 0% chance he would ever beat Fatigue.
Right. Right. A lot of decks find themselves in that situation.
Old Bravo would just, and a lot of times that's what would happen. Prism, same thing. Rosetta's super helpful in the Prism matchup.
Yeah.
When you are poking through, like getting those divided damage instances is really good. She's bad at blocking.
Yeah. Everybody's bad at blocking these days, it seems like. People that are good at blocking can't be played because they're not good enough at blocking to beat the people that are good at attacking. I'm going to adjust this camera. You want to kick us off with Chane? Let's start talking about Chane as an idea.
Let's talk about the Runeblades.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break all three down real quick, and then
you're the guy to do it.
We're gonna have, like I said, we're gonna have a long stream. So Steven's gonna get the chance to test whatever deck he's on right now.
All right, we're gonna go top down, and we're gonna go on a journey.
Also, I brought these for you.
I'll get the picture up. So in case I do fall out of this chair, it will be worth it to capture it on stream.
You playing the Boneyard Marauders?
Yeah, I'm playing 3 of those. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta get these out of these old sleeves.
Are those your exclusive TC promotional cards?
They are. If you would like your own, you can't get these.
Boy, they really knew how to pick them, right? That metagame that was Boneyard Marauder and In the Swing.
Dude, it's a long game. They know what's coming.
Yeah.
Ty asking if the James White interview will be video or audio tonight. So the interview we recorded last night with James won't be going live till Friday, unfortunately.
And it will be audio.
Only.
Literally the entire world has changed since that interview was recorded, so I'm not even sure it matters.
Yeah, so
it's like good answers though.
We talk about some of the stuff that's getting announced today, but it was very unrevealing to a lot of it. And then we talk a ton about balance and game intent, the intent of the Living Legend status, whether or not a new set coming out and a new hero kind of being dominant from that set every time is the idea. What ideal balance looks like. We ask a lot of questions, and it was really flew by. There were a lot of questions we didn't even get to ask because it was just the hour was gone.
You're way better at selling that. You should be in marketing.
I kind of am on accident.
Yeah, well, you're a marketing CEO.
I don't know what that means.
It just means every CEO.
I feel like every CEO has to market something.
Every CEO's got their own little preference on what they really care about, and I feel like marketing is yours.
Yeah, I do.
Like Tim Cook is a ops CEO.
He definitely not a sizzle kind of guy.
Yeah,
but man, he is delivering.
He's good, man.
The results are real. Gruder, we'll get to the history pack things in a minute. That's the thing that got spoiled. We'll talk about that shortly. So let's talk about Chane, Bound by Shadow. So all the Runeblades, to me, they fall somewhere between like warrior and wizard. So they've got a little magical damage going on. They've also got armor and like physical damage.
How cool is that?
Yeah, I mean, magical warriors. That's a pretty cool class if you ask me.
They're naturally going to be real good. Yeah, those two things are really strong.
Yeah. So Chane, a few things happen, and you kind of see the class system at work here.
Zoom it back out
very quickly, but. First thing is his ability on his card. So once a turn, he can create a soul shackle, which gives your next Runeblade or Shadow action card this turn go again. So he has access to on-demand go again for Runeblade and Shadow cards. The shackle itself is kind of a downside, sort of. So each shackle at the beginning of your turn, you'll banish the top card of your deck for every shackle that you have. You have 5 shackles, banish the top 5. Most of the time, this just means cards are going away and you can't use them again. They're in the banish zone. But the Shadow mechanic, the thing that the Shadow class does, we'll look at Red Riftbind. They play cards, it's Blood Debt ability. A lot of their cards can be played from this banish zone. But Blood Debt is the penalty if you don't play them out of your banish zone. So at the end of your turn, every card that has Blood Debt in the banish zone that is still sitting in the banish zone, you're going to take 1 damage. 5 Blood Debt cards in the banish zone, you're taking 5. So Chane uses a shackle, gets go again. Start of your turn, you're banishing a card for every shackle that you have. And if it's a card like Riftbind, it says you may play Riftbind from your banish zone. If you do, it gains +X, where X is the number of non-attack action cards you've played this turn.
Which is the Runeblade thing, right? Non-attack actions is the Runeblade special. That's their magic side. And then the attack side is the attack side.
Which is where you get into the wizardy kind of stuff, right? Between the non-attacks and then also the arcane damage. So his macro strategy, though, so he gets the Runeblade cards, standard stuff that you would expect. From the Shadow pool, notably, probably most notably, is the Carrion Husk.
Yeah, plays it well.
And I think the chest pieces actually do a really good job of defining what to expect out of these Runeblades. So most of the time, Chane's going to be on a Carrion Husk, which means at some point, he's going to have a 6 block without any cards from hand.
Usually a CNC.
Yeah, that's a very good pivot turn, where you can block a lot of damage without really having to use cards from hand. But this is a card that once you use it, it goes to your banish zone, it has Blood Debt, and it does not leave. So once you use this, you're taking 1 damage a turn.
You're on a clock.
Yeah.
What's up, DM Armada? Good to see you as well.
Now, it also has at the start of the turn, if you have 13 or less life, it gets banished. So you have to use it by a certain point. But once you do use it, if the opponent just doesn't die for long enough, you're gonna die.
I think that's one of the best designed cards I've seen recently in Flesh and Blood.
It was half the game ago.
Isn't that crazy, though? Like, the 13 life limit, the having to use it at a certain time, the cost benefit of putting it in there and not being able to finish the game in time. I think it's a really nicely designed card.
For sure. So his macro game plan, though,
Norian, that's
is when you have access to on-demand go again, like he does, it particularly makes... Let me find it if it's in the stack.
And the thing is, every time you use that on-demand go again, you're increasing your risk threshold, because now another card is going into your banish zone that you will have to play or take damage from a lot of the time.
So the on-demand go again and the desire to play non-attacks into attacks means that Rosetta Thorn is particularly good.
Really?
In Chane.
Have other people been playing Rosetta in Chane?
Yeah, they really have.
Is this a Wolfpack situation?
No, this is just...
You guys didn't just figure that out?
Yeah. I know it's hard to tell the value on that. I mean, it only swings for 2.
I like that, it comes from the shadows wielding a nice green plant-based weapon.
I'm telling you, man. Elemental, here we go. But that's neither here nor there. So early game, he is essentially using the shackles to make sure he has go again to be able to do lots of attacks and swing the sword. Mm-hmm. But what happens is he builds up these soul shackles. So you get to 3, 4, 5, 6 soul shackles. And if you banish 6 cards, let's say half your deck is Blood Debt or playable from the banish zone, you might see 2 or 3 cards hit in the banish zone that you can play. So what that really means is that if you block with 2 cards from hand by a shackle 4 or 5, a lot of times you have a 2-card hand that turns into a 4 or 5-card hand.
Yeah.
So he gets actually progressively more defensive as his offense is ticking up, right? Mm-hmm. Because he can actually start blocking with more cards the longer the game goes on and still have hands that come back at you. Plus he has the Carrion Husk, right? So he can block even more. It's really crazy. His downside... Like the weakness in what he does is also initially his strength, which is this inevitability. At some point, he's going to have 6 or 7 shackles, banish a ton of cards. Even if he has like 1 blue in hand, sometimes that turns into like attacking for 20.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
I've seen it myself.
Yeah. Between Husk and blocking with 3 cards, he might block for 15 damage and literally come back at you for 15 to 20, which is like really insane. But he also... very consistently can deck himself. Once you're on 7 shackles, you draw 4. If you block with 3 and you're actually playing 1, and you banish 7, that's 11 cards. If you have 30 cards left in your deck when that hits, you have 3 turns.
Yeah.
And then game's over. So Carrion Husk, naturally, in the way he's built, he wants to win and he wants to get it done quickly.
Yeah, like those last few turns are massive, and then if they don't work, you have nothing left.
Yeah, so it can be really deceptive because in early FAB, and I know a lot of people are newer, so this is not a time you remember, but like in Welcome to Wraith times when we were just doing draft and sealed, right? The game was a lot slower. So games would go 10 to 15 turns pretty normally before Chane came out. He was actually the thing that broke us this direction. And when that's happening, like part of the struggle with Chane early on was you're used to making good exchanges early. And so you'll lose 6, but you're sending 15 back. It's like, that seems like a good trade. You go down to 34, he blocks for 9. He's like, sending 6 back. You're like, I'll take 6 and send 15 more. Mm-hmm. But then all of a sudden, you're at like 22 health and he's at 10. And he uses the husk on that turn. You get him down to 10. And then he's sending like 25 damage. Mm-hmm. And then he's sending like 30 damage. And so your health actually as a resource going into and it's cool, you can track it because of the shackles. So if he shackles every turn, like by shackle 4 or 5, you want to have as much health as possible. You also want him to be as low of health as possible. But a lot of times, his health doesn't even matter.
There's 2 approaches. We'll get into that when we talk about how to approach the matchup. Yeah.
But he, effectively, you either have to apply so much pressure that he's got to be blocking you by the time because the other thing is the risk he takes by having 7 cards banish. You hit 4 or 5 blood deck cards, and if you made him block out with his hand, he usually can't play them.
Yeah.
And so if he can't play them, he's just taking 5 or 6 damage.
Yeah.
And they're going to stay in the banish zone. So the next turn he might still have, and that happens too. He'll banish 3 or 4, leave them, take 3 or 4. Next turn, banish 3 or 4. He's got 8 cards in the banish zone. He'll take all your damage. You'll block with a husk, and then he's just going to like
Remember when Seeds of Agony was here? How did anyone ever win?
Yeah, that card got banned.
That's crazy. I mean, Prism was the only answer because Prism is just a tank.
And that's the basics of Chane.
Yeah. So the basic Chane. So how do we attack this? So this is the next question. And this is even with a somewhat silly deck like Levia or Dory Axes or Dory Dawnblade or any of these things that are not, super hot in the meta. How do you attack somebody's game plan that is this? And so it's kind of funny. There's generally 3 directions to go, right? So one direction is you have to be faster than the inevitability of Chane. So like this is where Bolton can actually play this game sometimes. If you can do 30 plus in the first 3 to 4 turns, and Chane doesn't want to block it and has wants to be sending some stuff back as you're building shackles, you can actually get to where I'm at like 13, 12 health. And now you can take the 20 from his big turn and then send 15, 18, 25 back. And now that Chane has to start blocking. The turns are less powerful, so now you can kind of get in that mid-range thing. Runeblades hate blocking. That's the number 1 rule of this game. Briar is better at it, of course, with the embodiments. But your hands scale up so hard based on having that collection of non-attacks and attacks that you can chain together.
Well, and I would say Chane specifically, they all are slightly different, right? So early, the first several turns, getting the 1 or 2 cards out of his hand is worth a decent amount because his early hands are going to be weaker. He's not going to have a bunch of stuff banished. He's just going to be playing from whatever his hand is. Sometimes those hands don't look great.
Yeah,
honestly. But in the later game, like we were saying, a lot of times he can block with 2 cards and still have full turns. Mm-hmm. So what you cannot do is allow him, if possible, to have a 5-card hand with 6 banishes.
That's just going to be massive.
That's when it gets
too much
out of control.
Yeah.
The other the other key card in Chane, actually probably the most important card in the deck, is Art of War. So Art of War, classic, oldie but a goodie, banishes an attack, and then you get to choose 2 modes. Draw 2 cards, +1 to all your attacks, or go again on your next attack, and then you can something about defense. I don't know. But a lot of times the Chane games are defined by shackle 2 to 5. How many Art of Wars did they hit? Because it's actually that when you don't have to really pay the downside of banishing an attack, because he can play a lot of those attacks from the banish zone. The value is just crazy, and he can go really wide. So the +1 a lot of times on those attacks is just like a lot to deal with.
And sometimes they just dump all 3 off of their Soul Shackle banishes, and then you have a good game.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, There'll be 5 shackles in. They'll flip 5 over. No blood. No banish cards. Like no play from banish zone. So, and they block down to 2 cards, and they're just like swing the sword at you for 2.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that does happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think how your deck approaches his weak spots is really critical, and almost always you're the one having to adjust to how he's playing.
Yeah. So this is the inevitability thing that a lot of heroes don't have. So there's 3 axes I think that you always have to look at. One is, can I be faster and get them to block at the end of the game? That gives me breathing room to continue sending efficient offense and end it. Number 2 is, can I disrupt them actively? Can I swing pummels, CNCs, these kinds of cards, discard effects, anything like that? Oakenolds, this is where Starvo gets exceedingly good in any of these aggro matchups because you can disrupt their hand with a lot of damage. And then 3rd is, can I just block everything and they die?
Yep.
The fatigues strategy, which Oldhim can play a classic fatigue game, but also with Chane, it is just a mill strategy.
Yeah.
So they're milling themselves, and you're just taking as little damage as possible and saying, can you get it done? We saw even in the Australian Nationals when Hayden was playing, the Oldhim Vis match is very similar, right? It's like Oldhim's basically saying, I think I can outlast this, and Vis is saying, I'm just going to build a rune chance until I drop the Spirit Bomb on you. And Vis, at this point, wins that as an exchange. But other Runeblades would struggle with it, where it's like, I'm just going to brick up, and if you can't put out enough damage, you're going to run out of deck before I do.
Yeah. So I've literally been testing Briar into Oldhim recently.
Yeah.
If Starvo goes away and Vis somehow gets messed with, Briar's a pretty high contender.
We're
deck
back
for
to
me.
Tails, right?
But man, Oldhim is a brick.
Yeah. Yeah.
He is such a brick.
What's the standard play pattern on that Oldhim Fatigue defensive hand? What are the things that are really is it the blizzards? Is it the put a card back on top?
It's all the above.
Yeah.
Blizzard, card back, Channel Lake Frigid, Stalagmite, Ice Hammer, all the stuff. And then it's really just take as little damage as possible. Crown of Seeds, his defense reaction, defense reactions in general, and set up a pitch stack that when you get to round 2, it's just really oppressive. So a lot of times, stuff, if you can get an early Channel Lake Frigid in your second pitch stack, play that slows them down no matter what they're doing. Depends on who you're playing against, right? But it slows them down, and then your next thing being Oakenold Fused, kind of a play into Oakenold Fused into the next Channel Lake Frigid, and you just don't ever give them a chance to do anything. I had a game, I felt way ahead, get to the second cycle. I've been pitch stacking as well as Briar to set up a big heroic turn. Get the heroic on the board, get the Force of Nature in the arsenal, I have 3 go again attacks in hand. It's let's go. And then he's Channel Lake Frigid, swing the Ice Hammer. It's take 4 and wait.
Yeah.
So I was take 4, and then I could pitch to keep heroic out, I guess. Drew, and then he went and he's
Oakenold
Fuse.
Yeah.
I was oh my, and then
so good.
It just cascades down.
So good. So this is always the case, right? The game really does have 3 good axes that you can look at. It's, can I outrace, can I disable, or can I outlast? And midrange is in a really weird place where it's not racing, but it's trying to be more efficient. And efficiency works pretty well in longer games that are less spiky. But against spiky things, your efficiency gets blown out. So if you think about Chane's efficiency, right? If I'm Dory and I'm doing good, average 4 damage per turn kind of plays, Chane might have a turn that off of 2 cards averages 10 to 15 per card because of all the banish stuff.
Yeah.
So those spikes just blow out any incremental advantage that you get from playing midrange.
And I think that would be the key piece of advice for me if you're paired up against Chane is early game, 1 damage for 1 damage is not equivalent.
Yeah.
Chane loves trading 5 for 5.
Yeah.
All day long, because he's eventually going to use the Husk, and he's eventually going to literally block for 12 to 15 with 1 or 2 cards plus Husk, and then send 20 back at you.
Yeah.
And won't stop. That will start happening, and then it will just keep happening over and over.
Dude, I think we had talked about maybe doing all the Runeblades in front. I think we should just get Chane on the table and show the match a few times and then move on to the next one.
Let's do it.
Because let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play... We're going to show what makes Chane so good, which I don't need to play anything special to do that. But I'm going to do I've got Dory and Levia that I've been dark horsing around with. I don't think Dory stands much of a chance at all in this matchup, but I want to try two things. I want to try attacking Chane like a normal hero and just playing efficient FAB
fair,
and see what that looks like so that everybody can understand kind of where the sticky points are. Or maybe it works. We'll see. And then I'm going to try the just block everything strategy. And we're going to see where those two end up in terms of our like win rate, success rate, etc. And I might throw Levia into it for some disabling effects.
I think a lot of times seeing if you can just block out, that's like test one for me. Yeah. Almost every time against Chane. And a lot of people can't.
And he was saying, I think Ice Lexi can be great in matchups. Ice Lexi can be great. So she's fully into that disabling pathway of attacking a deck. She does have the classic Ranger thing where like you can also just lose.
You mean not drawing arrows?
The thing about disabling heroes too, and this is what makes Oldhim and Starvo so good, is that a disabler like Lexi is dependent on those disabling effects to continue happening turn after turn so your opponent doesn't get an opening to punish you for that, because you can't block and you need that pressure to stay on them the whole game. That's the game that broke me on Azalea at Vegas, is I had pressure on Bolt and Combo to like 8 life, didn't get the cards, and then died. So it's one thing when you're Oldhim and your pressure can either be blocking everything or launching an Oakenhold, but it's another with a hero like Lexi or Azalea, you know, if we ever were in that world, where your disabling effects are inextricably tied to your offense. And if you ever let the guard down, you have no defense to fall back on. And so that makes it really difficult to consistently win those games. But some people have had a lot of success with Ice Lexi, and she can do it. That's the thing. And it's so tantalizing and so fun. And Ranger's awesome.
Timothy Lee asking, did you guys hear about FAB History Pack number 1? It's going to be a doozy. Yeah, so if you haven't seen that, distributor leaked. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but apparently a new version of reprint / unlimited style product. White borders. We've seen this in Star Wars CCG. That's a throwback to the old days. Unlimited, revised edition, unlimited. I think Magic did the same thing. But effectively, I think it's a set, according to that distributor, about 420 something cards from the first 3 sets of the game, all in a single set. I've been predicting this kind of a thing for a while. I think as opposed to just unlimited reprints of like every set happening, doing highlights as and when they feel needed feels way more in line. Even just having a single set for a new player to say, hey, buy 4 of these boxes and you will probably have 9 decks ready to go for these heroes. It's not going to be finely tuned. But like right now, it's you buy into a set and you can play 3 or 4 possible heroes. Being able to play 8 plus, pretty attractive. And it's just so much easier as a publisher to keep up with that. Unlimited for every set is a ton of SKUs.
Okay, let me count my blues here.
Josh Trevino, what's up? Saying I have all my CNCs, but I'm just ready for prices to drop so my friends will want to get into the game. Yeah, reprinting. I mean, I assume E-Strike and CNC will be in that. I remember James did an interview a month or 2 back saying that they would be reprinting CNC and E-Strike in other languages, and I assume it'll be because of this set.
Okay, and then we're going to bring in our CNCs.
Only asking subscription or not on the Fab Histories pack.
That's a really good question. We have to wait and see what the actual product is.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna trust the ramblings of some distributor.
It's a weird product because the histories, there's no idea if and when they'll keep coming out, and it's also, I feel like, going to be so hit and miss on whether or not people just universally want it. When it was unlimited of every upcoming set that was a month after standard release, first edition, that's at least a routine that you know and expect, and you can decide if that's what you routinely want. That's going to be a tough one, though. So we'll see once we get the actual announcements and stuff. Can't wait for 6 o'clock. We're only 4 hours away. We need a timer.
Ding, ding,
like a New Year's,
ding.
very slow New Year's. You know, is a New Year's ball that drops?
It is the ball that drops. I'll give you those back. I already have them in my deck, so I don't know what there's. All right, so we're going to do Dory Gas into this, and it's not going to be pretty. Or we're going to discover something, and that is that Dory is the best hero in Flesh and Blood.
Ouija, thanks for what up, boys? Thanks for giving me something to listen to while I work. Well, hey, happy to be with you.
see that? Did you read the lore that went up?
I read a part of it, and then I realized Viscera wasn't in it. I stopped. Just kidding. I heard old Minerva is not doing so hot.
Yeah, she's kind of got a StarCraft Kerrigan thing going on where she's corrupted.
I'm gonna act like I know what it means.
Yeah, dude. You know video games. You were an avid RTS player back in the day.
An avid gamer.
Yeah.
Even Steven? Yeah, Clyde, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's right. 6 p.m. Central Time.
That's a 1.
Odd. I guess I'll go first.
Think that's the right call? What's up, Kai? Always good to see you. I agree with you, Chris. I think Minerva will be the Shadow Warrior, and I think somebody was speculating on our Discord earlier. Attack reactions from Bannerstone. How devastating will that be? You got to be very careful with that. Chris Malibu wants to know about your RTS days. I don't even think he knows what that means. So that's how deep that joke goes.
You mean real-time strategy?
Nailed it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so you're going first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, I'm gonna play dumb. That's my excuse.
Cool.
You can't log this for the Wolfpack. This is a purely educational. Unless I win, then we can get it.
Oh man, every time we say that, is it gonna pop up?
It could, but it probably not. No. It's not on the robots yet. All right, your move.
All right.
Nathan, that's hilarious. Jonathan St. Alexander's been playing Bolton with Vestige and Tome. You can draw some cards. Let me tell you, you can draw a lot of cards with that deck. Fortunately, turn 3 this still kills you.
Grasp of the Arknight. Let's create a enchant.
Oh, hold on. Do I need a... I probably need a... Do you have to run Norrund into this one?
I mean, have to is strong.
Would you as a person?
I mean, how often are you going to pitch to cancel 1 damage on Rosetta, you know?
I hate Norrund so much.
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's not see what happens.
All right. I'm going to create a rune enchant. Can you hand me some resource tokens?
From our Majestic token set.
Oh, speaking of which, we're supposed to mention some things.
Yeah, let's talk about it. We got a Pro Quest coming up here in Tulsa, Oklahoma that everybody should be a part of. We're going to give away a ton of stuff. We've got we've got 8 packs of those Fab art sleeves we'll be giving away.
Pro Quest number 2.
Pro Quest number 2.
June 4th, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But also...
Come hang out. $25.
I just posted a link for the pre-reg. I do expect us to sell out by the time we get there. Also worth noting, same weekend, Sunday, Edmund is hosting their Pro Quest as well, like last time. It was really cool last time. We had our event on Saturday, went out, next day, went over to Edmund. A lot of the same people in both places. Great group of people hanging out playing this game.
Coming for a weekend of Fab. It'd be a good time. All right, do your worst.
All right, pay 2, created a rune chant.
You need a board there?
Yeah. We weren't even close to prepared.
This is how the games always happen.
Yeah.
We'll be pulling some things from our back catalog of prizes from all sorts of insane things hiding back there.
I do think that the Norrund argument, Norian makes a good... I think this is correct. Because you have Skullcap, you're unlikely to be preventing unless you're preventing the sword late.
Yeah.
And if you're preventing the sword late, you can probably just pitch a blue. But watch out. If you don't have Arcane Barrier 1, this grasp gets really annoying.
It gets really annoying late game, and it also, sometimes you have that stupid deal 2 arcane card. I can't remember what it's called.
Vexing Malice.
Yeah, that's right.
Then we'll create a Soul Shackle using my ability. Create a Soul Shackle token. My next Runeblade or Shadow action this turn gets Go Again. Ready for this? I'm going to swing the sword for 2.
Just 2?
Yep. Rune Chant pops. Sorry. 1 arcane, 2 physical.
Take the 1.
Yep.
Gotta. Block the 2 here. Oh. Alright, I'll play this. I'm gonna block with Flock there.
Okay.
It's an efficient 2. Is that all I got to look forward to?
Arsenal pass. Okay.
Draw it up. All right, check this out. Let's do a red slice and dice. Let's do a red Nature's Path Pilgrimage. We're going to pitch here. We're going to swing Dawnblade. I'm going to be coming at you for 7. Does not currently have go again. If it hits, I'll reveal the top card of my deck. If it's an action card, I will put it in my arsenal. And I will also instant off the Dawnblade to load my tunic.
I just love how that works. I'll block for 8.
Blocking for 8.
Yeah.
And I'm swinging for how much? 7? So you're saying if I had a +2 pump here, it's really good?
I don't have another resource, so... If you had a +2 free pump, yeah, it would be really good.
Arsenal.
Uh-huh. I can smell a warrior's tricks a mile away.
Look at that, though. Got you to block.
All right, start of my turn. Chain, Soul Shackle is going to happen. So I'm going to banish top card. It's a blue or yellow Maruvian Skies. Mauvrian Skies for those who haven't been with us for many weeks. We're going to create a Soul Shackle. And pass it back to you.
Mm-hmm. It's playing the long game.
Ooh-wee. Woo, woo. I like this hand. Derek, we did see it. Fab History set. Pretty wild.
Iron Song Determination. Steelblade Supremacy.
That's a good turn.
Pitch. Dawnblade coming at you for 6 Dominate. Does not currently have go again. Draw a card if it is.
Husk.
Ooh, we like that.
I'm so unafraid to use the good cards.
All right, I'm gonna out for blood.
Yep.
For +1 on my next one. And then we're gonna Refraction Bolters for go again. Take 1.
You got me. You draw a card, right?
I do. I'll be getting that done real quick. And then lastly, let's do...
Let's review my banish something back here.
Technically, we're still on the chain there. Yeah, this makes little layers, you know how that works.
Mm-hmm.
And then pitch, swing Dawnblade for 6 with a Dominate yet again. Throw in the card draw.
Take 6.
Draw a card. And tuck that one. Get a counter.
So my turn, 2 shackles. Banishing a Howl from Beyond and a yellow Shrill of Skull Form. So it's a red Howl from Beyond. Just going to banish them back here for reference. We are going to play Art of War.
Uh-oh.
Pay him 1. There's a reason I was husking, because I wanted this turn or at her.
Yeah, Norrin, you're right.
We're going to banish a red...
Didn't get it after all.
Unhallowed Rites to draw 2. We're also going to give...
It's always go again. Well, it's not always go again. You're right. I'm right.
We're going to give all of my attacks +1. So I'm going to signify that with a 1 on my Art of War.
Okay, that's bad for me.
Draw 2.
You want them to choose go again. That's really where you want them to be. That's right, Norrin. You just got to cheat. That's the key. That's the key to all of this.
Let's go Shadow Puppetry.
Skoden. Acceptable.
Let's go Shack. No, I don't need a Shackle. I've already got going. What am I doing? Let's go... Oh, you know what? It's funny.
What'd you miss?
I forgot this card was here.
An abundance of treasure.
Jeez.
I missed 1 block with my my boots, as usual.
It's customary at this point, right?
It's like forgetting Husk. See, and this is the beauty of Chane players. This is not what I want to do during the 17-round Pro Tour. I don't want to have to be thinking this hard.
Well, if I played this ever, it would be easier. Interesting.
I think I just have to look at my hand at least.
All right, let's play a... How does this work? Yeah, that's right. I need to do that first. Does that matter? Let's go How From Beyond.
Okay. So +4 to your next with Go Again.
Plus 5, technically. I'm going to clear the chain.
Chain.
We'll just remember that that's the case.
I got to die for you. In case it goes higher, we'll make a D20 here.
Pay 1 for Unhallowed Rites. Has Go Again. I'm going to put How From Beyond on the bottom of my deck. And it's coming in for 9. And if it hits, I can look at the top card of my deck. And if it has Blood Debt, I can banish it. So.
You can banish it if it doesn't have Blood Debt.
That's right.
But you probably won't.
All right. I spoiled my secret.
Unless you just hate it. Well, let's just see, man. I'll take 9. Sure. Okay. This is a normal game, right? I don't know what Chane's up to.
Yeah, we'll banish it. Unhallowed Rites. Let's clear the chain. Let's shackle.
Next attack has Go Again.
Unhallowed Rites. Put the other Unhallowed Rites on the bottom of my deck.
Okay. We got 4 coming at me. We've already committed
5
to this. 5 coming at me. Sure, let's take 5.
Yeah. Then I'll pitch, swing the sword for 2 and 2.
I'll take 4.
Yeah. I'll take 1 from Blood Debt on Husk. And this will go away.
But we've got a counter. So watch out.
My greatest hope is that I shuffle my deck before I get to these 3 cards.
All right, Tunic Up to start the turn out here. Let's go. You probably don't block. So let's think about how we can make that work.
Is that right? Hold on. I can't grab Unhallowed Rites with Unhallowed Rites. It only grabs 9 attacks. Fixed.
All right, Sharpened Steel. Let's not do that yet. Let's go Enlightened for Go Again. Let's pitch, Sharpen. These are all acceptable outcomes. All my Go Again cards are nowhere. All right, let's go Enlightened Strike. 5 of Go Again, coming at you.
Take 5.
Tom is saying, thinking that if I pivot to blocking, you would just lose with Husk. My secret knowledge, though, is that I don't think I have 30 turns left in this game. So I don't think that's true. Yeah. I think you would still run a deck well before Husk mattered at all. Let's go Sharpened Steel.
Yeah, like this will be gone before Husk kills me.
Easily, yeah. Pitch. Diamond coming at you for 7.
Copper saying, oh man, this stream's going to be how long? You guys are a couple of living legends. We got about 4+ hours left. Sorry, what were we saying?
7 Dawnblade coming at you. No Go Again currently.
No black.
You got it. Just you wait, though.
Pins and needles, man.
All
Pins
right, 20
and needles.
to 21.
All right, here we go. Banishing the top 3 because of my soul shackles.
3 shackles. Miss. Miss.
2.
Miss.
3.
Okay, never mind.
We did not, in fact, miss. All right.
Okay, we've got our hand.
Man, Chane is just gas.
Fire.
All right.
This deck's fire.
I'm going to play Soul Reaping. We're going to banish Bounty Demigod
How
from
about
hand.
that card?
Insane.
How about this card?
Every time I play it,
every time I look at it, I just can't believe it. Yeah. I literally can't believe that card.
6 damage, no go again.
You got the booties now, though, don't you?
What are you talking about?
The creepers, too. This whole suite of Runeblade drives me so crazy.
I love it.
Well, my boots can give me a go again if I hit with a weapon.
These boots, they're made for walking.
So stupid. I gotta kill your boots then.
Harley, is this the best TCG ever made?
That's a good question.
I feel like I can't answer that publicly yet because there's gonna have to be a podcast episode where we say the best TCG of all time, and then it's gonna be so like clickable, not clickbait, clickable.
Clickable.
It's not clickbait if you actually deliver.
It's very important, you know.
It's an important distinction.
All right, so any of your silly stuff over there that's banished have go again on it.
This has go again if I banish.
Yeah. You got to do it from hand. Yeah.
From hand.
And then
I have a shackle, obviously.
Any hit effects over there? Chane doesn't really do hit effects.
Not really. I mean, that's the old Runeblade secret. They do damage, but the end's there.
All right, let's take 6.
Woo! All right. I'm going to use this resource that this thing made.
Yeah, this thing.
I'm going to activate the boots. Can you hand me a white token? Activation token? All right. Using the boots. So the Spellbound Creepers lets me play a non-attack action card for my hand as though we're an instant. So I'm going to play a yellow Moblin Skies.
You do play Maruvian.
Yeah, so this is so good with the boots for this exact reason. So I instant in this non-attack. I just go again, so I get my action point back. It also gives my next attack go again. So it's literally, I haven't even used my shackle yet. So it gets my action point back, gives go again, and I have shackle. It's just so much value in a single, sweep. So let's do this. I'm going to play, oh my gosh, it's so good. We're going to play Red Minnowism.
Okay.
We're going to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Riftbind, red for 1. It's got 3 base. I played 2 non-attack, so it's getting +2. Minnowism's giving +3. So it's coming in at 8 damage. It has go again from Auburn Skies. And if it hits, I'm going to create 2 rune chance.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and shackle. We're going to play a Bounding Demagon for 4 with go again.
No blocks.
Okay. Then we're going to pay 1 and swing the sword for 2 arcane, 2 physical.
Now, so this is the interesting thing, right? So if you pitch a blue here, your boots blow up. Am I wrong? Because you would have not done any arcane damage this turn. So the boots go.
If you cover that
up. If I cover that up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But if I cover that up and don't do anything, and your health total is currently at 20, you're going to go to 18 due to blood debt. I've got a hand here that's threatening 4, 6, 9, 10, 11-ish. And another counter. So then I can maybe block out, swing 5 to finish it. But taking those boots away seems really important also.
Yeah. Apparently I have a floating resource that doesn't matter.
Okay. So I'll play it fair, and then we'll run it back and see what it looks like otherwise. So I'm going to take that.
Okay.
Go to 7 and
end of my turn. Lose. I have 2 blood debt, so we'll go down to 18.
Okay. Then we're going to play Spoils of War red. Swing Dawnblade with go again, coming at you for 6. Dominic, I don't know why Dawnblade would lose its counter. No, it's only if you don't hit with it on your turn. The race is on, and it looks like Pride in the Backseat. It's a genius song.
I will not block.
You know, I'm surprised.
6.
Yeah. Okay, we do have go again. We're going to generate some copper, but we're not running cash in, so we don't care. And now what we got to look at is whether or not to spend tunic on bracers here. So if I threaten 5 damage, that goes to 7. I get a counter on Dawnblade. So Dawnblade's not swinging for 5. That puts it in kill range if I have a +3 pump. But the alternative is block full hand, tunic, swing 5, which I think is way better. So then we're just going to spend the last resource, swing Dawnblade for 4, threatening a counter.
Yeah. Block for 4 of my armor.
You got it.
Okay, 2 armor counters, please.
Show.
For your friend.
It's important that the fastest classes also have the most armor. That's something that I think is terribly,
I do think it's necessary.
It's very relevant. Yeah.
4 shackles. Let's banish 4. 1. There goes another 1.
See, this is where we turn.
3.
This is the grand turn here. This is a good turn for us.
We'll see. We'll see. Okay. I am going to...
Sanhedrin, that is a hilarious comment.
I'm going to pay 1 for Art of War. I'm going to banish an attack.
Hey, you missed 1, though.
I'm going to choose draw 2 and...
You saw that card already,
1.
So you know.
Yeah. +1.
Yeah. You had to spend a red to do that?
Yeah.
That's a good sign for me.
It is good. I was resource
You
light.
did not have a blue there. Man, if you didn't have that Art of War, ooh, I'm good there.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And we can account for your 1 blood dot. Dawnblade 5. Yeah.
Well, this is interesting.
Sometimes you gum up the works. You just gotta play it.
Let's go Shadow of Ursa for 3, banishing Bounty Demigod. So does Gogan.
See, I know you got Mauve in there. So I want to hold stuff until I have to. But of course I'm not. Let's block 3 there.
Alright, let's go Shackle. We will pay 1 for Ghostly Visit for 5 with Gogan. 2 resources floating.
2 floating, 1 in hand. Thorn is currently not online. You haven't played a non-attack. You have 1 card. It could be... what's your fancy 2 cost? The Shrills. Have you created an aura? You haven't.
Shackle.
Oh, right. Do you run reds in there? Can I look at your stack?
You can look at my
touch your cards.
You know it's getting real.
Nobody runs that in red. Everybody just runs it in blue because you know it's a blue that does 5.
The blue and yellow both work with Minnowism as well.
Yeah.
So it's really good.
All right, this has go again. What else you got over there in that? You got a Bounty Demigod maybe coming my way.
Notably, you can't play these if you don't play non-attack.
And you haven't. Oh my gosh. But what is that?
Don't know.
That could be like a Mauve Demigod situation.
Mauve would be very good here.
Yeah. Mauve. Tell him old Mauve sent you.
Last card I played was Ghostly Visit.
Coming in for 5. Hit effect doesn't matter.
It's just damage.
And I'm going to block 3 there, take 2.
Down to 5.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. As old him, should I be taking a more aggressive or oppressive approach? I think you have to take it as it comes. It's kind of like Starvo here, right? Probably see if you can just fatigue. I mean, and if you can't, then you need to start finding openings for Oakenold. But always play the Okens when you got them, I think. Maybe, maybe not.
I'm going to create a rune chant.
Could be bad.
Arsenal pass.
Okay.
Take 3 blood net.
I have a sick opening now. That worked out just beautifully. Okay. Dory's just going to win this one and call it a day.
No.
Red Warrior's Valor. Swing Dawnblade for 6 or 7 with conditional go again.
Six, 7.
All right. Iron Song response +3.
Take 3.
Take 3. Go again fires. Let's go Tunic, Brave Forge, swing 4, 5.
This clears technically. I will not block.
Take 5. See if you can do it.
All right, 5 shackles. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 refines red. You better hope he got a non-attack.
And this is the moment in the chain game where a number of things have happened. So probably throughout this game, so we've lost 1 value on Skullcap because now you're at 1, so this is never going to block again, which is a bummer. Brave Forge technically could have gotten 2 throughout the game and then come back in on 1 on this last turn. So you might look at using armor for value more in this matchup because there's not a lot of hit effects showing up. So it's just like, well, let's just use it. It's because this last turn, unless you break the chain, it's not going to be used twice, which you do break the chain sometimes, so that's fine. Tunic wanted to use that to get you 1, so if I block out, Kieran Huss is going to kill you no matter what. And then Tunic can block for 1, so I'm sitting on 3 block here and then everything that's in hand, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I also think as part of the I'm on Skullcap as my only arcane barrier, giving your opponent a chance to go to 1.
Yeah, and then just 5 arcane here could do it.
Yeah, because that's what I'm doing the math on. I've got 1 rune chant sitting here, and if I have a non-attack, I'm going to get to swing the sword. So I'm at 3. If I create another rune chant, it's 4. If I have any other arcane, you're in a spot.
That is the dilemma.
Blue Captain's Call.
Oh, hello. Now we're running the cards.
Choose go again. So we're going to do Red Demagon coming in for 4 with go again. Marcus, looks like Dawnblade's back on the menu.
You got rifts and stuff over there, yeah.
I basically have to get done this turn.
You do, yeah. So I'm going to try
to kill
block as efficiently as I can. So I'm going to get bracers in here.
Oh, wait, sorry. 1 rune chant pops.
Yeah. Take it, yeah. I'm going to get bracers in as soon as possible so that if you do break the chain, I get another block this turn. And I do have a 2 in hand, unfortunately. So that'll cover the 4 tidily.
Shackle?
That does break it, yeah.
Yep, yeah, it definitely breaks it.
That's why you do that.
I'll pitch. We're going to play Red Vexing Malice.
Oh, come on.
2 arcane.
All right, you win.
3 physical.
So you just got to swing the sword.
That's right.
So, I mean, I feel great about that.
Yeah.
I have no issues with how that played out.
You want to see it again?
Sure. I'll do that again.
Nothing but time, and these games don't last a long time.
I'll do that again.
That was like an atypically fast husk for me.
Yeah, it was weird.
But I had the 6-cost thing in my arsenal. What was that card? The one you hate. His specialization.
Soul Reaping. Yeah.
I also had Art of War, and I had an attack with Blood Debt that I could use on Art of War, and I had resources, and I was banishing 2 cards. It's a lot of value to give up, and anything I blocked with kind of killed the entire turn.
That's the old race strategy, right? Yeah. It's like, well, they can't be good if they have to block. That was Marcus. That was a good Vexing Malice moment right there.
Moki, we will be trying the Briar match shortly.
Okay, so let's do that again. I felt like that went fine.
I feel like I don't know, historically, because you have all the armor and you can block pretty efficiently. Plus, if I don't block, especially Dawnblade, if I don't block you, your damage curve gets progressively worse for me.
Yeah, that's why I think it's better than the fatigue strategy. There's like...
Oh, that was the other thing. You were on the Steelblade turn. You were coming in for 6 with Steelblade.
Yeah.
And I could block it, and you basically had to have the pump. Otherwise, I just kill your turn there. Which, if I did kill that turn, so much value that you don't get.
Yep. You're right. Yeah, so that whole in-game... can't block 5 arcane. So devastating. I will forever hate that mechanic with the
arcane damage.
Yeah. From the bottom of my cold, dead soul. But do you change anything, right? Like, it doesn't change anything.
I mean, if you had Arcane Barrier 1, that would have been a fine. There's no way I win that.
Yeah, if you have Arcane Barrier 1, so you lose out on the Go Again, which pushed a ton of damage. You can't really lose out on the Tunic unless you want to go Courage, which it could actually make a lot of sense here to go Courage instead, and I think I'll try that, actually.
3 health, yeah.
Just a 2-1, 3 health. That might open up.
Yeah, even blocking 2 and still getting, like... Because I was on Shackle 5, so you weren't even getting 2 Tunic uses.
Yeah, true. Flake's Twitter has potential spoilers for FAB 2.0 BTW. What's a flake?
It's one of the commentators from Indy.
Okay. Oh, good. How are we getting spoilers?
I think it's just whiteboarder stuff. We've already seen
this. The history packs or whatever, yeah. Norian, actually, so Tunic with Dawnblade is fantastic. I would say in most matchups, unless you need to fridge hard, Tunic's way better. For certain builds, right? So like if you imagine your standard Dawnblade sequence, your standard warrior sequence is a blue for Go Again card and 2 swings. Tunic opens up your Steelblade Supremacy. It opens up, a 1-cost attack reactions. It opens up a huge amount of tempo for you.
You can go first this time, by the way.
Okay.
Let's see how that feels. Chane likes to go first.
And we can try, if we swap in Courage, I may take Silhouette's advice here and try the Norrön hat here, yeah. And we need to track just really how much it's going to matter.
This is what testing is, right?
Well, because here's the problem, right? It's like you pitch a red or you pitch a blue, but you only have one instance of a Rune Chant usually. So that one card blocked 1 damage, it could have blocked 3. Because you're usually presenting enough physical that it's going to be the same.
Yeah.
So I still just think
I think the bigger piece is in that very moment, the second you already hit once with the Dawnblade and you threaten 5, but like threatening 5 that doesn't kill me, you just are so susceptible to arcane damage at that point.
But aside from the Vexing Malice, I think you lose.
So I had 1 rune chant. I definitely have 4 rune on the table. So you can't take any damage from anything else.
Yeah.
Because I can basically attack, pop the 1, create another one, swing the sword.
But if I have no rune, does that math change?
Well, a blue prevents the 1, and then one of these.
Not this one. It can't touch that one.
It can prevent 1.
It's a 2 at once, right?
You can still pay 1. Yeah. Are you? You're kidding. Arcane Barrier 1 can prevent 1 of that damage. 1,000%.
Can it?
Yeah. That's so like that. If I started with a rune chant. So you have Arcane Barrier 1. I attack. This pops. You pay 1. Have to float in.
Yeah.
Creating 1 more doesn't matter.
You wouldn't.
And when I swing here, you can pay 1 of the 2 off.
So it's a card that blocks 2 now.
Yeah, but
so if you instead present physical there, do you just win that direction instead?
If the blue also blocks for 3, then that's the question mark.
Yeah, all of them do.
Yeah. So that's where it can be either.
The math always comes down to that.
Yeah. And like if it's just knowing you can't block it as well means that I can just take that path for sure. And I had to kill you that turn. So I don't know. I don't know. It's also you lose out on the Arcanite health.
Yeah, so it should be 3 health throughout the game.
Yeah, but I know when you get
so hard.
When you get in that in-game state, arcane damage is rough.
Well, I'll just be under your health, and then Skullcap's got 3 there.
That's right.
All right, let's just do it. Let's throw the hood in there, and you can see it.
How about this? I'll let you decide which one you want at the time. Not whenever the first choice comes up for you to need either one, you can pick then. We can just see. It's kind of like in testing a lot of times. What I'll do is I'll have if there's a certain card I'm debating A or B, I'll just have
a copy that can be either.
Yeah, I'll have a proxy. I'll use either one and note which one I use and see which one I'm using more often. You'll be surprised at how often, you'll think. It's sometimes too. It's like you'll use one of them 80% of the time, but more or less it didn't change anything. And 20% of the time you use the other card, it like changes the fundamentals of the game.
I'm going first. Mm-hmm. All right, there's a flock. And we're going to get our Quicken token.
Block 5.
You got it. Arsenal here, and pass it on over. Comes right on the back seat.
Interesting. All right, let's go. Blue Marvin. Shrill Blue. Coming in for 5. If it hits, creates a rune chant.
It cannot.
The value.
It can't hit. Okay, so then this becomes the thing.
That's nice to hear. Lost saying, we're so kind, it makes him love only the games we play.
Aw. 5 is an awkward number. See, I was talking about going for the value last time, and this is a hit effect, right?
I mean, blocking 6 prevents 6, right?
Yeah.
Chris asking, you start with all these cards on the table? You do. So these are all just tokens. You choose a hero. So my hero is Chane. You have a weapon. So like Rosetta Thorn being my weapon. And then you get 4 pieces of armor typically. Boots, gloves, a chest piece, and a headpiece. These are attacks that I'm playing.
Let's block 5 there. Okay. I'm going to stick to my own advice to myself.
Soul Shackle. Swing the sword for 2 and 2. How's it go again?
2 and 2 with GA. Okay, let's think.
Oh, that's right. So this is, I have to shackle before I do this. The go again's relevant. To give this +3, I need the. I'm used to when I play this. This generates a rune chant.
So you're doubling up. You got go again twice
on that first one.
So you just got 2 coming at me.
Yeah, there's still 2 and 2, but it's just the go again didn't matter.
Yeah. 2 and 2. And no go again. Well, you know, you're on Shackle 1, you've got a card in Arsenal, you can probably afford a block. But do you really want to risk that? You probably don't, do you? We'll take 2 from the Arcane, and then I'm going to block here.
Okay. Arsenal pass.
I gave you the wrong card there. Red Warrior's Valor is what you get instead. So then we pitch, we Dawnblade Quicken 3 with go again. Courtesy of our friend Flock of the Featherwalkers.
Block 6.
You got it.
Cleanest deal in baseball.
That's right. 1 for 2.
Start my turn with Shackle. We get a Howl from Beyond.
I love that card.
K2. Create a rune chant. Shackle. Pass to you. Take a blood net.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's getting charged up. Peter asking any idea what time White will get on. So the announcements happen at 6. We recorded an interview with James yesterday, but it's not going to be going up till Friday on the podcast. We will be interacting and learning about all the news in the article and discussing it once it hits at 6. So it's going to be a long stream.
Hits at 6.
Also, the podcast is called The Covenant Cast. You can find it where podcasts are found. And our website.
See, this is when I want that tunic. Roll bad. I want it roll bad. Alright, let's go. Spoils of War, Dawnblade. It's going to have 5 with go again.
No block.
Okay.
That's right, Peter. So today we're just going to be playing the game until the announcement hits and then discussing everything that we find out there.
Okay. I see this. All right, well, I suppose we should swing again, huh?
We were swinging.
Yeah, I'm just going to swing for 3 and threaten that token.
Cards in hand.
3.
Cards for days. Well, let's try. Block 3.
Yeah, that's a good question. I will go ahead and just pitch for +3 on route.
Okay. So
I'll take 3 and I'll gain a counter.
Yeah. Two shackles at the start of the turn. It's not the hit you want, but it's the hit we deserve.
It's the hit you deserve. That's right.
Oakley dokily. Let's start. We're all good. Turn start. Art of War.
Uh-oh.
Gonna banish a red bounty demagon. We're gonna choose +1 to all my attacks. Draw 2. Whoo! How does this card work? It's gonna be a heater. Let me tell you. Well, this is the right call. It's a belittle of that guy. We're gonna show you a blue bounty demagon. Search
resources.
my deck for a minnowism. Let's see, do I need?
Oh, this is the old belittled version, huh? Apparently you didn't take this. Yeah, you didn't take the 5 from the first swing, huh?
Yeah.
Seems important.
Oh man, that was important.
Thank you, Rick.
Technically, I saved the damage on the armor on the hat. I would have had less than you. I thought I did, but I was like, I guess I don't have less than him. Here we are. I'm gonna get red minnowism. Why have resources when you can have damage?
So that's a 3.
3 to go again. 4.
4 go again. No hit effect. Okay, we're gonna be clever about this because we still want to try to threaten you down to lethal range. But you really want to block out to your best turn, right? I think you'll be too tempted by this. We know you got a big swing coming up, so I'll take 4. Rune Chant.
Yeah, that pops. What's going on? Don't worry about me.
I'm just swinging the sword, man.
Yeah.
You got all sorts of stupid, moving parts and cards on the table and banished zone.
All right, let's go.
I remember the civilized days when heroes had weapons and they fought each other.
Minnowism.
On the battlefield.
Red.
Minnowism dignified. Red. It's a dignified situation.
Let's pay 2 for How From Beyond.
You going Azalea style, man.
Let's go Shackle.
Except good.
Bounding Demagon for 14.
It's not a rift, man. I'm glad it's not a rift bind.
It would be so sick, but it's okay.
I'm looking at 9 plus 4. 13.
13. Plus 1. 14.
13.
It gets plus 1.
Oh, for itself. Yeah, okay. That's where Snag is so good, right? Prevents that plus 1.
Ooh, huge. Huge.
14, you said?
Uh-huh.
Well, I definitely want
Chris
that.
saying Salty Steepens best content.
I want that Tom Blade to hit. Let's see, 14. You got the sword coming. Yeah?
You don't even know what I got.
So we got 18 coming up. That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's a whole lot of health, yeah.
Yeah,
great.
That's a lot.
I got that pivot carrion husk waiting in the wings.
Yeah, pivot husk. That's right.
Best door hinge you've ever seen.
I'm going to stick to my plan here.
Value
hit
man.
effects, so let's go 7. I'll take 7.
Yep.
Turn my skull cap on.
We will create a enchant.
No one's really paying dividends here.
Bounding. It's got 1, 2, 3, and an arcane. One from itself, 1 from that. 3 damage going.
1 for the arcane's gone, and then 3 there. No money, so you wouldn't pay for the sword. You're gonna arsenal.
This doesn't go in.
Okay, so you're definitely doing that. I'll take it. Taking 3.
History pack and light and strike spotted. Uh-oh. Does it have the same art? This is the question.
Oh, man, if it's different art, please.
I know. Steven's getting hot in here.
Please.
Let's put these on.
I don't know why I put these in the dig, man. Please, different art. And then it's the grand. All right, let's play Slice and Dice Red. Let's pitch. Let's swing the sword. 4 plus 1 is 5 coming at you.
At some point, we got to shut that down.
No, man, the train's leaving the station.
No cards in hand?
Nothing. No. What you see is what you get, man.
This might be a husk moment, actually.
I was hoping it might be, actually. I think it's as good as any. Perhaps not.
Yeah,
I think it's the creepers that really did it for me.
Can't resist.
I think it's the creepers that did it. That was really where I lost my mind.
Phoenix, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. 3 shackles. 1, 2.
You're a pretty good shackler, man.
You even run
Get that
attacks,
captain's
too.
call out of here.
Do you run attacks?
Get that captain's call out of there. No, I don't.
I shouldn't be playing this card at all. Somehow it's in this deck.
Well, I do. I play Enlightened Strikes and CNCs.
All right. You got any over here? Oh, you do.
Yeah, block with an E-Strike.
Ah, dude. 2 arcane damage on tap. Let's go.
That's fun.
All right.
We can't think that still bid supremacy is really important.
Shadow Verser. Banishing to have go in. It is really important. Genuinely.
How's Go Again coming in for 2? 2 2 is like just a stupidly unblockable number.
You always take that. Agreed.
Unless you're Oldham. Oh, 2. Come on, what's 2? Let's go.
Let's see. If I go...
How does it feel playing with like 20 cards in your hand?
It's really nice.
A lot of options.
I could definitely see why this is an appealing deck to play if you're trying to win tournaments.
Yeah.
Just like it's very forgiving. I feel like I'm doing it okay, and it still feels really powerful.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's play... Yellow Mavrian.
YOLO Mavrian.
YOLO Mavrian. Blue Minosum. Let's pitch a blue.
Old Beating Chane deck, huh?
Ripvine coming in. 3, 4, 5, 6. With Gogan.
6? That's a convenient number to block.
It really is.
There's 6.
Okay. Shackle. 4 with Gogan.
You gonna pay for that?
It's free.
Crazy. How's this card free?
0 cost free. Go again because of Shackle.
All right, take 4.
Let's go. You have to play a non-attack to be able to play it.
Okay, that makes it okay. Yeah.
I'm with you, man. It's just right there in the line.
I'm glad at least it blocks for 3. I was going to be worried
2 and 2 with the
sword. Take 4.
Okay. As an instant, I'll play Avert Existence.
Take 2?
Yeah, it's 2 arcane. We'll get E-Strike and not that it matters. Spoils of War. We'll banish those.
You got them. They're gone. I'm not going to recur those at all.
1 for Blood Debt.
Yeah. Tick-tock. Warriors Valley Red. 6 conditional Gogan.
Hold on. No cards in hand.
Nope. They all blocked.
Block 6.
You got it.
They all block.
You did it.
4 shackles.
You're about to dunk some bad shackles here.
There goes another war.
Yeah.
There goes a Shadow Puppet.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. You got no blues in hand. Everything's fine.
I'm sure. I'm sure it's exactly what's going to happen here. Yeah, this is a fine turn.
With you pumping so much, it makes me think that Shunt might actually be okay.
Shadow Puppetry?
I previously was not that into it.
Pay.
Bid.
1. Go save it for 5. If it hits, I can look at the top card of my deck and maybe...
Oh, it's not hitting. Don't you even think about it. 5 and then you got sword times. Does this thing have go again from Shadow Pups?
Yeah, you got it.
And then we can shackle Ursa for
2. Swing the sword time.
And swing the sword for 4. 5, 2, 4. That's only 11 off of 2 cards. That's not bad. I was squeezing that Axis X to try to get 4 per card.
Well,
I think that's why it doesn't work very well.
Weird. I'm telling you, man, it's like everyone else is doing calculus, and you're over here doing Algebra 101.
I've got my what's that thing that helps you count? Abacus. Yeah, the Dory Abacus deck. You got close last game. I'll bring you some... I'm going to try just blocking next time, and we'll see what that looks like. All right, so you're doing how much? 5, and then 2, and then 4. This Northern Hood is a waste of time.
Lesson learned, eh?
Yeah, lesson learned. 5, 2 you take, 2 you take, 2 you take. So I take 6. Ugh. No. Can't do that. That's too much. But if you...
Basil. Oof, 10 to 31 I just got here.
If you block out here, though... If I block out here, I send nothing back. The game is definitely over. I mean, it's already over.
This is the inevitability we talked about, right?
Yeah. You're only going to have a 4-card hand. You're going to banish nothing. You're going to have all reds. And then I need to have a counter going into that situation. Okay. So let's not get greedy then. Let's block 5.
Oh. Shackle 2 and 2.
Shackle 2 and 2. Let's block. You still got armor over there? Yeah, you got some armor. Ooh, though. This is nice. 6.
Loreza's saying, just joining. Excited to hear your James White interview. Do you have all the questions lined up? So we interviewed him last night, and that interview will not be going up till later this week on Friday.
All right, take 2 from the Arcane and block 2 there.
All right, I'll pass to end phase. Okay. Take 2 blood down.
Pass to end phase. Cool, man.
Cool.
Spoil swing for 5.
The old classic. No block.
Swing for 3.
Take 3.
Counter up. Counter up. Counter up. Someone set us up with crackers.
All right. 5 shackles. Three whiffs.
That seems okay, though.
For who?
You.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah, and Howlet and Rift both red? That seems fine.
It's
I
really
think you might be able to get her done here. Don't have cash in them. Don't need copper. See? Don't you see? You wouldn't need to be metal plated. Don't you see?
Don't you see? All right, let's go.
I'll clutch my coppers on my way to the grave.
Shadow Verser. Banish Ghost if it has go.
Block for 2.
Let's go. Shackle. Pay 1. For Ghostly Visit for 4 with go again.
4 with go again. 2 cards in hand. 2 resources floating. This is going to get nasty. I hate it. I gotta say that. I'll block 3, take 1.
Let's go Belittle for 3 with go again. No review.
One card in hand, 1 money. I don't know, man. I feel like not good about these things. Sure, block 3.
Okay. Let's pay 1. Unhallowed Rites for 4, and we'll put.
Does not have blood die or go again.
No, presently. Sure, let's put a Ghost of the Zomo.
Let's see, if we take 4, we're at 3, and then we're in like Rune Chant stupid territory. But we're doing it. Let's take 4. We'll start a new one here.
All right. End of the round, take 2.
Yeah.
Arsenal Pass.
And then I'll just pitch Swing Dawnblade for 4.
No cards in hand?
Yeah, we'll see, Basil. I don't think Chane can actually be fatigued, to be honest with you.
4?
If the Chane player is very good, yeah, you're good. They cannot. They'll stack up.
6 shackles?
Yep. No, that's fine. That's just fine. Acceptable. Hope you can't do 3.
Let's pay 2.
Was there no non-attack played? Says Wooter. Did you not play non-attack that last game?
What did you play non-attack for?
Did you 2 and 2 the sword? No, you didn't.
No.
Did you get +1 on a Riftbind or something? Or on Unhallowed?
I can't play Unhallowed. So, I don't know what that means.
Just put it back in there. Take 1 blood debt, and I'll take. Right. I'll gain a bunch of health.
I'll just leave it out, but I will take a blood debt. Because actually, like...
But I took like 4 damage.
What would I have done? Gain 2 life.
You would have swung
I would have swung a sword.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
You know what? I'll put it back over here.
Yeah, you take another blood debt. There you go.
I took a blood debt.
That's terrible for you, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's like weirdly good. Anyways, I'll pay 2 for Hell from Beyond.
James, yeah, so FAB 2.0 is supposed to hit at 6 p.m. our time. Okay. Hell from Beyond, great.
Yeah. We will shackle. Pay 1. Riftbind for 7 with Gogan.
7? Any hit effects?
There's 7 damage, man.
It's just damage, man. It's just damage. Ugh. We're in the arcane jungle here, too. I'll do 6, 7 here.
Okay.
Staying low. Staying low.
I'll just swing the sword for 2 and 2.
And I'm staying alive. I'll block 2, take 2.
Arsenal, take 4 blood debt.
Mm-hmm. We're cranking now.
It's not going to end well for someone.
Oh, no, I feel like I've been in the winning position the whole time. Dawnblade for 3.
Just looking for a friend.
You looking to invert something?
Maybe.
There's like flocks everywhere in there.
No blind.
All right, let's crack the bolters.
Take 3.
Brave forward, swing for 4.
Take 4.
All right. I'm sure that's a very good sign.
7 shackles. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Usually this is the hit pile. You just reversed it.
7. This is a lower blood debt count
You're
than
a psychopath.
historically speaking. Okay. Well, what do we have here?
You have a need to get out of blood debt situation currently.
I just have a need to kill you.
Yeah, they look like the same thing to me.
Yeah, I agree.
You got 7 over there, though. If you just pass the turn, you lose. We were that close.
All right. Minnowism.
Norian, we'll show the fatigue strat from the start. It's the same problem.
Shadow Puppetry.
Because the early hands just get better, right?
Riftbind. Coming in for, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Would go again. It hit. Take a look at the top card of my deck. That's
9.
Yeah. Let's go. Shackle. 4 would go again.
So let's see if we stay above 3, but it doesn't matter because you swing the sword anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's block. If we block 1, we take 3, we die. So Or how about we block 3? Let's take 1 and see what you do.
Okay. Lead the charge.
Ooh, that's a spicy include.
Unhallowed Rites for 4 with Gogan.
You got me.
Set our
Swing the sword. Right, yeah. The inevitability is on tap.
It's real.
I just lost 3 defense for that run hood. Let's say it from the top ropes. I don't know. I don't know if it matters either direction. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap out the aggro package, and we're going to put in shunts and sink belows. Yeah. We're going to take out all of our 2 blocks.
Fatigue.
And we're going to look at what that matchup becomes.
George asking, will the TC subscriptions be sending us FAB history packs?
The booster box sub currently will not. It's only for first edition booster box products.
Yeah, now there is technically the unlimited subscription, but these seemingly aren't marked that way. We don't even have the official product announcement, so we'll see what happens at 6 and what's going to happen. And we'll also, if you have a subscription, we will definitely, if there's anything weird going on, you're going to get a notice from us. We'll probably send something no matter what happens, just to make sure everyone knows what's up.
Okay, so Silhouette's saying, I like applying pressure for 2 to 3 turns, then pivoting to full blocking as soon as they have an above average turn. Honestly, so that strategy doesn't really work. It depends, I guess it depends on the quality of the Chane player, but Chane is not going to kill himself to blood debt. What Chane is going to lose to is running out of deck.
Yeah.
And the health total really doesn't matter if you can get them out of deck before you die, because at that point you win the game. Right? If they have no blood debt, you still win the game.
So
right?
in the case that you can actually have hit effects that he has to block, that's one thing, because you send like a Spinal Crush, and
now that's different.
He's got to lose 3 cards. That's going to slow him down. But if you're just sending damage, the problem is he's actually fine just blocking and letting stuff stack up, right? Letting his chance and stuff, or his Soul Shackles. But you saw this in at the ProQuest. You were playing Dory, right? So you were trying to do as much damage as possible during that first 3 turns, 3 or 4 turns, and then you started blocking out. And even though he was at 22 health, he just literally, you went from like 40, he was at 22, and you went all the way to 0.
Yeah.
And if you just not taking damage, you weren't even at 40, right? I think you took you were at 30 to 20 or something.
Well, basically, the thing was like he had like 18 health and then ran out of deck the next turn. So it's like any damage that I took. Now, the damage that I was throwing that he was blocking was preventing him from doing more damage, so were those cards better used on the block side or not? And again, it depends on the quality of the Chane player too, as it does with most things. But really, you have one, I don't think you do a double scoreboard. I think you either, your entire scoreboard is cards in deck, your entire scoreboard is health on Chane. I think those are your 2 options. Null Run here is more interesting with shunts in the deck, because then you can shunt and block 2, so you get 8 out of 2 cards.
If you're on the fatigue plan.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you're on the fatigue plan, I would almost switch out bolters.
4?
Null Run.
Because
you just want the armor
that's
here.
That's probably better, yeah.
And then it also gives you...
I think I have the boots over here somewhere.
It also gives you Arcane Barrier in blocks of 2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a blue no matter what. Or I would say Skull Cap.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you're on the boots, then you have both Arcane Barrier 3 to stop the sword, and then you have Arcane Barrier 1 just in case.
To stop the chance.
Like when you have shunts, as an example, that's a really good use of it. So you get the armor, and it just seems like you get all the upside. If you're truly on fatigue.
I think you have to be truly on fatigue if you're on it at all. As much as I can't stand it.
I played against a Dory fatigue deck in Dallas at the previously called ProQuest, now Battle Hard. And I was on Briar, and they were on fatigue, actually. So they had 3 Sigil of Solace, they had a bunch of defense reactions, all the armor, and it was literally just they had value turns where they're swinging or whatever, but most of the time it was just don't take damage. And trying to set up the last 20, 25 cards in the deck are really good against all my end of deck stuff.
They're setting up the shunts and stuff for there. Whatever.
And they're just
I don't think we even
they were slow balling me against Briar.
Against Briar, yeah.
Yeah. He almost fatigued me.
Nice.
I barely killed him. It was super close. I'll give you the honors.
All right, let's try to fatigue. Honors of what? Going first?
Yeah.
All right. Arsenal pass.
All right. Shackle. Unhallowed Rites. Coming in for 4 with Go Again.
Okay, let's see. 4 with Go Again, and we are on the Fatiguey Planny. So let's go sync there. Over to you.
CNC.
It's Dynamite. And I will not fight.
I'm gonna hit coffee around 4 o'clock. Need that extra wind beneath the wings, you know?
Man, come on, Reds. What are you doing in this deck? Why are you so bad?
Why you have to be like
Why
this?
you have to be 6, 7 Reds in a row sometimes? So finicky. Okay, we're on the don't take any damage plan, right? Did we decide that?
Well, that's what you said.
That's what I have said before, yes.
It's so funny. Who's I playing against this morning?
All right, I'll block 6 there.
I think it was Ian. Was like, I'm just gonna test this game. He was playing Oldham. And he's like, I'm just gonna actually take no damage. That's the goal. I'm not gonna try to pressure. About 2 turns in, he had a really good Okanold setup, and he was like, I lied.
Yeah, right.
It's very funny.
Let's see. Do we want to try to... I kind of want to try to set something up. No, we said we aren't doing that. We said explicitly we're not doing that. Okay?
Don't do it.
Not doing it. So I'm just going to pitch, swing for 3.
No block.
It's only 13 or so turns from that working.
From what?
Playing like Oldham over here.
All right, my turn. Let's go with little. I'm going to show you a blue bounding Demagon.
Yeah.
We're going to go get minutes.
Connor, so the problem here is, so I think it's good to attack first turn so they hopefully block with cards so that they draw up and go through their deck faster. That's reasonable. So like on my turn,
opening turn for sure.
Whatever, yeah. It probably is better against Chane. Usually you don't want to give a mulligan unless you have, Dominator or something that can actually sink damage, but in this matchup, I guess that is true.
A lot of times if I can apply a decent amount of pressure, I will attack Chane on turn 1.
Now, if you know that I'm going fatigue, you probably just don't block. Of course.
Yeah, but if you're swinging, I don't know, like, it depends on what your thing is, but like, if you're swinging with 6 damage and it hits Go Again, and with Downblade, there's no way I know you're on fatigue.
Yes, so you lose 2 cards there. That's a good tip.
Yeah, and good 2 or 3 cards can be the difference.
Yeah.
And they have to block with what's in hand, right? So they have weird block hands. Sometimes it's like I have Art of War, and I have the 6 that I don't have to pay for, about whatever it is. I can't think of it ever.
Yeah, you got a lot of those.
I'm getting this in hand.
Oh, okay. Block 3.
Yeah. Let's go Red Minnowism, Shackle, Bounding Demagon for 4 with Go Again.
4 with Go Again.
Peter saying such pretty acrylic tokens. Well, thank you very much. Highly designed Jonathan will be very happy to hear that.
Block 3, take 1.
Create a rune chant. Swing the sword. 1 arcane, 2 arcane, 2 physical.
I'm going to take 1 first. See, is there... Yeah, there's no way... yeah, okay. Okay, and you said what's happening?
1 arcane, 2 arcane, 2 physical. Oh, you know what? I forgot to shackle. That's better now.
You want to change that?
It's fine. My mistake. I'll take it.
All right, we'll pitch the blue and then take 1 arcane.
Okay, so you cancel this one, pay 1 for the sword.
Yeah, take the 1, and then block 3 on the sword.
Yeah. In the round, take a blood that. I may have done that same thing anyway. Just give them what I've got. You just pass it back to me?
Yeah.
All right, 2 shackles.
They call me 2 shackles.
Old 2 shackles. Hits for 0.
And is it your belief that if you don't shackle aggressively, you can never beat fatigue just with Chane's cards in hand?
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
I mean, he can poke damage around, right? But
he's got that stupid Rosetta Thorn, man. Well, not for long, hopefully. FAB 2.0, we have one announcement. Elemental only on Rosetta Thorn.
That'd be pretty sweet. Although I do like the reduction on...
yeah, there's 2.
Skeleton
we'll give it the old TC Twister.
And give it the Starvo LL. Let's get out of here.
Think so? Nobody cares about Starvo anymore.
I do. Very annoying. Lead the charge yellow.
Card's not good, though.
We're going to go Vaccine Malice. Red. 3 physical, 2 arcane.
My cap's not on either.
Magenius.
3 physical, 2 arcane. All right, let's block 1 arcane. Take 1 arcane. And then block 3.
Okay. Let's go Shackle. Old Jimmy Shackles. Let's go Howl from Beyond. We're going to put...
Unhallowed Rites, yeah?
I can't put... Yeah, Unhallowed Rites trigger. I don't have any non-attacks yet. Nothing. Nothing in there. 4 coming at you.
Just 4?
Mm-hmm.
How many cards in here?
1.
I've got some money too, don't you?
Pay him.
Four. Nothing fancy here. Block 3, take 1.
Okay. Swing the S word. 2 and 2.
Alright, 1 arcane block, take 1. And then 2. Interesting. You know, I just can't waste armor on this, but I'll do it. Let's put 1 armor. Or 2 armor on that.
Arsenal pass.
And then I will pitch. Let's make for 3. It's kind of funny. That gives you an opportunity to turn the hat off. It's like, it's probably just wrong. It accomplishes literally nothing.
I mean, I don't know. You'll need the hat at the end of my chain usually.
Yeah.
So, 3 shackles. Whiffertons.
You're supposed to do that later.
Yeah, whiff. Sorry, it's not how I roll.
Nguyen, I don't think playing Shunt off of Tunic is stronger than getting 3 block on the table. Because a lot of times your Shunt turns are block a Rune Chant, play a Shunt. So you're pitching that blue anyway. And it's basically turns into 2 for 8. But maybe, and it really just depends on timing. Like, that's the problem with Chane on Shunt is timing.
How from
like this would be a great Shunt, which I would have loved to have last time.
Shackle. Unhallowed Rites to put Howl on the bottom of my deck.
You get 1 off a Tunic, so you're losing 2 block throughout the game. What is it, 7?
7 would go, yeah.
Let's do 6, take 1.
2 and 2 with the sword.
2 and 2. It's dynamite.
James saying amusing how on the take no damage strategy Steven's ahead on life. So this is possible.
It'll happen forever. Yeah.
But when I get to 6, 7, 8 shackles and he doesn't present a bunch of damage back, full card hand, card in arsenal, Usually it gets pretty rough. But that's a question. Can you preserve enough health that when I have the big turns late, you can live?
Block 2. Take 2.
I will Arsenal Pass. We're about to find out.
This just kind of showed up. Let's go Supremacy Swing 5. Doesn't matter really, but maybe a draw an Arsenal Shun or something, or Sing Pillow, which would be really nice. Yes, it does. I think you're right. I think thinking about that, it is probably Tunic on the fatigue. And then sometimes you don't even see the shunts, and the game's over, and you wish you had 2 block on Courage. So it's kind of, it assumes that Tunic actually sees a shunt, right?
This is probably a mistake, but here we go. Husk.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Fatigue loves to see it. Start my turn, 4 shackles. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 hits. 1 step this time.
Boom, boom.
Alright.
Boom, ba-da, boom, boom. Turn it up.
Alright, let's go Art of War. Pay him 1. Gonna banish a Shadow of Ursa to draw 2. We're also gonna give my attacks +1. A lot of ways to slice this one.
True, you can't tune it to block Arcane, which is relevant. Yeah.
Okay. How from Beyond?
Yeah. It is Tunic. You guys are convincing. In fact, Tunic was what I was on for Axis Fatigue. I just hadn't even considered Courage, and now it looked like it was like really good blocking, but it's really not better than Tunic, is it? Everybody clap your hands. How can you not, right? How can you not?
All right, I'm there.
Have you done anything yet?
No, I played How from Beyond.
Oh my gosh.
We're deciding. Let's go.
It's kind of 5 more block. It's really only actually 2 more, right? Because that shunt could be a 3 block card.
Minnowism, Shackle, Bounding, 3,
This
6.
would be a good shunt right here.
4, 10, 11 damage coming at you.
Okay.
With go again.
How about 9, 10, 11?
Okay. Swing the sword. 2 and 2.
Have go again?
Nope.
I'll block 2, take 2.
Okay. And then I'll pay 1 Invert Existence, E-Strike, and Steel Blade for 2 more Arcane.
Does it happen all at once?
It's just 2 at once, yeah.
Is it 1 and 1, or is it?
Just 2. Sort of.
Okay.
Arsenal.
So same difference, basically. Back to you. I'm going back to the world, back to my girl.
5 shackles.
This is definitely my favorite way to play FAB.
I know.
It's great. It's like
Shadow of Ursa. Banishing a Ghostly Visit. 2 with Gogan. I hate playing Fatigue.
Oh, dude, no, it's so fun.
Drives me
you
crazy.
wouldn't believe the decision tree I got over here.
Block.
2. Well, that's not an efficient block. Are you going to present 3 other instances? You're going to Howl, definitely, and you're going to Visit, so that's 2 cards. Yeah. You don't block this, right?
Never. Not now. Not ever.
Taking it.
Belittle. I'm going to show you a red Bounty Demagon.
Oh, no.
We're going to go get A minnowism.
Torres, that's a good question. Yeah, we should do that. I think we'll do that for Fab.
What are you doing?
Like a retro intro series like we did for Ashes.
That would be cool. It's blue minnowism.
So you're going to pitch it, and you're going to play all those ghostly visits.
Make the money moves, you know?
Interesting.
All right.
8-card hand.
Let's go... Shackle. Ghostly visit. Coming at you for 4 with Gogan.
Black 3. Got freaks.
Take 1. Let's pay 2 for Howl from Beyond. Let's play a Mauvrion Skies.
Did you pay 2 for that?
Yeah, I had 1 floating. Okay. Blue Mauvrion.
As long as you said it.
Pay 1 for Ghostly. It's coming in for 7 with Gogan. If it hits, create a rune chant.
6, 7.
Okay. And then I will pay 2, create a rune chant, and pass to you.
Pass.
Take a blood
Okay, do you do it?
We'll see.
You can get on Feld Table and have this experience, man, if you're looking for it. It's pretty crazy.
You might get me.
I didn't get you. Nothing that I'm
Look at
doing.
that. Oof.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, you're just blocking. Sometimes that's the way, though.
Just blocking. You know, there's a decision. Like, do you block the 2 or do you block the 1? Do you block the 3? Do you block the 6? Do you block the 7?
These are all questions.
Do you use your armor?
Art of War.
Oh, no.
Spanish here.
Oh, man.
Let's do draw 2.
Why does that card exist?
Draw
Let's
2
ban
and
that
go
too.
again.
Ban Art of War. Ban Art of War. Ban Sonata. Ban Skeleta.
Let's go.
Ban Rosetta Thorn. Ban Mount Heroic.
2 for Howl from Beyond.
Ban Starvo.
Coming in for 7 with Gogan.
7. I'm going to be tricky. See, I got to get the perfect number here.
And an arcane damage.
Well, check this out. There's no good way to do this.
Mauve doesn't work on Ghostly, just so we're aware. I could have structured that turn differently, but it doesn't matter.
I would really be keeping you honest on that if I wasn't about to gouge my eyes out with boredom.
There's no way to walk that back.
But let me tell you, if it comes time to win a tournament and this is what it takes, I'm willing to do it. Seven and an arcane there. All right, check this out. It's not ideal, but we're going to take it. Okay, the arcane. Watch this. We're going to pitch 1 to block that. Check that out. So that's gone. Get that out of there. And then we're going to block 3, and then we're going to react with a blue shunt for 4. It's inefficient. It was inefficient either direction. You took it, and it was an acceptable cover-up.
Exchange. Cards hand?
1. Right. Uh-oh, you're cracking the turtle shell.
Ghostly Visit. Or Shadow Puppetry. Ghostly Visit.
5?
For 5 with Gogan.
And if it hits, you do the thing. 3, 4, 5 on Kirsch.
All right. Swing a sword for 2 and 2.
You got me. That's a clean 4. Uh-oh.
1 for blood that.
Uh-oh.
Deck's getting thin. My turn.
Yeah, ban Kano.
So interesting.
Let's ban Kano as well.
Banish.
While we're banning things. You know what I'm saying?
Just get them all out of here.
Let's get them all while we're here. Let's not stop.
All right.
Till they're all gone. Ban all the Runeblades. Justin, we do not. Zach and I have somehow skirted around Magic our entire lives. Not somehow, with intention and purpose. We've played everything that's adjacent to Magic. We've played probably a bajillion TCGs. We've thrown back to millions on our YouTube channel. But no, we played a little bit of Magic at one of those streams, and then I played a little bit with some bulk commons off of eBay, and that was about it. FAB is an entirely different game. I'd almost say it's incomparable.
Captain Spell. Choose Go again. We will pay 1.
You look worried.
It's not a great moment. Refine for 4 with Gogan. I'm setting up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, your blood doesn't matter, right?
It's just a resource.
3, take 1.
Okay. Let's shackle. Yeah. Bounding for 2. Go ahead.
That's a good number. That's an annoying number to block. I don't want to block 2.
I know.
But if you keep throwing 2s, you're gonna win.
That's weird how that works.
If I don't block it.
We do like this dot.
Block it and stock it.
Is that right?
What's that?
Hold on. This doesn't work.
Oh, yeah.
I have to do it backwards. Go again here, shackle here. You know what I mean? So this attack is coming for 2 earlier.
Oh, then I didn't block it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that one?
4? You take 2?
Yeah.
And then this coming for 4.
Okay. Everybody clap your hands.
Mister, yeah, you did miss the history talk.
All right, take 3. Yeah. Or take 1 and 3.
Swing a sword for 2 and 2.
See, this is the shunt problem, right? Nowhere in that turn was there a good shunt. So we'll block 1, we'll block 2, we'll end up taking 1,
okay,
and then we'll arsenal the shunt.
I'll invert existence and attack and an action over there for 2 marking.
Block 1.
Yeah.
Take 1.
Take 3 at the end of my turn.
And what did you pull out of here?
Pass. An attack and a non-attack.
Okay.
Of your choosing.
There we go. Didn't you do that earlier? Where'd those go?
Mine?
FAB 2.0 announcement is coming up in 2.5 hours, seemingly.
7 off the top. This is basically it.
All right, I win.
I don't know about that, but this is the turn.
I've won the game already. Look at this.
Needs to happen.
You've seen the best fatigue play of your life just now. Nobody else could have done that.
I'm embarrassed at how good it is.
Nobody else could have done it. Can we just say it? Can we all agree? Can we get some backup? You've never seen fatigue better than this. It's a clinic. They're going to be showing this video to the kids 20 years from now saying it's the master class. It's like pawn, king, chess over here. If you need to know how to fatigue, look at this quintessential example from FAB stream number 862. Covenants 2.0 announcement. Marathon stream is when it finally happened. The perfect fatigue player.
16 health?
Somehow, yeah. I have nothing else to do. I have nothing else to do. I'm just going to sit over here and talk about anything.
This is why I deplore OTK with this array. Yeah. So you just sit there and wait and then like hope you can get there in time. Yeah. I hate fatigue into Chane. I hate playing against them.
Dude, that's why I'm a limited player. You know what you do in limited? You play FAB.
You swing.
You swing, that's right. Unless it's old him in the limited pool, and then it's the same problem. Ban Guardians. Ban all the Guardians. What are they offering? What are the Guardians offering? We block, we swing. Sometimes we fatigue you. And then sometimes, somehow, we have the best hit effects in the game. I don't understand.
That's just how it works, man. All right.
We're the best at defense and offense.
We'll banish.
How could that go wrong?
I'm going to choose Banish, draw 2, and...
Did you play IRR Wars this game?
Yeah. Go again.
Winning that means I must be the best at this.
All right. Go again.
You haven't played that busted soul reaping card yet. Did you get go again on this?
Yeah.
That's a good sign for me. Yeah, Randall, so the shunts are basically you pitch a blue, you block 2 arcane, you shunt 2 cards for 8. It just depends on if they line up with Howl from Beyond. That's why you got to keep them in the arsenal, right? On the Howl turns, they're pretty good. Howl turns, Minosm turns.
Let's go Soul Reaping, banishing here, gaining a resource somehow.
Yeah, you know, when that card gets to your print run,
6 and go again.
Do you not have a moment where you say, wait just a second? All right, pitch this blue and shunt that. Pretty cool stack of banish cards over there.
Mm-hmm. Let's go Shackle. Riftline for 3.
Playing into fatigue is really about also putting up with your opponent's constant taunting because they have nothing but time to come up with the best disses imaginable.
Pay 2, create a rune chant.
Peter, so the math on shunt generally is not good.
Swing a sword.
Like straight up. So the math on shunt is not, you know, it's 2 cards for 6. Where it gets good in a normal context is off of your tunic counter. You can play it as 1 card to block 6, which is nice. Also gets around dominate and those kinds of effects. So as a defense reaction, it's doing the standard stuff. Against Runeblade is particularly good because like right now, that rune chant's gonna pop. I'm gonna block 1 of those. That Rosetta 2 Arcane's gonna pop. I'm gonna block 1 of those. So this blue and that shunt just blocked 8 damage together. If these were 2 normal cards, they would block 6. So I just gained 2 efficiency on that exchange. I take 1 Arcane and I block the 2. It was a perfect example. You couldn't have set it up better for me to give that explanation.
Then floating resource is going to invert existence for 2.
It's so annoying. I'll pitch, block 1, take 1.
Okay. And then this is the end, my friends.
This is the end, my only friend, the end. I'm sure the Chane players have figured out how to get around this, right?
Yeah. It's called pitch deck.
The Del Friscos of the world.
You have to be good. Mabrian. Let's go. Ripvine.
No non-attack from that Rosetta, apparently.
Sure.
I believe it. I'll gain a life. And a card.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fine.
I'm going to die here.
Yeah.
Coming to you for 4 with go again.
4 with go again. All right. Don't let our guard down.
He's going to get you.
4 here.
Okay. Let's go Shackle. Bounding for 4 with go again.
4.
Yeah. Let's go create a rune chant. Cards name?
2.
Swing a sword. 2 and 2.
2 and 2. So, all right, what's the fundamental math here? So you're gonna get Shrill and Captain's Call. So I should keep blocking. You can't swing the sword 15 times, surely. 2 and 2.
That's a good. Copper saying on Chane, if by turn 4, I think they're fatigued and they just stop using shackles.
I still don't know that you can win that though.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is setting up the bottom of the deck.
Maybe with Rosetta, because
that
that
point,
splits so hard, but
you just have to have like the insane turns. Oh yeah, and the rune chant.
All right, so pitch here, block 2, take 1, and then block 2.
Yeah. Take 4.
And so, like, you look at it now, and it's like, so let's see. My thing here, you only get so many sword swings with Arcane left. So we play around those. You have none of those left.
Yeah. Let's go Shackle.
So now it's just sword for 2.
Ursa for 2.
Ursa for 2, block it.
Yeah. Play Captain's Call. Bounding Demagon for 2 with go again.
Block for 2. Slash 3.
Swing a sword for 2 and 2.
Pitch, block 1, block. Take 1.
Card comes back. Take 2 blood down. All right, shackle. Ursa for 2.
Oops. Oh, I thought it was like packing up there. Yeah, Eclipse to you does help.
Yeah.
Give them something to deal with. People stopped playing that, and then they got back into it, and then they got out of it, and then got back into it, right?
It's because people stopped fatiguing, and then people started fatiguing. That's a fatigue plan.
Bucket.
Command and Conquer for 6.
Okay, let's see. So from now on, you are on the Swing the Sword for 2 forever plan.
Yep. And take whatever damage you send at me plan.
Okay. 6.
All right, switch back around. Over to you.
I'll Arsenal and pass it back.
All right, let's create a rune chant, pass back to you.
That's kind of a clever...
Take a bucket.
Iron Song Determination. Pitch, Warrior's Valor. Uh-oh, Dory from the top rope. Here she comes. Dominate on a 4, 5, 6, 7. He can't block it anyway.
Take it.
Swinging that Dawn Blade for 4 again.
Taking 4.
Oh no, the counter's on. She rope-a-doped the whole game. Here she comes.
It's Swing the Sword. 1 arcane, 2 physical.
1 arcane. Uh-oh. She's scared. Arcane. Boom. Block. Boom. Sink below that thorn.
You got it. Over to you.
Boom. Here we go. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh. She's on fire. Clean up the board. She's back in action. Oh, spoiled. Beautifully set up from the arsenal. We've got a Dawn Blade coming in. 4 slice and dice, spoils of war, Dawn Blade coming in for 4, 5, 6, 7 with go again.
It's getting crazy in here. Take 7, down to 2.
And we got 4, 5, 6, 7 coming at you again off of the slice and dice. The nail in the coffin.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. D9. And then I'll die.
Yeah, that's right.
So there you go. All you have to do is fatigue me. Problem solved. Now, I think So once I see you're going fatigue, I think I slow roll the shackles more.
Okay.
I don't block with husk.
Nicholas is saying like about 4.
4 or 5 gets you there. Gets you the big turn still without having to like just eat through your deck very quickly.
Yeah.
I think you save husk if possible once they're on fatigue. You also just pitch stack in. So you Eclipse, tons of blood debt. You want to stack up like the Rift Binds and all the non-attacks. You want to have a giant Rift Bind turn that finishes with the Ursa token. And then you just have a 6 damage Ursa out that they have to somehow get rid of.
You think chain decks at the Pro Tour are going to have Ursa in the sideboard?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the fatigue plan gets a little sketchier. Because you got to be able to do 6 to Ursa.
Yeah.
And not die also. So like for Dory, that looks like you got to hold 2 cards. You got to do a Sharpen Dawn Blade into the Ursa token. Yeah. And then can you hold those 2 cards and not also die at the same time? And
the reality though is like, I don't necessarily think that the fatigue plan is wrong out of Dory. It's just that sometimes you'll do fatigue and still lose. Yeah. It's not 100%. It still might be your best odds though, is the point, yeah. Dory won a game, everyone clap your hands. As Rick says, and so the most perfect fatigue match ever played in FAB history ends, and we witnessed it here live together on the eve of FAB 2.0. Well, boom. Let's move on to another Runeblade that I will also hate. You want to do Briar or Vis? Let's do Briar next. It's all in good fun, right? Yeah, let's be clear. It's all in good fun. I only hate them because you play them, and I hate everything you play, because I see it all the time and I lose to it all the time. Yeah. So I'm slanted. And this time it's going to be Levia on the play. We get axes out here and lose harder. We're back into, so if you weren't with us during the pandemic, that's when we started streaming 5 days a week. Now it's 4 days a week. And it got real weird. Back into those delirium streams? Yeah. So like back then, everything was closed down. We were locked down. Steven was basically, outside my wife, the only person I was seeing. Yeah. And he wouldn't quite say who he liked more at the time. Yeah. Still won't. I'm going to be honest. Wouldn't just quite say it. Definitely my wife. I'm sorry. Just how it has to be. But during those days, we would start at 1-ish. Eventually it would become 1:30. But we'd start at 1-ish, and we just kept playing.
Yeah, we just kept playing. We just didn't stop.
It was wild. I feel like that's what this is about to be, because I'm about to ask you, this is going to be a very 2020 question.
Nobody could stop us.
All right, there's two options. I'm either going to go put water on the kettle to make a French press, or...
Did you say French kiss?
What do you say?
Or what?
Or classic 2020. I'm going to find a way to order something online and have it delivered right to our door.
We should definitely do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
As long as one person signs up for the Pro Quest, we've earned a cup of coffee for this stream.
We've got so much time left before we get there.
Meantime, let's talk about what I know about Briar.
I love Briar. Just always. We go to Dunkin' Donuts. You ever been to Foolish Things?
I'm not ordering Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm kidding. Easy.
You mean get Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's delivered?
Gypsy coffee. I just searched coffee to see what would come up.
Bryce signed up so we can enjoy the coffee. That's a real sacrifice.
I feel like that only kind of counts.
I appreciate that. All right, here's the eternal question.
Here's your favorite Hertz donut.
We're talking about, right? Yeah, what a load that place is. I can't even believe
the salt is. I can feel. I'm just gonna start riling you up now.
I can't stand overborn food anymore. I can't do it. It's like, okay, so you put a bunch of Choco Krispies on top of an average donut, and you think it's worth $7 suddenly? Have you tasted it? Have you tried to eat it? You know, like, I get that it looks fun in a marketing photo, but have you actually tried to eat it?
It is fun, except for it's just not good. This cookie looks good, though. I'm gonna be honest. Got sprinkles in there.
You're a sprinkle guy.
Speaking of overborn, just takes me back, dude. Okay.
It's your nostalgia sprinkles. All right, the ultimate question to my friends out there in the Flesh and Blood universe who are better than me. Do you run Arcane Barrier 2 with the Skullhorn against Briar so that you can one card block the 2 from the Rosetta? Still not efficient. Or do you just run the Skullcap because welcome to Flesh and Blood? And I know that's the answer because a blue is equivalent to a yellow. What's the big deal? I'm bummed about it, but I'm going to do it. Second question, no, you don't run the Husk. So I answered that one for me. That one's mine. I'm going to keep the Skullhorn down there, though, because I do love the card. I think it's a very nice card. Also got Skull Crushers here.
You're a hot or cold man right now.
Oh, man, I'm hot right now. But I could drink some cold coffee.
That's what I say. Do you have what flavor are we talking?
Dude, you ordered that coffee yesterday for the podcast, for the James podcast. I was up until like 1:30 just staring at the wall last night. I was up so late, I was actually working on Dory Axes again.
Yeah, I got that text at 1 I got the text at 1 in the morning. Please bring the neutrals.
Bring the generics. I've thought of something.
That's what I meant. The generics, yeah.
The next text was second swing maybe is the key to this deck.
I have an idea.
1 damage.
Dory Axes.
It's 1 damage, Steven. You've been losing by 25. I don't think 1 damage is going to matter.
Are you on the cold train or hot train? That's what I got to know.
I'm so malleable to the mood here. I could do either. What are you going to do?
I don't know yet. Probably cold. It's a little warm in here.
Okay. Can I get something cold that is kind of like down the line, you know? It's not just like a milkshake.
Yeah. So like
iced almond milk shake and espresso. What does that even mean?
Iced chocolate almond milk shake and espresso. Almond milk, some chocolate syrup, and some espresso with ice. But that's not what you want.
No,
so
it's not.
There's iced coffee, iced Americano. There's vanilla sweet cream cold brew.
Let me tell you, you didn't look like you just stepped off the sailboat drinking chocolate almond milk coffee, okay? Think you can pull off this linen?
Needs some chest hair. Please. There's cold brew, straight up. There's an iced flat white. I know you like flat white occasionally.
I do know that, Norian. It's just still not good. I mean, it is good. It's better than it isn't. It's better than nothing.
There's the iced toasted vanilla oat milk shake and espresso.
Can you just give me something normal? Man. I don't know, like an iced flat white. That's good, but it defeats the purpose of a flat white because it's all about the ratio of the top foam.
Iced
so
latte.
If you shake it, it's a waste of time.
Iced. There's all sorts of things you can do.
Iced cafe latte sounds great.
This?
Yeah.
All right. I almost never have coffee delivered, so this is like a really.
Does cafe mean coffee?
Cafe, CAFE means coffee, I think. But I don't know.
You also pronounce that cafe here in the States.
Yeah, cafe. Can I get some cafe? What size do you want?
The smallest one.
All right, yeah.
Smallest one. I'll be cracking Dory axes again tonight, I'm sure.
This whole pandemic. This is another segue into our new sponsor. So of course, this is a good time to mention. You've been sitting there for a while. If you're gonna hang out with us till 6:30 p.m. to look at this announcement and have a chat, just remember to hydrate, because we all know I can't do it.
We all know that water is like the blood of the earth. And well,
you know what? I actually got there. I can get there with you on that one.
I mean, anyways, is that right?
The
trees are like the vessels.
I've been using DoorDash since the start of the pandemic, but I found out, I think it's Uber Eats, which, there's like the whole Uber thing.
They're slimy, man.
But apparently they give you the option to not have them automatically include like utensils and all that stuff. I just feel like it's such a waste.
Well, if we get utensils for 2 coffees, Zach, I'm going to send it back.
No, we won't. But DoorDash doesn't have Starbucks. Uber Eats does, which is why we're here.
Oh, right.
And I'm having that conversation.
Okay. Yeah. Cafe is French for coffee. We have it on good authority now. It is French for coffee.
We have Italian friends in the house?
All right, so let's talk about Briar. I run the skull cap, right? You don't run the skull horn, as much as it's great to look at, and it's just beautiful, and you wish that all equipment was good. It's not. The thing is, it is good. It's just a strange time right now. Arcane Barrier 2 is the weirdest form of Arcane Barrier, let it be known.
But it's fantastic for the sword, man.
No, it's just 1 card blocking 2 damage.
Yeah, but it's 2 damage you can't otherwise block.
Yeah, but what kind of a turn are you gonna have?
So here's let me teach you a big lesson here.
Now a blue blocking 1 arcane and 2 arcane is great. So if you rune chant during the turn,
or like Bramble Spark, pay 1 off of that, then you have the 2 floating for the sword.
Yeah,
but
is it worth giving up 3 armor?
One of the biggest secrets. Now remember, this is free value.
This is Wolfpack value.
That's right. Speaking of Wolfpack, let's bring it in. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a fan of Spellbound Creepers in Briar over Snapdragons.
As you should be.
Snapdragon's more popular.
No, anybody who can run Spellbound Creepers should be running them tomorrow.
Yeah. So part of it is because most of the time people don't have Arcane Barrier 2. So when you trigger the Spellbound Creepers, if you finish the turn with a sword, they're going to stick around for another turn.
Yeah. So Skullhorn good against Briar Creepers.
That's what I was going to say. So just having it there means that I can't count on the boots not getting blown up whenever I'm doing that line.
All right, let's play Skullhorn.
But I'm not saying it's the right call. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm not here to play the right call most of the time, am I? Blaine Barkey, we don't. So the local coffee shops don't, and for good reason. I'm sure the margins are awful. They're not on any of the delivery services. So we're stuck with the commercial garbage.
Yeah. We have a lot of great coffee shops. Big fan of Topeka particularly, but Cirque's also really cool.
I buy their coffee for my house.
Yeah, I always buy Topeka. We used to be next to a coffee shop that we go to all the time.
What's up, Colin? Workday just wrapped for me. What a day. Some news. Yeah, we're waiting on it. Copperbit saying Goliath gauntlets over Gambler. I'm not convinced. Maybe in Blitz. It's too important. I mean, if you imagine Gambler's Glove says gain an action point, which I do, that's better than Goliath Gauntlet. Particularly in this. Can't stand the lantern. This deck is particularly club focused, so this is not a claw lantern situation. Not a fan of that. It's a pummel deck, right? So you want to be able to threaten. Okay, so let's see. We're going to try to race you today. I think that this deck can race Briar with a light disable along the way and win. Briar can't really be fatigued. Are we cool with that? Maybe by Oldham, but not like Chane. There's no. You're gonna get Copperbit. I'm gonna be rolling scabs like you wouldn't believe it. Take care, Carbocast. Good to see you. History pack. Yeah, history pack's crazy. I want to see more information, you know? What's it up to?
Almost there. Hold on.
Okay, what am I doing? So I've got these Savage. Take care, Marcus. If anybody out there planning to be here the whole time? Where's our full-time 2.0 announcement crew? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, who's gonna be here till the end?
Thomas, how in the world is free 2 damage better? There's no way. Here's the thing about Scabs, right? So you look for the hand where Scabs is going to open up either a Romping Club or a Pummel. Not a Pummel. Usually it's like either a 6 pitch turn or a 4 pitch turn. You generally play Dread Screamer, you get your go again. If you're behind the game, you roll Scabs, that equals an extra 4 to 5 damage if you hit. If you hit the 1 there, Hidden Gamblers, to prevent you from losing the 6 damage from the additional attack that you're also going to play, is so much better. I mean, there's just no way where 2 damage is winning you a race against a Runeblade, whereas rolling Scabs 3 or 4 times and hitting multiple 2-action turns actually will change the math on this matchup. This is one I actually know. I don't know anything about Dory, really. I've been playing, like, Dawnblade was really not what I was into for a while, but I'm saying, I will die on this hill. Brute is built around 2-action turns. 3-action turns.
4-action turns. Oh, we weren't just counting.
Thomas, because you need both. You can't, so Dread Screamer is a 6 with go again. It's not enough. The Runeblades are spitting out way more than that. Way more. If, like, playing a normal Brute game into Briar, you're going to lose every time. Every single time. That is why you don't see Brutes in the metagame right now, because they will lose to these Runeblades every single time. If you want to have even a shot at this, you're going to be rolling those Scabs. You have to. There's no way that Brute can do enough on 1 action.
You heard it here.
Not possible. Alex knows. You got to roll him. It's the only way. It's the only way.
Roll your way right into the semis.
Right into the semis. You'll lose the same amount of games that you would already lose if you're not rolling them, but you might actually win some too. And that's what I'm here to do. Now you don't go crazy, right? You roll when it's right to roll. You're not just rolling just to look at the die.
Okay. Let's talk about Briar real quick so we can give the rundown. You play the good cards. Just kidding. So let's look at Briar, Warden of Thorns, the adult version. She has been errated, which means she does not work as printed. Steven loves it.
Errated?
Errated. Tell me, man, once we get past 4 p.m., anything's game. We got Starbucks on the way, etc. It's going to be wild.
Oh, man, nothing like mediocre coffee.
Yeah. You know what? They do dessert coffee really well. I'll say that.
They do, yeah. That's a fun way to talk about that. I've not heard that before.
Yeah. If you want, I like also. I'm not biased against coffee. Yeah. I like IHOP.
I'm here for
coffee.
the drug.
It reminds me of my grandma's.
Yeah.
Home. I like local coffee roasters. Every time I travel, I will go weird distances to go to local coffee shops.
Yeah.
Traveling for FAB recently, I had some incredible experiences. Amberson's in Indianapolis, if you're in Indianapolis, one of my favorite coffee shops of all time. Like 5 out of 5 stars beyond expectations. Anyways, that said, Briar does not play how she reads. So essentially, if you play a second non-attack action a turn, you get an embodiment of lightning, which means the next time you play an attack card, it gets go again. And this embodiment goes away. These are auras as well, which will come back later. The first time an attack action does damage, you create an embodiment of Earth, which makes all your non-attack actions block for 1 extra. It used to be every time you did damage, you would create one of those embodiment of Earth. And, it was crazy. But now it's only the first time. That is what has fundamentally changed. Some of the differences between her and Chane, she does not get the shadow cards, but instead she gets access, she is elemental, so she actually gets access to earth and lightning cards based on the way her card is printed here. You'll notice instead of the Carrion Husk, I have Faendal Spring Tunic. She can run Skeleton, technically for the armor, and sometimes I do. Like currently in the Starvo matchup, I just run it for the health.
Run it!
But that one resource a lot of times is exceptionally useful in her. And her biggest turns, at least this version of it, I call it Earth Briar, come when you play Channel Mount Heroic. A non-attack action that comes into the arena. At the end of the round, if you have pitched an Earth card, you can put an Earth card under your deck, and it gets a channel counter on it, or a flow counter, I think is what it's called. And as long as you put a number of Earth cards on the bottom of your deck equal to or more than the number of flow counters on it, it stays in play. So a lot of times it'll stay around for the turn you play it. The next turn is sometimes one more turn past that. Makes all your attack actions get +3 attack. Woo. So you're looking at cards like Ravenous Rabble, Scar for a Scar, Vigor Rush.
All the most thematic elemental cards.
Yeah, all of them. You also have things like Snatch. So if you can get the 2 non-attack actions, Embodiment of Lightning, Mountain Heroics out, it gets +3. So you're stacking up value like that. And because of the embodiment, she's pretty good at getting to swing the sword as well. The Rosetta Thorn. And that's more or less what she does. She's pretty good, like really good on a 5-card hand, but she's also can play small hands. So Steven might make me block down or discard random cards or something, or kill my arsenal with a Command and Conquer. But she can, play like a Ravenous Rabble or a 0-cost go-again attack into Snatch. And that's pretty annoying because 4 and 4, you don't want to block the first one. So if it hits, I get the embodiment of Earth. And then have a fair number of non-attacks that naturally block for 3. Channel Mount Heroic, Force of Nature, Whisper of the Oracle. These cards, when you have an embodiment of Earth, block for 4 off of a single card. So it kind of makes it hard to keep up with her overall efficiency. But she also, because you're on the Runeblade thing where it's half attacks, half non-attacks, or close, then she sometimes has what I call potatoes, which is where you get a Mount Heroic out, you put something like a Force of Nature in Arsenal. That's like the biggest combo turn you can do. Because Force of Nature, another key card here, it's your specialization. If an attack hits that has a higher attack than its base, so Heroic gives everything +3, but Force of Nature means every time an attack hits on that turn, you get to also draw a card. Super powerful, but sometimes you get the Heroic out, you put the Force of Nature in Arsenal, you draw 4 cards, it's 4 non-attacks. And nothing kills a buzz like that. I'll tell you right now. That's especially if you kind of been setting it up and this is your big moment. Painful.
Yeah. So let's see. Against Briar, you can. She's not the fastest of the Runeblades. I think this is faster.
Definitely. So
Chane is inevitable.
Chane's more inevitable.
Briar's kind of right in the middle.
She's more mid-range of them all.
She can have some extremely unfair turns. She can do some weird tricks with those boots. So we're gonna play Skullhorn into it just to see. Probably Skullcap is the right answer there.
You ever seen a mountain come in at instant speed? Because I have.
In fact, I can't imagine the Skullcap is. Come on.
All right, you can get it in here.
It's got to be right.
Now we can just note if ever Arcane Barrier 2 would have been
the first one that we want to use. We'll say that one's equipped.
Yep.
So you can race. I think there's some heroes that could probably race this and have an okay shot at it. Like Katsu maybe can get a hold of this one a little bit. The embodiment of Earth is a real bummer at 4 for Katsu. So that's a problem. What we're going to do with Levia, this is a Levia club deck. This is based on an old Brute Club, or I should say Club Brute concept that I had a long time ago. It wants to play 4 and 6 resources, so when your Tunic ticks up, you're looking to play a Pummel 2-cost. Disable Briar's hand a little bit. If it's a Command and Conquer, all the better. Otherwise, you're looking at 6-cost hands, so you can go like Dread Screamer, Pummel into a club, or you can do things like use the Dread Screamer, Savage Feast, discard. Sometimes you hit like a Beast Within. Keep going. There's a lot of interesting things you want to do. You really don't want Blood Debt at all. This is not what I want to be doing. So once you play the first Dread Scream, you kind of have to be careful with the second one. So we'll have to monitor that as we go. We roll Scabs when we need to. Usually it's just to get a little greedy. And Gamblers can cover our greed up front. And then if we don't have Gamblers, we have to be very greedy to want to roll these Scabbers.
You say greedy, but also to me that's like a classic Hail Mary card too.
It is that, yeah.
If you're behind and that's one way you could get back in the game that you would probably lose anyway.
Yeah.
Then it's really not even greedy as much as it's a line that actually could get you the game sometimes.
Yeah, so you got to think about the way the brute card pool is constructed too. So there's a lot of 2 costs, a decent amount of 3s, and a few 1 costs that are worth playing. The only one that discards cards is Savage Feast. The only one that is worth hitting because it replaces the card that it loses. Otherwise, you're literally doing an attack for 3 cards out of hand that is like a 6 or 7 damage attack, and you're never going to win a game doing that. So we don't want to be doing that. And then if you think, well, I'm going to play 2 2-cost attacks for 4, maybe off of the Tunic. I'm going to pitch, I'm going to use my Tunic, I'm going to play 2 cards from hand and hopefully get 12 damage in. So that's 3 for 12, still only 4 per card. It's okay, but it's not great. Things can get pretty good when you can pitch 2 blues, right? So every time you pitch a card, you're losing value out of your hand because it's doing no damage. So you got to make that up somehow. So like if you can do a double blue into like a swing big, pummel, club, then you're starting to make some of that value back. So that's like a 16 off of 4 cards. And then you also get the pummel effect. So that's a discard for 3-ish value. And that's what we're going to be looking at doing. And then we're also able to play a bit of a tempoed game. We can always block out, go down to club for 4, and just try to find the right openings into this Briar deck, which actually does happen sometimes. And sometimes you get blown out by Briar. That's just the way of the game. Yep. If you get the Mount Heroic and everything just goes high flying, you're just going to have a bad time.
A lot of times, and this is pretty normal for Runeblades, honestly. I think the curve, early on with Vis, I played him back in Vegas, and the thing I always told Steven was like, this is so good, he's just not consistent. And all the Runeblades kind of suffer from this, which is they have cards that they're so good when they see them. Like Vis's card is Mordred-Tide, and now Revel and Runeblood. But Briar's Mount Heroic, I think that's really, really critical. And Chane is Art of War. Like if he sees 2 Art of Wars during that 3 to 5 shackle moment, sometimes it's just unwinnable in certain scenarios. So Luke is asking, hey, late to the party, are we staying on for a live reaction to 2.0?
We sure are.
We definitely are. Even Steven?
Yeah, sure. I just looked at my hands.
It's all right.
You going first?
Always. Not always, but most of the time.
And this is not a huge Blood Rush Bellow style deck, so don't be scared if they get blocked with and discarded. Although many of them are, and for good reason. You're probably getting 6 out of that card most of the time.
Tunic. Remembered it.
Boom. The game can begin.
It's interesting.
You got that weird Creepers tech first turn?
Let's... Sure. Mount Heroic. It's a good way to start. Snatch for 7. 1 card in hand. Now, turn 1.
Does not have go again.
Doesn't have go again.
Creepers really can't do anything here.
That's right. I only have 1 card. So that if they have 1 card, no resources, Creepers is useless because they have to pitch and play a non-attack action. It's really not that threatening. That's why I was considering not doing it.
Even the draw here doesn't matter.
Yeah, the only thing it does is give me a...
It could give you the Creepers, yeah.
Yeah. But even then, it doesn't matter that much. If I Creepers, I get a Sword Swing, but then my Creepers are on countdown.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I really... yeah.
I have 1 rule. I don't take damage early.
Yeah, I do not get emotionally attached to that opening hand. I see people do that all the time.
Block 8.
Yeah. Arsenal pass. End of the round. Trigger Mount Heroic. We'll put a token on it. Put an Earth card on the bottom. And that happens before you clear the pitch stack. Just be aware. Timing's relevant. So Heroic's going to stay. And we back. Guess who's back?
Okay. I reckon we can just take this one. All right, so this is a great example of where you roll scabs.
What up, Tim? Saying done with work, ready to chill. We're all hanging out, waiting for the inevitable arrival of 2.0.
Yeah, I think this is where...
Oh, dude, we got coffee in 2 minutes.
I'm going to roll scabs here.
We live in an insane world.
Yeah.
Can we just get on the same page? Look, we're hanging out here, playing a game. with all of you watching, and I was able to order coffee and have it delivered in like 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. That is actually ridiculous.
Pretty magical. Yeah, pretty cool.
I paid somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Transfer of money digitally.
It all somehow worked.
Anyways, it just blows my mind. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to Tunic first, and here's what you need to know about this particular situation. Channel My Heroic is out. The last thing Zach wants to do is block with cards from hand. So right now, I have to put as much gasoline on this fire as I possibly can.
Yeah.
The only way I can do that, given the hand that I have, is to roll scabs. Now, is it possible I roll a 1, re-roll, and roll into a 1 or a 3? Absolutely. Does it look like that is a game-losing play? If you just are randomly looking at it, it would potentially be like, if you didn't roll scabs, it'd be fine. But the thing that I know is that if I don't roll scabs here and put as much pressure on you as possible, I'm not going to win the game anyway.
Yeah. Now, it's possible that you roll a 0. I have a full hand turn.
Actually, it's not possible to roll a 0 on a d6.
0 action.
Yeah, right.
And maybe I can't do that much anyway off this hand.
I've not seen that much in a 5-card Briar hand, Channel My Heroic. All right, let's go to the Die of Fate.
Son, it's an hour and 40 minutes roughly till the 2.0.
The question you have to ask yourself going into this roll is if it's not a 1, are you willing to re-roll it?
Oh, not a 1?
Yeah.
I don't.
No, you can't. Right?
You don't re-roll a fine roll.
No, you can't.
Now, it is a 1.
It is the 1.
Those gloves were made for gambling.
There go the gamblies. There's the 3. Okay, so that's almost the worst possible outcome.
Right.
Which is fine.
Talk to our friends about it.
Barrage and Beatdown, I'm going to randomly intimidate one of your cards. What do you think? What do you think's in here? That one's gone. So rolled air is worth 5 damage. That's the grand math on this, which is absolutely worth it. But I think the reality of Brute, right, is like you're going to get wrecked by that sometimes. I don't think right now the class is in a place where you can't roll scabs and still win in these kinds of matchups. I think if that were true, we would see those decks out in the wild. But we don't see those decks. And so here we are. Because what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to be Savage Feast, discard the Dread Screamer, draw a card. 2 floating. So in this particular case, this is a club swing for 5 on 2 actions, and that's why you want to do that. Yeah, Alex, exactly. Called it.
Don't mind me. I'm just very what do you call the audio experiences?
The one that makes people sweat or whatever.
Sweat?
Or goosebumps or whatever. Oh. ASMR, yeah. I don't know. Is that a sexual thing? I can never tell.
MR decks is what that reminds me of. ASMR.
Look at that.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Everyone out there, thanks for being here.
2.0 and...
as we wait.
Average stuff. Okay, so Scabby's failed me. Savage Feast is happening. It's coming in for
Vantage card?
6, threatening 3 if you don't block with 2 cards.
Threatening 3 extra?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take 9.
Block. And then go to Arsenal. So just so you know, the Scabs means club for 5 after this.
Oh, okay, before I do this.
No, that's what an extra action contributes to this line, is Scabs for 5, if you hit a 4, 5, or 6.
Oh, because the 3 is just 1 action. Oh, you get 2 actions.
What? No, 3 is 1 action. 4 and 5 is 2, and 6 is 3.
Divided by 2, rounded down.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah. It's Brute.
It's Brute. Get a token on Tunic. Okay. Go there. There. Let's go Scar for 7 with Go Again.
7 with Go Again. Okay. And it does not have... So you could have more scars. I'm going to take this 7.
Okay. So when the damage hits, I'll create an embodiment of Earth.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this. And then
So weak my heroic so far.
Well, I told you it was actually, if you didn't do any damage to me, interestingly, the Scar doesn't have go again either.
What?
If you didn't do any damage to me, Scar doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
So I was looking at it, it's like I would still have a fine play, but it's not ideal.
God, and this hitting 2 Screamers are like, this is so bad. I don't want blood debt for the rest of the game.
I'm just going to pay 2 for a red burgeoning from Arsenal. So it gets +1 from its ability, +3 from a heroic, so it's coming in for 10.
Okay. So no matter which way you slice it here, 7. I think I'll keep value here. Let's just block 3 and then sink for 4. Take 3.
Yep. Pass to end phase. Oh, Arsenal. Okay, pass.
Alright, and we're just going to come back with CNC for 6. Tunic up.
It's block 6.
Got it. Embodiment.
Start my turn, Tunic. We'll go Lightning Surge for 4 from Arsenal, so it has to go again.
Lightning Surge for 4. This hand is bad.
Bad.
It's a bad hand.
Toy Mink. Yeah, the Briar is the errated Briar.
Okay. Let's think about this. I know what my best turn is. It ain't this. Let me tell you.
This ain't it.
This ain't it. Let's go 3, take 1.
Okay. Vitamin of Earth gets created.
Yeah.
Revel in Runeblood. No effect. Use the Tunic. Swing the sword for turn 2.
Okay.
Played the Revel so I could swing the sword for an extra 2 damage.
I want to use my Skullhorn. Actually, it doesn't matter. Am I lower health than you?
No.
I'm not.
Yeah, the Skullhorn's back in.
It's in, baby. Pitch to block. Block.
Yeah. Arsenal pass.
That was a stinker of a hand. I gotta tell you. Not seen something that bad in a while.
It do happen.
And I built it. Pitch club for 4. Tunic. We'll switch back to the skull cap soon.
Yeah, sure. Take 4.
That's what you want to hear, right? No damage is free.
There's no scarier words in Runeblade than that. Okay, we're going to play a Tunic counter. I don't think I got one last time. Force of Nature. No fusion. So any attack this round that hits that's attack is greater than its base, I'm going to draw a card. Remember that?
I do remember that, yeah. It's a bad time for you to have that hand because I got some gas over here.
Lightning Surge for 4, currently. So it would not be drawing me anything.
Well, then, smart money says don't block it.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're blocking it for more than 4. Things I could have.
Lightning Press.
Lightning Press. And I could use the boots to instant speed a heroic.
Secret Heroic is my favorite.
That would be Bugatti.
Is that amount heroic in your pocket?
Or you just happy to see me. I'm gonna start using that line specifically. Oh my goodness!
I'm gonna take this hand, man.
I've never heard of that amount heroic in your pocket. It's like please, Pokemon. Here's my
just
mountain.
Please make it not that bad, would you?
It's not that bad. Embodiment of Earth.
Okay. Moves 4.
Yeah. Revel in Runeblade. Great embodiment of lightning.
Do you get the rune chance off of that one?
Yeah, because I played a non-attack.
How about that card, man? That one really came in and did some work, didn't it?
It's got some heat in it. So here's what we're gonna present to you. I'm gonna play E-Strike
for 7,
and we're gonna choose +2. So 4 arcane pop. It's coming in for 7.
Yeah.
It has go again. So if it hits, I'm gonna get to draw a card.
Yeah, this is your arsenal card here.
It has go again, so it could also be my source swing card.
Mm-hmm. Which I suppose it would be, right?
Depends on what it is, I guess.
So what is it? How much are you sending?
4 arcane, 7 physical.
I don't have the 81, right? Nobody runs that into...
No, Briar didn't have enough.
So there's 4. You got that. Okay, you got that much.
Thanks for playing.
It's just it's an awkward number, 7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any like
escapes, outs, free buttons.
All right, let's play. Let's make a weird play then. I refuse. The value is too much.
I understand. That's why I did it.
You got the
Black
things.
6 plus armor.
Can I switch back to the skull cap?
Yeah, sure. That would be cool if you could. Like we saw the Taylor armor they previewed.
That's not terrible.
Which is a cool thing that I can't get for some reason.
Here's one of my favorite weird plays in this one. So let's Blood Rush off the Tunic, hit the 6, draw 2, brute attacks, etc. Okay.
Appreciate that, Darth Buckets. Glad you're finding it amusing. T-minus 1 hour, 28 minutes.
Well, we needed a blue out of those two, and we did not get it.
Sometimes,
which is really
you play the deck.
It's really sad.
Sometimes the deck plays you.
It's so sad how these hands can sometimes, because the math is there, but then in reality they just start punting. It's crazy. So it's 2 cards for 8. I guess it's fine.
Aaron asking how I got go again on Lightning Surge. So I got an embodiment of lightning from Briar because I played Revel in Runeblade, and I'd already played Force of Nature that turn, so it generates the token, and then that gives my next attack go again. What's that?
8 with Intimidate.
Take 8.
You got it.
You're not in this game.
No, it's always in. It's fine. You take it, and then you turn your little scaries on. And
yeah, none of that in here.
Do that whole thing, yeah.
Let's go Force of Nature fused.
I feel like I just want to reshuffle this deck.
Well, we can play again in a second.
There you go.
It's the magic of just being here forever. We'll go Vigor Rush coming in for 5 with go again. If it hits, I draw a card.
Nothing else to do. And you just have go again, yeah. And then you Thorn up. Okay. I'm just kind of at a need blue situation here.
Need some gas in the tank.
I see blues.
Back in college. Well, I got $8.
Not all these reds.
How many portions of gallons will I get?
2 reactions to you.
I'll pass.
I'll sink.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm going to sink this.
Rosetta for 4. 2 and 2.
Yeah. Hmm. 2 and 2, huh? This is also worth 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do with cards in your hand that are worth 2? That's not what we said in Fab Foundations. Cards are worth 3.
It's a blue barraging, Zach. I'm scraping the barrel here. Let's see. You come in with 5. So my other option here is to go in at 10 is still kind of scary for you. Let's do that. I'll take 4.
You got it.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and pitch for Dread. Hope for the best.
You have any blood debt in that discard pile?
Oh yeah, I got the 1 Dread, and you will pull it. The other thing too is though there's enough 6s, non-6s in here too that it's really stressful.
You need to hit a 6? Oh, to get go again.
Yeah, for some dumb reason that is how Shadow Brew works.
Yeah, so there's things I can pull that you do want.
If it were a Runeblade card, I guarantee you it would not have that on it.
How about we don't get a 6?
Yeah.
I want the blood debt cards though. Hey, we got a 6. And it's not blood debt.
That's right. There's plenty in there.
6, no blood debt.
That's right.
Hits.
There's only 1.
6 coming at me.
Impressive.
I'll take 6.
Yeah, 6 would go again, and then we'll pitch and club for 4.
Club Brute.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's block 2. Take 2.
Why? It's like, why does the Skull Cap come in at that moment? Is that interesting?
Well,
you don't expect to be lower than me next turn?
I do not expect to be lower than you for the rest of the game.
That's why.
Tunic.
I'll activate my Tunic.
There it is. There's the logic I was after. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. Let's go Scar for 4 with Go again. Why there?
You got 4 cards.
3 cards, 1 in arsenal.
I got so behind on that missed club. It's so sad. All right, sure. Let's see. Scar for 4. I'm at 17. Your average 5 card is about 15 to 20. So there's a world where I'm okay. All right, let's take 4.
Body maneuver. You know what it is. Gorgonian Tome.
I hope it's bad.
Yeah. Red Embolism.
It's good.
Create the embodiment of lightning. Let's go E-Strike. Choosing draw a card.
So 8 coming at me?
8. It has Go again. Because of the
yeah, I'll take 8.
Yeah. Let's go Lightning Surge from Arsenal for 4 with Go again.
Now we got a block.
Here we are.
And you pitch and sword, right?
Tunic as well.
Yeah, you got the Tunic.
Yeah, so technically this could be like a Rabble for 4 or something.
Bumblebee Tunic.
Gloomveil for 4. Have I mentioned 0 for 4?
Yeah, we'll just have to run this back.
Yeah.
I'll take 4. I'll take 1 there.
Tunic. Swing sword 2 and 2.
Okay. Pitch block 2. And block 2.
Arsenal pass.
Yeah. Back to you.
Anything except...
Hope you can't do 4.
In terms of 5-card hands, that was on the high end. Unless you're comparing it to like a heroic turn.
I'll take that guy out.
Tunic.
How about Tunic on 2?
Oh, it's not. Yeah,
Somebody check that.
Should be on one. What
the heck is this? I forget mine, and you get extras.
How do you think I'm winning?
You're where I'm on 4 health.
Yeah.
Okay. Think about it too hard.
Scar for 4. No go again.
No go again. He's got the creepers.
I mean, there's weird lines here, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure it's very exciting.
Trying to work it out.
Block. Let's block 3. Take 1.
Bottom of the risk. Let's pay 1.
Remember when you could get unlimited numbers of those?
It's crazy. Use the creepers. Revel and Runeblade. No good reason. The Swarming Gloomveil. I've created him 1 aura currently, so it's coming in for 3 with go again.
3 with go again. Okay. Block 3.
Cards now.
2.
Two and 2 with the sword.
Take 2 and then block.
Okay. Arsenal past 2. Creeper stay because I did Arcane.
Yeah. Tunica, pitch, club for 4.
No block.
Tunic pummel for +4.
8.
Take 8. Yeah.
Down to 3.
That's right.
Tunic.
Just plant those Oridas over there, would you?
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. Okay. Let's go Swarming Gloomveil for 3. No go again presently.
Block 3.
Alright. Use the boots. For 1.
That card, man.
It's crazy. Give me another white token.
I don't know why they did it. Just don't understand.
We're going to play Sonata, paying 2 extra, looking at 4 cards.
See, this is the whiff, and then I'm back in. I told you.
Whiff.
I told you. Like Babe Ruth over here. And Babe Ruth, have you missing Sonata?
Yeah, that's right. Swing the sword 2 and 2.
You can still do 2 and 2 on that?
Like I have an action back. Here we go. Just pitching and swinging the sword.
That's sketchy. All right, let's see. Is there any way to win the game? Well, sir. So we can pitch, and then we can come in with 2. Acceptable, I guess. All right, pitch to block 2, and then 2 on the equipment.
All right, Creeper's gone. Arsenal pass.
And then I'm going to swing the club for 4.
1 card in hand.
Mm-hmm. No resources floating. Yeah, Alex, 100%. Yeah, it's Skullcap. Skullhorn's cute, but like, sadly, it's the same generic helmet everybody's using.
Block for 3. Take 1. Got him.
You got it. Arsenal, that guy.
Alright. Bramble Spark. Fusing with the Heroic. Play Heroic.
Okay.
Create a body of lightning. Pay 2 for Command and Conquer. Coming in at 12 with 1 Arcane and go again.
You got me. Fine. funny enough, sinking Arsenal on that is so stupid. The one time.
Let's try it again. Do be like that sometimes.
Man, anything else is fine. See, that's where, like, if you factor in the 5 club damage up front, how much better that game gets for me, it's insane.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, you probably feel this way with Briar, though. It's like, why is this deck so finicky?
Yeah.
Like, it's not, the ratios and stuff are totally reasonable. It's like 22 blues. You have like 28 attacks or something. Maybe 30 some odd. That's weird. But it's like, it's one of those things that it just has to line up nicely. But it's like it's also so surprising how not behind it is.
Yeah, I mean...
Sometimes.
I think one of the most clever realities of the FAB design is, I mean, there's the blowout turns that happen. Like, sometimes Vista just does 30 damage and there's nothing new about it. Mm-hmm. Briar can do the same thing. Like, just have blowout moments. But most of the time, as long as your hand is worth 12, offense or defense, it's so hard to win by more than, like, 5 to 10 damage.
Yeah.
And, like, there, like, the turn you swung a hammer and had a tunic and then one floating, I knew you could pummel.
Yeah.
And I had a really good hand, and so it's like, you're not going to kill me yet. Yeah. So I'm not... But, like, that's always the tension at the end, no matter what the score is. You can not block and let them do damage to try to kill them, but every turn you don't. Like, I took damage and I had this Sonata play, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I missed.
It can whiffer.
And so it creates that drama of a game.
It can whifferton.
Yeah. All right, how about you go first this time?
Sure.
I won't just start with a heroic. Well, I might.
Yeah, that was pretty solid.
Yeah. My follow-up to it was actually pretty weak, though. Like the following turn,
Oof. Okay. I mean, at a certain point, you got to take chances, yeah? There's nothing I love more than in both of these games having these first turn Dread Screamers. It's like, that's exactly what I'm looking for. A card I just can't play. Yeah, kind of. You kind of can. Club here.
T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes.
Boom. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Okay. Uh-huh.
All right, here's what I want to know, chat. If you're out there, I know you're listening. FAB 2.0. One comment. Define what you expect to see at 6 p.m. Central Time. Let's get some hot takes
Club
here
coming
at 4:48 on the dot. Hot take time.
At the club.
Coming in for 4.
Yeah.
Let's block 3.
Okay. I'm gonna pitch and pummel.
Okay. Take
7. Yeah. And then Arsenal there.
And let's discard a card. Keep you. Bigger rush out.
Oops.
It's a pretty good little opener.
Yeah, attack reaction is always good in the opener, aren't they? Pokemon collab. Can you imagine?
People are... I didn't necessarily mean also like one word, but like give your entire take in the comment, you know what I mean? All right, here we go. Let's go Red Bramble Spark Fusing.
Okay.
Easy peasy. Let's go Scar for 1 Arcane, 7 Physical. Alex saying, no more unlimited. Revamping of the distribution model. More reasonable. Maybe a change to the Living Legend and something regarding how OP is treated. Not bad. Caleb says, 1 hero per set, or 1 hero set, 2 supplemental sets, allows heroes to rotate. History reprints of inaccessible cards for new players, battle box for new players. So.
2 cards in hand?
2 cards in hand. Ani saying, changing how cold foils work. No more unlimited. History packs replace it after a block or 2 with white border reprints only.
I'm going to block for 2. What were we doing? 7?
One arcane, 7 physical.
Okay. So I'll take 6.
Okay. Create some bottom maneuver. We will create a rune chant with my gloves and use the floating resource to swing the sword. So 1, 2, 2.
I'll take 5.
Arsenal pass. He likes the style.
Let's go puppetry.
Lewis saying new languages for cards. I do think that is going to happen.
Pitch to play a Savage Feast. It's going to discard a Beast Within. I'm going to take a damage. This is the classic. Take a damage.
Oh, Beast Within.
Yeah, here's the swing big, comes to hand.
What's swing big? 2 for 8?
It's the 2 for 8, yeah.
I had I'm a non-player, but recently chatting with some FAB players. Where does the Runeblade dislike come from in the meta? I'll let Steven answer that.
Runeblade has a lot of incredible tools to even out their variants. They have access to basically the full suite of things that you might want to do in Flesh and Blood. They have easy access to Go Again. They have the ability to OTK. They have discard on hit effects. They have destroy aura effects. They have a lot of good general hit effects. They have reduction from their offense generation, which is Ruin Chance, at least Vista's primarily. They have a Sonata combo with Skeleta that is game-breaking to the meta right now. There's no deck that can be faster than Vist right now. There's a lot of good reasons.
It's also, they've had 3 different heroes across 3 different sets.
Yeah.
So they, outside of Elemental Guardian, have, and Elemental Guardian is close to the same amount of support. Mm-hmm. Like start of the show, because you have 2 Guardian sets, but then you also got all the Elemental cards. So they have the most options. The most things to do, and also the split damage is also really powerful. I think that gets undervalued.
I go actually to 3 because I draw that first card. That's right. Beast Within. Which one do I resolve first? If you discard it, is it Savage Feast or Beast Within first? I can never remember. I think you draw from Savage Feast first. Do you order them however you want? So this, if Beast Within is discarded, you draw a card. If Beast Within goes to your graveyard, you banish cards until you get a 6. I can never remember how those stack.
How does Beast Within read?
If this card is put into your graveyard, discard cards until you hit a banish cards until you hit
so I think the discard effect would resolve all the way before you come back to the fact that you would draw from.
Okay.
This.
So then this goes here, and then I draw this card.
Wyatt saying, yeah, Beast Within resolves first.
Okay, thank you. So 7 coming out. If it hits, I can banish the top card.
Giggity, giggity. Let me see what I'm doing here.
Yeah, that makes sense, though. That makes total sense. I can follow that.
Doesn't much matter. All right, I'll take 7.
Okay. And then we'll look and potentially banish. Keep that up there. And then we'll go CNC for 6. Greedy play here, by the way, is Scabs, Black CNC, 6. Pitch Club. Yeah.
Black 6.
Okay. And then I'll Arsenal pass.
I don't know, this is the needs to be greedy moment.
Yeah, right?
That's why
I don't feel that either.
Let's create a rune chant. And snatch. 1 arcane, 4 physical. Lewis asking if we can explain mask and momentum. If the third attack is blocked, does it mean 3 in a row is restarted? That's correct. So 3 attacks in a row on the chain or in the turn have to hit. Which hit means do damage from the yellow, like pull snatch up. The yellow 4 in the bottom left corner that has to be the thing doing the damage.
Okay, we got 1 coming in, and then we got a snatch, and you've got 1 card in hand, and 1 floating, and you have not used creepers. Okay. We'll let the 1 rune chant hit.
No creeps.
And then I think I'm going to get greedy. I'm going to go 4 here.
Okay. Arsenal pass.
All right, I need to see really how much I'm willing to push this.
Lewis says, thank you. We've been having that argument with a friend. Happy to help. One thing I would say is if you want access to a bunch of great people who can answer these questions all the time, check out our Discord channel. Phenomenal community. A lot of people in there very savvy with the rules and very helpful. You can basically go in there, I would assume, almost 24/7. Ask a question. I'm sure you'll get an answer.
Oh, it's time to be greedy, man. I refuse to not give in to it.
Yes. I mean, why are we here if we're not scabbing?
Let's ride the roller coaster, man.
Here comes a natty 6. 2 is something. How greedy is he?
Not terribly greedy. Okay, so then we go here. That.
Just mildly greedy.
Yeah, 2 there is just so strong. That is the brute problem, ultimately, is you have to make the bet before you know the result.
Yeah.
But here we are. Yeah. All right, so we got an Awakening Bellow. We had an out if the greed didn't go our way, so that's an acceptable outcome.
1 banish.
Yeah. We've got a Swing Big for 9.
Uh-huh.
If you block it, you get a Quicken token.
If I don't take damage.
That's right. If it doesn't hit, rather, yeah.
No block.
Okay, so we got a Pummel coming in with a Tunic and a red.
So you're doing 12?
Yeah, 12 with a discard. Yeah.
8. 12. It's really good. Discard a Ravenous Rebel.
Yeah, let me tell you, though. Club on top of that, it's looking real good.
Eon asking, those plastic cases with the legendaries are cool. Anyone know where I can find them online? These are the Ultra Pro Mini Snaps.
Boom!
One thing I will tell you about, though, is that the plastic naturally has a little bit of a curve. I'm trying to show that on camera. The cards in the cases have enough room that it doesn't seem like it's bending them, but, you know, if that's something you're super nervous about, just buyer beware. Tunic up. Mine?
Yeah.
Let's channel my heroic.
Uh-oh. Gotta bring it.
Gloomveil coming in for 6 with Go Again. I have played an Aura, which is Mount Heroic.
6 with Go Again, 1 in the arsenal, no money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Your Pummel got rid of a Rabble, which would just be on top of this.
Wouldn't.
Sure where.
Didn't mind. Yeah, that's a ton of.
It's a ton.
That's the disable element of this. I'll take 2 and then I'll sink. Not in that order.
So you're gonna sink and then take 2.
Yeah.
That's a great embodiment of Earth.
Let me figure out which one to sink here, though.
It's going down.
I'm going down in the Mega Man.
Something about a Sugarwood.
Sugar, we're going down.
Okay, I'll use a Tunic resource, swing the sword for 2 and 2. And you took 2 from that?
I did, yeah. Let's take 4. I think I like where this is at.
Eon saying, that was a good attempt at my name. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take 4 there.
All right. End of the turn, Heroic stays?
Yeah. let's pitch this here blue.
Don't
rather
that instant speed.
Thank you, instant tunic. But the numbers, I'm lost in the numbers. Blood Rush. We're gonna discard the 6 Wrecker Romp. 2 coming up. It's just so, you know, I'm just struck by how many ways Brute can go wrong.
Oh man, I hate it for you. I really truly do.
It's something else, man. Okay. Well,
AJ says I'm driving home, but I'm still going to listen in. Pretty great.
Awesome.
Happy to have you here, AJ.
Really wanted an attack there, to be honest with you. All right, we need more attacks.
All right, problem identified. We can fix this.
Well, neither of these 2 cards you would ever swap out, though. So this can always happen.
Perhaps we cannot fix it.
we can't fix this particular moment, no.
Have you considered playing Gorganian Tome?
It's like Brute needs like a valve that can just punt money.
Yeah,
like your gloves.
That's one of the underground realities of Runeblade.
Just always generate value.
Cards,
yeah.
Gruder pointing out a critical thing. 59 minutes. Everyone, 59 minutes. Prepare your buckets.
All right, we'll just do a club for 7.
I mean, you know, it's getting scary in here.
Thanks.
I'll block 4 with this equipment.
You got it.
Take 3.
And that goes to the arse.
You're like, you know, ahead-ish.
I mean, I am aware of the score.
You can be ahead.
I'm not ahead.
Feel ahead
on the Mount Heroic turn. It's like you have to. God, there's so many things that have to go right, and you're not even playing with Blood Debt. It's crazy.
All right, let's go. Blue Whisper the Oracle.
Yeah. Opt. Opting.
Let's put...
It's the new normal.
1 on top, 1 on bottom. So I guess the right one.
Oh, you think you're going to draw that?
Absolutely. We'll go Nimblism. Creates an embodiment of lightning.
This is the only Runeblade doesn't have Go Again on top. It's interesting.
Yep, that's why he runs all those Maruvians. Let's go E-Strike. Big choice here, big choice. Yeah, let's put this on bottom. Is that right?
You know what you're grabbing, yeah?
I do. I'm going to choose draw a card.
Yeah.
It's coming in at +3 from Nimblism, +3 from Mount Heroic, so it's 11 damage with Go Again.
11 damage, Go Again. No hit effect.
No hit effect.
And we know whatever it is that you just drew, you were very happy with.
I chose out of the top 2 cards in my deck.
Yeah. And if I take 11, the scar's off. And I'm going to get another chance to use these cards. And my hat's on. Not that that particularly matters. And you haven't pitched for Heroic. So this is kind of a survive turn. I'm going to take 11.
Okay.
You get your embodiment. You've earned it.
Yeah. We're going to pay 2, create a rune chant. Swing the sword. 2 and 2. And 1 rune chant.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Just a 1-2-2.
1, 2, 2.
gotta take that. Yeah.
Arsenal.
Is the heroic seen out?
No, it's gone.
Okay.
I wish it was. It'd be pretty sweet.
Tunic up. Alright, let's shadow. Blue CNC with go again. 1 floats. 7 CNC coming at you. Is this FAB 2.0? Meme of that butterfly or whatever?
No block.
Okay. Take 7?
Yep.
You're like bracing for pummel.
I was waiting. You nuked a scar for a scar.
Alright. Pay 1 for a blood rush. Discard, smash.
2 0 resource cards. Luke is a Steven with a V. Steven.
Pitch, club 5. 7, rather. Blood rush.
7's a very different number.
Mm-hmm.
1 card in hand.
Yeah.
7.
Oscar, yeah, I'd love to see that. I would love to see that sketch. It'd be sick.
We're gonna block 2.
Okay.
Take 5.
This boy loves that reckless swing.
Let's go.
He loves it. Just gotta wait now.
All right. Let's go Sonata.
Sure. What are you paying for that?
Just normal.
Okay.
Hits for 1. Grab and snatch. 1 arcane.
Take 1. Nicholas, you could run guard in the shadow round. There's just really no reason. It's 2 for 6 out of hand. 2 cards for 6. Against Starvo or any dominate heroes, that would make sense, but Briar doesn't dominate, so it doesn't much matter.
Mana
Okay.
What I meant. Snatch for 7.
Okay. You got 1 card in hand?
Yeah.
You got a sword swing.
Either sword swing or 0 for 7.
Yeah. Good question.
Yep. So.
Okay. So this gets actually interesting. I'm curious what my best odds are here, actually. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're pretty good. I think that's worth doing. I'll declare no. Let's see. 4, 5, 6. Let's declare no blocks on that.
Okay.
And then react with a sync below. And then react with a sync below.
Yep. All right, 2 cards in hand. There's something funny.
Just 3 shots at a reckless swing kill, but
He's digging.
Didn't see the 6.
Lightning Surge for 7, no go.
Seven. It's just going to be 3, 4, 5.
Take 2.
Take 2, I think. Yeah.
Embodiment of Earth.
Yeah.
Heroic Stays.
Yeah. I think that's the best. And I will just pass back to you.
All right. Ravenous Travel. If there's a blue, coming in for 5 with Guardian.
Do you have weird outs around this? I can't remember.
Your D-React?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Drew says, well, technically, okay. So I played an attack. I could Spellbound Creepers.
Yeah, I remember you can do something weird.
So, like, hypothetically, because you have, it doesn't really matter, though, because I could instant in a Sonata, pay extra, and do 2 Arcane to you.
Yeah.
And you don't have an out.
Yeah.
If I hit, and I have a Sonata in hand. Drew says, I've been following you guys for a month now and just switched to a daytime job, so I finally get to watch you live. Wanted to say that we're the coolest. Got him in a FAB. Well, hey, Drew, welcome. Thank you.
It's just so interesting on this, right? This is like the brute is trying to railroad you every direction. I had this last turn, and I had 3 shots. I didn't draw a 6 in hand.
Because you can still miss on Reckless, eh?
Sink, try a 6, sink, try a 6. So there were no 6s in that hand.
And then Beast could also just kill
If you Beast here, you die. So you have to block here first, and then you also have to block here, and then you Reckless Swing, and you discard this, and then if you hit Sonata, I die. So that's why we hate Runeblades. Just so you know the answer. Okay, so you won't hit Sonata, right? Do your dance, it's the Space Jam, all right. But if you don't know that I have those things, I think I probably just cover this up for 6 and keep going.
Pass. Take 1? Or are you going to do it? Reaction.
That's 7 coming in. 3 because of the blue, plus 3 is 6, yeah? So that's only 6.
Oh, I come for 5, sorry.
5? Oh, yeah, it's 2. Yeah, 2 plus 3. So I don't know, like, I feel like if I block this, maybe you think I don't have the Reckless Swing. And then you Sonata, and then if you do hit, I still don't even have AB. I don't have AB. So yeah, you may as well just Reckless Swing here.
Yeah. And I did that all wrong.
Great. Good.
What I should have done is play Command and Conquer for 9. And then you have to block out with everything else.
Block 9, hold the swing.
Yeah, then I can boots in a non-attack to get going and swing the sword.
Yeah, and you gotta...
Which then you don't have a 6 to discard.
Yeah, well, the sword, yeah, you die anyway before, because you gotta block the 2 before the...
Yeah.
Sword.
Yeah. That's good though. Look, you got there.
I mean, it kind of. Let me make some swaps here too.
Yeah.
These Beasts Withins are just not it.
I also think one thing I'm testing, and this is always the first test for me with the Briar deck. I haven't really tested the Levia very much, as you can imagine.
Well, this is just a standard brute deck, right? It's not even really Levia.
But you just swing and see if you can get there. One of my favorite things about Briar, she can actually slow down and block.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
You play a game like that. Okay, so we're gonna go a little bit different here. Let's take our lessons learned. We're actually gonna play a bit more tempo-y.
45 minutes.
45 minutes, that's enough for another one. We can't even talk about beating Vis today, because who knows if Vis is around.
I mean, he'll be around in some incarnation. But we've seen Vis a lot. I played him into you in the Dark Horse stuff. So we'll see how much time we have.
Yeah.
These games are going quick.
Plywood, yeah, results were in your thinking, right? So Goliath Gauntlet in that particular game, maybe, would have been better. But I also wouldn't have been able to risk rolling to potentially get 5 damage early in the game when I hit a 2. So you just, sometimes the scabs aren't going to be with you and sometimes they are. And Gamblers allows you to actually take that bet. And I would have been in a great spot both of these games if scabs had hit the 50%. So you just have to...
Super fun for us. Do you think the Sonata Skeleton combo will be errated? Possibly. I like the Skeleton only applying to printed cost, not X values.
Yeah.
Big fan of that.
I think that's where it's at, man. Okay, Savage is fine. Let's go, Barraging's here. I just need a few more on the attack side. Okay. And so we're bringing those Smash Instincts back in. And we'll play. You want to play it one more time?
Yep. Let's do it. You can go first again.
You want to go to the rubber match?
You got to. That's where we're at.
Just disagree with you, Thomas. Played this match, or these matches, a bajillion times. I don't think you have a shot without Gamblers. Now, you can run it without Gamblers and just take the Scab's risk, but then you just like completely lose the game if you roll a 1.
Tim says, yeah, let's get infinite scaling.
I'm with you, Tim. Hey, when we agree on something, you know it's real.
Something's really happening.
You know it's a real deal. Okay. My goal is to hit 1 Scabs roll today.
I believe. That's what, I mean, you got to get 10, 20 games in before
you have those. Because we've had a number of games where it's like, oh my gosh, rolled 3 double action turns, and that's, you know, how you win.
There was also that, like, first time you ever played KO against me.
Yeah.
And you were just
it was so good.
6, 6, 6, 6, just craziness.
It was crazy, yeah.
That was back when we were playing Blitz. It's like you did 20 damage on turn 1. Okay.
Brent, I'm with you on the weird thing, though, about Scabs is that, like, there are some brute hands that they don't matter at all. So it's not kind of a YOLO Scabs, and because, like, sometimes you have a 4-card hand and Scabs means you play 12 damage, 2 6-cost attacks, and it's like, well, that's not worth it. Why would you ever do that? So it's you got to dial it in a very special way. Is this FAB 2.0? Levia versus Briar? Metagame on fire?
We can only hope. It even rhymes. It's pretty dope. All right. Taking off the gambler's gloves.
The rubber match is here.
Oh, you're like, what's your weird out here? It's like,
I know you have something
actually,
weird.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. Sure. You always do. This is acceptable. You gotta end with that arsenal, don't you? Let's pitch club for 4.
Club Brute. Boss 3.
Looks familiar.
Take 5. No, take 4.
Yeah, total of 7 coming in. Just that free first turn damage. Mason of Gamblers does not have armor because LSS hates me. In particular.
Just directly. Hate Steven.
Especially, you know, it's like Azalea, Levia. Or maybe I hate myself.
Deep. Shout out my heart.
Hey, man, you've been good at finding those this time around.
You know, I built to hit.
I gotta tell you.
I built to hit them.
It's a little questionable.
Genuinely, I just built to hit. My favorite line. Scar for 7 will go in. Let's go.
I built to hit.
Yeah. You know, put 3 in the deck, and what else can you ask for? And a Gorganian Tome to boot, man. I'm digging for it. I do run a Tome of Harvest specifically for filtering, just to dig, because you gotta find them. Z Master's Deep Introspection.
How many cards you got?
Uno.
You're not going to swing with that. You're going to arsenal that. We all know it. You're not fooling anybody, man.
Lebowski knows it.
You're not fooling anybody. Block 6, take 1.
Create an embodiment.
You can have your embodiment.
Yeah. Who blocks anyway?
Remember when that used to be a thing you could get infinite amounts of?
Infinitely scalable, yeah. Just every time we hit, just keep loading them up. We're going to create a rune chant, swing the sword.
Okay, let's go.
It's not, Blue Autumn's Touch is not an arsenal card. Let me just clear that. Nor is Tome of Harvest, honestly. So here we are.
Well, that's kind of a weird one, man. Okay, they didn't play out as I expected.
Yeah, you got that Command and Conquer in hand still, eh?
I do. I'm not going to launch it now, though.
I know. It's just a waste of time and space. I'll take 6 all day long.
Is that a 2/2 there?
A 1/2/2. Yeah.
Yeah, 1/2/2.
Attack, not attack.
All right. Yeah, I'll take 3 and then block.
Kick the arcane. Yeah. Okay. End of turn. Heroic Stays. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. That was an interesting little situation. Let's see, what could we do here? We could send that. Send it! We could do our tunic. We could send club for 4. We could send that for, it's only a 2. Yeah, club for 4.
Okay.
That's right, Nicholas. Zach pitch stack that Channel Mount Heroic to the top.
Genius. 2, 1.
If you block a club on a Mount Heroic turn, I'm going to vomit.
I'm not. I'm going to take 4.
Okay, yeah, right. Let's get that over with, please.
I was just doing the math on my turn.
Oh, wait. Let me do the math on my turn.
I'm going to vomit. Dear Darla. Tunic. I guess that is what it is, though. It's a great rune chant.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go Gloomveil. Coming in for 6. 1 arcane pops, and it has Gogan.
You just get all the cards that have go again naturally? Is that the...
I mean, I had to create a rune to make that happen.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
Basically, if you ignore this, you know, I paid... It's not good value.
It seems horrible.
Lewis says, how do you get the errated version of Briar? You don't yet. You just know what it does. This is not technically the new version, but it's what we play.
I got some ideas here.
At least you got something.
Scabs, huh? Really? Are we playing scabs? That's what I gotta ask, you know? I gotta ask, are we playing scabs? Let's see, we got 1 arcane. We don't have any arcane barrier to speak of, so that one we can go ahead
to take it to the teeth.
I'll take that one.
Now it's safe to use boots.
And now it's a 3. So we've got a 3 happening with go
6.
again. It's a 6, because that is
because this Gloomveil is coming from the mountains.
That's
you know?
right.
It's like
right
from the top
off
row.
the top. No hit effect, though.
Just damage.
Did, yeah. Come on. Briar damage, you take.
Technically, I get this.
Yeah, but you're not going to block anyway.
Now this next one will have a hit. Right, let's go CNC for 9.
As it always does, right?
CNC for 9.
CNC for 9, oh mate. What's 9 anyway?
What makes a man, Lebowski?
Well, you're going to get that. You did it. Congrats on that one.
3 cards from hand is not ideal, I assume.
11. Yeah, I'm going to block 3, take 6.
Okay. I blowed up your arsenal.
You got it. It was a yellow smash instinct. Kind of right down the middle. That one.
Heroic goes away. Over to you.
Alright, Tunica, let's go. Shadow Puppetry, Red Pack Hunt, 1 floating. With go again, 7 coming at you. If it hits, you get Intimidate as well. And if it hits, I get to banish a card. Maybe.
No block. Take 7.
All right. And then we will tune it, club for 4. I'll leave that out there so you can think about it.
Take 4.
You got it.
Call me in the morning.
We're slapping back.
Mine?
Yeah.
Tunic up. Let's go Force of Nature. Fused.
Your cards are so good.
Let's go Vigor Rush with Tunic. Coming in for 5 with Gogan.
Why are they all so good?
Why are you the way that you are? I don't know, man.
They're just so good.
You won the last game. They're not that good.
Oh, man, but they're good. They present all these problems. I'm just throwing damage at you. All right, 5, and then you get a card, so I can't let it happen.
I would not recommend it.
That's the idea there.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have enough game left for this Tunic to matter. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that truly crazy?
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at Iron Weave, so it's a blocks for 1. I can produce 2 resources.
Yeah, I got the one that does the -2 attack too.
Right.
I mean, it's Pummel. You're kind of supposed to not play that way, but here we are. Okay, why not? Why not do a 3 and then a? Am I last? You're last. Yeah. 4, 5.
It's like the Spider-Man.
I've been tracking it the whole time, of course.
Oh, of course. I had no doubts about that. Let's swing a sword for turn 2.
Now that we can accept.
Isn't this probably great?
You're at 21? Yeah, it does look good.
Yeah, 21. It's a fair ball game.
Tunic's alright, we take it.
Yeah. Arsenal pass. Just don't see and see me, you know? Be a friend.
I'm gonna try not to. I would love to, though.
Yeah, I know.
Tunic. Let's see. All right, here come the Scabos.
Woo-wee.
Wish I'd known that ahead of time. Let's pitch club for 2.
4?
Yeah, for 2 money.
Yeah. Oh, no block.
Okay, you're good. Then we'll pitch swing big for 8.
Get a quicken if it doesn't get damage. Block for 9.
You got it. You got that quicken, though.
Actually, hold on. I'm not going to block for 9. I'm going to block for stuff with armor. Hold on.
I'm sorry, it's already done.
Yeah, no.
Don't you wish? I just wish Scabs had said.
Am I lower than you? I am. Yeah, let's do this. 8 here.
4 to 6, 2 actions. 2 to 3, 1 action. Roll a 1, 1 action, lose a health.
Yeah,
maybe
like
2 health or something, you know?
Something negative.
Or discard a card.
You get any quicken tokens later on? It's okay.
You gonna use it right away? There you go.
Snatch for 4. Let's go again.
Oh, come on. Use that quicken token like a bauble.
Briar likes quicken. Norian's hand. I love that bird in any deck that runs it makes me happy. Zentrixter, rolling 6s. We like the style.
They don't matter. They never matter in Brute. They never have mattered.
Yeah.
So sad. It's like, what are you really going to wait and like not block so that maybe you get 3 actions? Now, if I had known I had 3 actions that last turn, it would have been swing big, club, which is great.
But you don't know that.
But you don't know that.
Yeah. Red Ravenous, revealing a blue, coming in for 2 damage.
Dig it.
Great embodiment. Arsenal pass.
Still get a hit effect though, right?
Built-in hit effects. Who would have thunk?
CNC. Taskmaster Sand and Blood Debt Levia 6 is 24 damage. But in Blood Debt Levia, you never roll a 6 because you're dead.
Got him.
I mean, I used to have those. You remember those high flying, like Grab and Growl, Hexagore turns?
Yeah.
Those were fun.
What makes a man, Lebowski? I think I just do that. Yeah, sure. Black 6.
You got it. Liked the arsenal.
Tunic. Let's go E-Strike with go again. 5 coming at you.
E-Strike, choose and go again. 5. 2 cards left. Budman City.
T-minus 29 minutes. We're so close. It's going to be a revolution. I'm excited to see it. Embodiment of Earth. Scar for 4. No go again.
No go again. Okay. Oh, how risky can we be? How risky do we want to be? How risky do we want to be? How risky are we? Oh, this is the greed. This is the greed.
Aaron says, you guys sound so numbed out after 4.5 hours.
This is the greed. Ah!
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting in the zone. Like, when we're testing, you just start getting your head down and rolling. I'm saving my energy up for 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock on the dot.
I'm going to pull a Hulk Hogan, rip the shirt open.
Okay. Come on. The odds are good.
Aaron says, I wonder if the guy doing the card images is as intrigued as you guys. Hi, Bryce.
Pour one out for Bryce.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, man. I hate this. I absolutely hate this choice. But this is why I play the game, because I love the choice secretly. But I hate it. But if this bites me...
Like if you roll 1?
No. I'm going straight into FAB 2.0 with nothing but angst. Anger.
That'll be a good balance.
I could so not
take one.
Take one.
Arsenal pass.
I could so not be greedy here, Zach, and I'm gonna be so greedy. Why do I do this? Why am I like this? I don't understand. Because I have the brute spirit. I have the brute heart. Blood Rush.
We like it.
I'm gonna discard this red Smash Instinct, which we could have just played.
It's not that crazy.
Well, it was ultimately the wrong thing to do. Just for the record. So we can, if we ever are asking ourselves if it was the wrong thing to do, it was definitely the wrong thing to do.
Did you not get an attack that you can play?
Not in the way that you really want to, no. But I did get a barraging beatdown.
Just can't
intimidate into a club 5. +2 for Blood Rush, so 7. If you don't block with 2, it is 11.
What makes it 5?
It discards 6 on the turn.
5. Okay, 11.
11 if you don't block with 2. That's right. 2 cards from hand. So that's not terrible. And this isn't going to matter, so that's exciting. Or maybe it will. I suppose we'll see.
How many does your D-Rack do?
2.
Okay. Block for 1. Take 10.
We got a pummel.
There it is.
Oh, hello. +4.
Yeah, so
8,
15.
7.
-1. 14.
That's right.
10. 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down to 3.
That's right.
Convenient number. I was doing the math. It's like, well, if he has the 2 this turn, I'd rather not just die to it. You know?
I don't think that's wrong. I think you're still just fine. But man,
Let's see.
There was a moment.
You're at 11. I have to get it done here. Lightning strikes for 4 to go.
There was a moment. And then I think I'm probably scabbing. What are you doing, 4?
Yep.
I haven't even used my skull cap.
It's going to be a very tight window to use it in a minute.
Wrong. All right, 3, take 1.
Straight in bottom.
Yeah.
Gorgon into him.
Hope it's bad.
Sonata. Pay 2.
Let's see a fat Whifferton here.
Embodiment of lightning.
Come on now.
Non-attack. Non-attack.
Come on, give me another one.
Attack.
Ah.
Attack.
Okay, that's fine.
2 arcane.
Got it. Boots are good.
Loose leaf tea. Just tuning in. What's the record? This match 1-1.
So what I could do, basically what the Blood Rush ended up being okay. What I could have done is Smash Instinct Pummel. So it's 11 with the Force Discard. Now if the Blood Rush comes up, I have 2 floating. If it comes up a 2-cost attack and like a blue or something, then it's the same math, but it's +2 attack to both club and the other.
The other end.
So, you know, there's a lot of ways to really like make it
work,
but I didn't.
E-strike. I'll choose draw a card. How's going in from the embodiment of lightning?
5?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yep.
Getting to it now, aren't we?
Woo.
It's an unfortunate moment for Shadow Puppetry. Take 3.
Let's go Gloom Veil. I've created 2 auras, so it's coming in for 4 with Go Again.
The person that asks why I hate Runeblade is because they always have to read their cards to me. Because they're always doing so much interesting stuff. My cards are like, it's 8 attack, it's 8 damage.
Yeah, is that 8, you see?
It's 6 damage.
No, it's 8, and if you don't take damage, you get a bonus Quicken token.
4?
Just 4.
Well, we're not winning this game. That's a bummer. Let's Tunic up there. And you got Burgeoning coming or something. Yeah, you got a million ways. Horrible. I'll wait until I see it. I'll wait until you prove it, right? So, block 3.
Take 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's pay 2. Create a Runechant.
A Runechant.
Swing the sword. 1 arcane, 2 arcane, 2 physical.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any way. Yeah, there is. 1 arcane.
Kevin saying, I'm so excited for the official Commoner guidelines. You see that in the format section?
Yeah.
I think Commoner is, if I'm going to play a non-CC standard, that's where I want to be.
Okay, so then, and you got 1 in the R's there. Well, that kind of presents is Creeper's Blade break? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It pops when
Thank
it bars.
goodness.
Yeah.
This doesn't have.
Let's not get crazy.
1 arcane, 2 arcane, 2 blade break. I gotta swing that club. So we don't like it, but we're gonna Tunic for the 1.
Okay.
Arcane. We're gonna take 2, and then we're gonna Skull Cup 2.
Okay. Arsenal pass.
And then I'm gonna pitch and club for 4.
Club Brute.
Give you a chance to lose here. It's the return of the Brook shot. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot.
Let's
Oh, right. Yeah, hold on. I don't have no run. So I'll just take one more.
Okay.
And then you need to do 2 instances of arcane to probably end it.
Lock it.
End it.
Finish it. Finish it. See if we can top rope it from the beginning. Sonata, pay 2.
You're having to take a lot of risk over there. Mm-hmm. You're practically a brute.
He's missing.
That's right.
Totally fair card.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
I did that totally wrong, by the way.
And just
Whisper. I could have opted before I did that. I knew. It's okay.
As I said, you got to give you a chance to lose, you know?
That's right. Then we'll lightning surge for 4 with Go-Go.
Are you going to swing the sword?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the next step of this chain. I was like, oh, I'll opt and I'll play Sonata. And I was like, I'll just play Sonata and see what happens.
Here comes the sink below.
Hold on, we gotta opt. Put those on bottom.
All
right. Swing a sword 2 and 2.
Yeah. Two and 2. So my Skull Cappy is gonna AB 3.
Yep.
And then
Alex saying he was on that old 2-hat build. 2 hats, 1 step this time.
Okay, so 2 and 2. So this actually is kind of interesting. Need to find 1 armor somewhere because I kind of need that money. Well, we're just gonna block. And then, yeah, so close to greatness there, yeah.
Over to you.
All right, Tunic and Pitch, Club for 4.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. It could have gone better.
Oh, and I had to, yeah, no. Wait, I had the cap, yeah. No, but that was only 1 block on the 2, yeah. Okay. I was like, I needed 1 more health, and I'd be okay. Beep, boom, beep, 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 boom, jump on it. Francisco, senior class prom, jump on it. FAB 2.0 in T-minus 18 minutes. What's it gonna say? What if it's going, what if they're changing the rules?
5.
Well, that's a relief.
Yeah.
Over to you.
It's not ideal. Create a rune chant, swing the sword.
That's just a 1.
1 and 2, yeah.
That has to be blocked.
Yeah, you got it.
I see.
You now understand.
Well, we will block it. And then we'll block other things.
2-card hand.
Yeah.
That was that potatoes non-attack stack.
Yeah. Potato non-attack stacky.
It's like this 4 non-attack set on Sonata.
Non-attack a stacka. Alright, well. We've got options. I guarantee you I'm going to miss on this because it's the only way that this possibly could go. Alright, pitch for the chant. And then here.
You have to pay 3.
What? Oh, right. Okay. Thank you for holding me to that.
Then you block with the equipment.
Yes.
That's the best. Your Tunic's dead, I think.
Yes, it is. Make sure this is right here. Yeah. Tunic's dead. Okay, so we've got gamblers. This is a mess over here for Levia. So, you know what? I think the 1 in 36 is a better shot here.
1 in 36?
Here comes Scabos.
2 actions.
Don't even need it. Here comes Scabby. There's no clever way to do this, yeah. So we prevent the blood debt. Okay. Smash the big tree. This is gone. First action. 1 floating. Taskmaster didn't have the he didn't have the rune chance on the Rosetta. He didn't play an on attack.
Block 6.
Okay, and then I will pitch club 4.
Yeah.
That's why. So my thinking is Dread cannot hit a 6 attack, wouldn't get go again. Also has the potential to bury a blood debt card. So I rather wanted to risk the Scabs a 1 twice, losing me that game, instead of the Dread Screamer, which I thought.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We haven't learned how to beat Runeblade, but...
I'm going to block 4.
All right. I would catch you on 4. Ooh. We got a fresh 4-card hand to be bad with. Brute special.
I'm going to use Tunic to swing the sword for 2.
Reasonable. Okay. You're at 3. Sword for 2. Dude, you boy's gonna risk it.
You got to.
We're here.
You got to finish me.
Yeah.
1 down turn, you're just done.
Yeah.
My, yeah.
The pummel discard heard around the world.
Over to you.
If I had the blues, I could play it. But I can't play the bull. Brushing beat down intimidate, if you would, please. Oh, wait, hold on. I can't do it like that. It's going to do the opposite. Oh, right. Not the pummel. We've got to drop the barraging.
Okay.
And save some money. All right, so then we pitch, 1 floats, we blood rush, we discard the smash instinct, draw 2. I have such bad luck. I can't play Brute. Gotta sink below Dread Screamer. It's like, it's so devastating that it is painful.
I mean,
in fact.
Swing the hammer for 7, Arsenal the sink below?
Yeah.
Pretty
or the Screamer, just so you have something to play. Because I'm more, really the problem is your arcane damage at this point. Blues are off there. I think I'll choose the Screamer because it's actually got potential. Yeah, club for 7.
Block 7.
You got it. But we are seeing what happens when Briar has to block. It's not as good.
It's not. It really isn't, though.
It's just not as good.
Tunic. Now, there's a lot of plays I could have risked going down to 1 and hope you don't draw your reaction. But I'm refusing to just lose that game.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Let's go Bramble Spark from Arsenal. No fusion. Lightning Search from hand, so 1 arcane, 4 physical.
Okay. Now, if you go down to 1, you turn off my AB, right?
Yeah, but then if I swing at you, you can just kill me.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
You say there's 4?
1 arcane, 4 physical.
So we gotta pitch the blue to the arcane. Gotta use that on the blood rush there. And then we go
T-minus 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
6, and then I swing back. I gotta swing back 6 and potentially kill myself. The Levia, it's really, we call that the Levia way.
Yeah, the Levia effect. Takes yourself right out of the game.
And so what I've got to work on is like if I just throw 3, as long as I'm throwing 4 back, I'm demanding 2 cards, right? I think that's right. Yeah.
That's true. That's good. This is good. So the arcane hits before the reaction. So if I go down to 1, you can't arcane barrier, and it definitely kills you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like and it's even way worse. If I just like keep this, go down to 1, I fuse this, and now that's coming in for 7 as well.
I mean, do you think you have to run Hood against Briar? Do you get here with no run Hood?
That's the problem with it.
It's a problem with all people running the stupid Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah.
And all Runeblades. I'm gonna block 5 there.
Okay. Over to you.
So 4 is the same as 6 in this situation we find ourselves in now. But 4 is actually safer because you can't go down to 1. So we're just going to pitch and swing 4.
1 card, no thing.
AJ, I agree. I hope Rosetta, even if it's just Briar, it's fine. I mean, I'll get used to it just in Briar. It's fine.
So really, block for 2.
Okay, so that's, yeah.
Take 2, yeah. And then the arcane just kills you. Which I could have done like 10 turns ago.
So then, do I have to swing 6?
So if you swing 6,
you can still just block 4.
I just block
right?
4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
sure. Don't you love arcane damage?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah. I mean,
I like how fun it is. That's my favorite part about it. It's like you can split it, and then like your cards aren't effective.
I think the thing about it is, it's a check against like a deck that has to have the right equipment to play. In this scenario, which you can make cases for or not, but like as an example, if you went no rune gloves in this, you prevent 1, you can prevent 2. Of course, that's a big downside. The problem right now is that downside comes against some of the toughest heroes in the game already.
They're already fast enough.
Yeah. So like, if one of the upsides of Runeblade is that they're making your equipment a little bit worse. Yeah. And that's what kind of like balances it. But when they already feel like they're a little ahead of the curve.
Mm-hmm. And then you have bad equipment.
And then you also have bad equipment.
Yeah, it's really bad.
And I think that's one of the realities of the current meta. Now, I assume that over time that will change. Like if at some point if there's more parity, but one of the downsides of Runeblade is like if you want to stop their tricks, you have to have worse equipment. I think that's a fine tool to have in the belt. But when they're already ahead, it feels bad.
It's an interesting tool, I'll say that. Talked about that a lot.
Yeah.
Nothing players love more than being worse.
Yeah.
You know what we're gonna do? We'll just
go on a rant.
Let's make this arcane barrier mechanic where it's really cool. You guys haven't heard about this. So the idea is if you don't have arcane barrier equipment, you just pretty well lose to like Wizard. And as we see at Runeblades, unless you're just like blazingly fast, but they're the fastest already, so you're not going to be faster. And then if you do have arcane barrier, you can't do most of the things that your class wants to do because your equipment is kind of where your class identity is really baked in a lot of ways. So the fun part of that is that if you go to a tournament and Kano's there, you have to have Arcane Barrier 3. But you don't know if Kano's going to be there, right? I mean, you can't. How can you know, right? So if you get paired against Kano in round 1 and you didn't bring Arcane Barrier, because if you bring 3 slots of Arcane Barrier equipment or 2 slots, you can't beat the other decks, which is actually where the game is right now, I think. Like sideboard-wise, 2 slots on the sideboard is crazy. So you don't honor Kano. So then you run into Kano in the Swiss, and then you lose. That was, I mean, is that good? Is that really the game we want to be playing? Just a little game theory? A little roll of the dice? 1% chance of hitting Kano? We got this Rosetta Thorn weapon, too. This one's fun. This is like a... You know, the downside is that you have to be doing well in the game before you can do better with Rosetta Thorn, which I do find to be an effective balancing tool. So like if you're winning, if you're doing well because you're playing big hands, then you can actually also use the most efficient weapon in the game. which is kind of incentivizes those Runeblades to just not block and just be faster than you. And the crazy thing about it is the card pool has allowed them to do that. It's the craziest thing. Is anybody in here? I'm talking into a void right now. It's like the weirdest conceivable thing. As somebody who grew up without the internet, like the idea that I would just be talking in a back room by myself and any amount of people would be hearing me in the world is not exactly where I thought that this would go, life-wise. This definitely wasn't on the like build your resume for where you're going to be in 25, 30 years. It's like I'm going to be in the back of a temporary office with some LED light panels shining in my face, talking to nobody in a void, and then everybody apparently is going to be hearing me across some sort of system of pipes and radar dishes and that kind of thing. We didn't expect that, but here we are. FAB 2.0. What do we got? We got 4 minutes. Yeah, Twigman, I'm with it. Like, why don't we just ban? Yeah, you're right. We got chat here. We got chat. Do we have 300 people in the chat right now? 300 people in the chat. That's amazing. Like that's. We said this on the podcast. How many? I grew up in a town of about 2,000 people. 300 is a lot of folks. That's pretty cool. It's really marvelous. I'm so glad you're all here for FAB 2.0. We've officially done it. I mean, this is the vibe of the early pandemic streams right here. This is Skeleton Crew vibes, where we've been streaming for a long time. Things cease to make a lot of sense. I've been in the void of playing a number of decks that are dangerously close to being okay. Dangerously close. Now, this Levia deck, I think we could tweak this a little bit more. We could squeeze a little value and get Briar, get the Briar match under control. I don't think anything can beat this currently except for Starvo. And Prism, has a shot at it. You guys know how fast this is? Have you actually run the numbers on this? Have you seen it happen? Have you run these numbers on this? Should we talk about how to beat this in the next 2 minutes?
I think we have to save it. I mean, I don't know the answer to it. Hey, you know what I'll say though?
Here's the final part of the stream. You can't currently. You just can't do it. Starvo can do it. Starvo can do it.
Yeah.
Starvo can do it.
So I will say those games were not crazy. Like Briar, it's not like it was just a dunk city.
No, Briar's the most fair of all of them.
Yeah, I agree. I enjoy playing it. Also worth noting, there's a commoner format that's about to get outlined apparently. There's some assets being posted for the FAB history set on the site. I saw that. I sent out a community text. People were responding when I was brushing my teeth. And
Come on, FAB 2.0.
All right, let me get that.
What if it's just nothing? Have we actually thought about what if it's nothing? Like, what if it's just like, hey, here's what it's going to be. We're gonna change the Living Legend system a little bit, and we're gonna introduce a restricted list or something, right? What if that's the extent of the whole thing?
Also, apparently, there's a Living Legend update scheduled for today.
I look like I just came out of some sort of alley where there was nothing good happening.
You mean you were on a boat?
That's what I mean.
You had a long day at sea.
A boat is it's like an alley in the water.
It is kind of the alleyway of the water.
Yeah. Yeah.
The yacht's kind of like a fancy hotel.
So are we gonna take? How do we react videos work? Are we supposed to put our faces up and then?
Yeah, we just do a lot of that.
Okay, a lot of that.
Yeah. Article's gonna come up. So people were asking on the community. I didn't have time to respond, but we interviewed James last night. He gave very little details about this, other than it was happening in some general loose concepts.
You know what's crazy? Even though it was Friday, this site's going so slow.
Yeah, everyone's here doing this.
Would you guys quit loading the page so we can see this?
Yeah, but so what we're gonna do? I'm gonna read it.
I'm gonna read it too. That's the good first step.
Yes, but you want to read it aloud? Break it down, like talk about it as we go. digest it. Not like slowly, but you know.
Yeah, let's read it out loud. Let's read it out loud.
Be funny. If it, the time is 6 o'clock Central Time. It's here.
It says 7 p.m. Eastern.
The site's just not loading. The internet's over. If anyone gets it, don't spoil it in chat.
Really? I mean, why aren't we? Isn't that what we're here for?
I'm just saying, like, if they spoil it before we get there.
Oh, sure.
You know.
Well, we can just not read.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read.
It's our responsibility to not be spoiled.
This is not loading.
Okay, I loaded, but like, see, I've got
500 server error.
You got the server error. Oh no.
Yeah. Good luck.
Oh man.
This is what happens when we put first edition subscriptions back in. Just getting smashed.
Yeah. Yeah, we ran into that as well. Oh, come on now.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Zach, we might be here all night.
You want to just cancel? Just stop the stream?
I'm willing. Honestly, at this point, I'm willing to be here. I'll be here till tomorrow if we just want to wait and see if it loads.
Yeah, I'm committed to being here till it loads.
I'll play some more Levia.
If it's not up in 15 minutes, I'm going to start calling people.
What are you going to call him?
Steven?
Who are you calling?
I don't know. I'm going to find Legend Story's office number.
You going to
read me the article.
Give a shout to James there.
All right, it reloaded, but the link's not working.
It's still not there.
That's just because people are...
Now, how is it that 7 p.m. Eastern is a variable time? Can't you schedule a blog?
Maybe
I can schedule a blog on our site right now.
It might be trying to get posted right now and just like... There's also weird caching things, right? Because they're all the way in New Zealand. Or 7 o'clock could kind of be like the fact that our stream starts at 1. You know how that math works.
We should live at 1:30 now.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad that we switched. Can't open it. All right.
Well, I can't even see any articles now.
How's everyone feeling out there? We excited?
I can't even see the chat. How's the chat doing?
If I use Santa's a Deb, I'm laughing and crying. Thomas says, why did they announce a time for this article? A lot of people were positively receptive to that.
Yeah, but it has to hit at that time. Yeah. And we need...
But even it being loosely that time, if it's the next 10 or 15 minutes, that's fine. Yeah. But like all day, refreshing to see if it's happening.
This could turn into one of the quintessential streams of our time.
Open Bridges, is this the 2.0 talk? It is. Agree says, FAB 2.0 is this them shutting down and leaving. That guy's asking about Commoner. So yeah, that's apparently a new format they're making official. Lewis says, this is happening. We were here.
Yeah, this is like the alley.
Nathan, you know it. I try to get one nice steakhouse in every one of these trips.
And then when you're not eating steak, you're eating like overnight oats and leafy greens.
Yeah. I mean, we went to Elmo's in... oops, wrong page. We went to Elmo's. I refreshed the stream chat. In Jersey. And...
Elmo's in Jersey.
Man, I'll tell you, I felt it the whole next day.
Yeah.
That was the first time I'd had that like red meat in a while. And it was like...
Here we go. You ever had a Salisbury steak?
Yeah, cafeteria at Chelsea High School.
That's what I was thinking. It's the only time I've seen him, but I haven't seen him since.
A slab of beef with some gravy on it.
Gravy?
I just remember the chicken sticks, man. The white gravy.
Yeah, that was chicken sticks, man.
It's really
Anytime white gravy was on the menu, it was like, okay.
You want some white gravy from a can?
Let's go. Yeah. I used to love those fake mashed potatoes they would make.
Oh, yeah. Really, high school cafeteria food is less about what's actually good and what they're capable of making, and it tastes reasonable.
Yeah, which is, they worked hard, man. Those lunch ladies were crushing. They were awesome, too.
Yeah, I mean, that is not an easy job. Seriously. Those rambunctious kids.
Yeah.
The Richard Evans of the world. I see you, Richard.
Yeah, Richard Evans. You're up to no good.
Stephen Hubbard.
Yeah. That was all your basketball friends.
They were up to no good. Jonathan Austin.
Yeah.
That trio is dangerous.
That basketball team was up to no good, just generally.
Yeah. Wasn't good at basketball either.
It was up to no good and no basketball.
Yeah, no good basketball.
You think mine loads faster because it's a smaller screen?
No. That can't be it.
Really? You don't think so?
No way, man. This is just a web page, not HTML. Given preference,
it's got to load less images, the smaller images. Unless it loads the big ones and then downscales, which I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't.
You think it's easier to scale up an image or scale down an image?
No,
I'll tell you which one it is.
It's only going to serve the image of the right size.
I'll tell you which one it is.
Not going to scale it. Not going to load and scale. We don't do that anymore. That was Web 1.0.
That's when I was involved in stuff. I'm a old
in the day
web soul now.
Back when Zach was coding and dinosaurs roamed the earth.
You mean Zach was crashing?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Whoops. Hey, we're gonna have to rebuild that site again.
But this time, better than ever. It's like how my Dory Axis deck works. It's like, all right, let's break it all down. And then it comes back in and it's the same cards.
When I got that text this morning, so I have an idea. Hear me out. Dory Axis.
Dude, I want to play that Axis deck. I just gotta... It's not up. Maybe it's 7 Central. Maybe it's 7 p.m. Eastern New Zealand time.
Truth teller, apparently asking, do the history boxes have 36 packs? According to the leaked thing earlier, it was 36 packs.
It was 36, yeah.
Maybe all boxes are switching to 36.
Why would they do that?
That's like the standard in all, like Pokemon Magic do 36.
Why did they not do that to begin with?
I don't know. I mean, it gets your price point under $100.
Yeah, that's why probably.
That's probably why.
Yeah. But now they're saying we don't care about that.
Well, if you're doing the history set, I do get like a more voluminous amount of packs would be helpful.
And maybe the pricing being competitive isn't quite as important, huh?
Dude, I wonder.
Do you have an idea?
Do you think that history set's draft and sealable? Eight classes, all the generics?
No, that would be interesting.
How cool would that be?
Sick.
For the first time, you can do draft and sealed with those 8 classes together. Woo!
That would be smart. If they did that, that would be very smart.
Yeah.
That's called added value.
I'm not saying it's there. I'm just saying that would be nice. I would enjoy that for the first time. I'd play in some of those pickups. Hit one of those white border Command & Conquers, Tunics, etc. That'd be cool. All right, well, I'm going to go home.
I'm not leaving.
It'd be great just here.
I already have been talking into the existential void.
Page 11, no article. 7 minutes in. It's like when you're a kid at Christmas, you don't know if your parents are going to get you a good gift or a bad gift. And
Boba Fett t-shirt.
The fastest way to get to the point where you can open your gifts is not to think about it.
Yeah, that's right. And go to sleep.
It's like go play a game.
Yeah.
Or go to sleep. But good luck going to sleep.
Dude, I'll sleep at that Dory Axis, man.
Oh, we're getting nothing but time right now.
If you'd like to see another deck that's not as good as it should be.
Dude, the fact that you were in games against Briar is a sign.
Well, the weird thing is, like, any of those that go, like, there's a number of moments that if they go my way, they just kept not going my way.
Foundry's saying it's up, and it's a big one.
Well, can you send us a link or something? Where's the actual article?
Mine's reloading. Hopefully we get it this time.
I'm saying it could be a total bluff, though. Person could be bluffing.
Frank says, it's midnight here. I'm not going to wait too much longer.
Is Eastern Standard Time? Have we looked up what Eastern Standard Time is? Maybe we're daylight or something. Look up what is Eastern Standard, EST right now on your Google machine.
7:08 p.m.
Okay. Whoops. Maybe it's going up at 8.
Ben saying maybe it's hosted on a Kickstarter server.
Dominique with the score. Dory is being living legend immediately.
Could be. She's got a new version coming in that box.
Are any of these heroes actually supposed to use those axes?
It's for the Minnowism lad, right?
We don't have the dwarf yet?
Yeah.
Cool. That'd be maybe fun.
Although on like in the swing alt art, it's like got the big two-handed axe too. Yeah. Two-handed axe gets me interested.
I mean, two-handed axe. You like the slamma-jamma.
I do.
I like that finesse.
Yeah. I also really like characters with shields.
Oh man, that shield spear warrior.
Yeah. I love that like offhand shield stuff. Generally speaking.
Yeah.
I also love dual wielding.
Yeah. Well, you love it all.
When
you love big weapons, dual wielding, and shields. Come on.
This singular standard sword is just boring.
So you love warriors.
Yeah.
And runeblades.
I think dual wielding probably would be my favorite. That's why I was excited about Kasai.
Yeah. And then you realized it was blitz only.
Well, yeah. We only played blitz back then.
Yeah.
And then we evolved to this.
These were real Flesh and Blood games, though, with Levia and all that.
Open boosters. Okay, how did you pull the image up when you're talking about it? Well, this is a system we developed called Bryce. Right now it's Bryce 1.0, who is a person listening to our voices. And when I say, Thandale Spring Tunic, there's a little delay on the feed, but he's typing it in, hitting a button, and it makes the card pop about the time I say it. Bryce 2.0 we've been working on, which actually just listens to our voices. It's a
robot.
Yeah.
That's a robot.
And it pulls stuff based on what we're saying.
We'll never tell.
Bree said, I got the Living Legend article to load, posted in the Discord.
All right.
You want to hit me some heat here?
All right, let's get a little. You keep refreshing.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stay on this and monitoring chat. Gree, thank you for the heads up. I think there's like 3 or 4 articles going up right now. This is a clean sweep. It's like one of those coups, but for an announcement.
Okay.
Like in The Godfather, and like all the people are getting. There's like a bunch of articles happening right now.
That's what you're comparing it to? Okay. Upon the release date of each booster set and ban and suspended announcement. Suspended?
We like suspended.
Banned and suspended rather than banned and restricted.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're going to suspend Starvo. They haven't said it yet, but maybe they are.
Come on. Keep
A hero gains points each time it wins certain types of tournaments. 300 World Championship, 200 Pro Tour, 100 Calling, 80 U.S. National Champs, 40 for National Champs greater than 48, 30 for Battle Hardened. Is this all normal?
Yeah, I think so.
6 for ProQuest Road to Nationals, 2 for Skirmish.
Some of these might be less points.
The number of points per event will be updated on the table above prior to the start of each OP season and is likely to change over time as the total number of events per season changes. So that's new, right?
All right, say that again.
They're basically saying that they're going to, at the start of each organized play season, they will change these numbers based on the number of events that they expect to be available throughout the year. So it will always be proportional.
Got you. Yeah. That makes sense. So every season, there's a certain amount of points on the line that's going to be divided by the number of events. That's good.
Seemingly.
We got 2 FAB 2.0 articles up now.
2 of them?
It's like I got it April 10th and April 12th.
What?
I think it was supposed to go up. Okay, hold on. Now it's moving around. Look at this. It's bouncing.
Hey, listen. When a hero attains Living Legends, so does their signature weapon.
What? Hold on. What's that even mean?
Bravo Living Legends and Nothos is gone. Katsu, Harmonized Kadachi, Reinar, Romping Club, Dorinthia, Dawnblade, etc., etc. Wait, who gets?
What's Viscera on? Rosetta is definitely Briar, right?
Okay, hold on. Briar, Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, what about Viscera?
Bravo Star of the Show, none.
Nebula Blade.
Viscera is Nebula Blade.
Yeah, okay. What about...
Azalea's Death Dealer, so I was playing that right.
What about Chane?
Chane is the weird one, the Galaxy Black. Levia is Hexagore. Bolton is Raiden. Prism is Luminaris. Nothing surprising here. Well, that's weird. That seems unnecessary.
I'm refreshing, but the article's still not working for me. Anyone getting it yet?
Technoplasma Pistol. Okay, so the weapons we should consider kind of a sacred part of the hero.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. Like, imagine Kadachi's going away for Ninja.
Yeah.
Same with, there's, like, once Briar, Living Legends out, that's wild.
Yeah. The pistol goes. And if Hexagore goes, can you imagine?
Is that her signature?
Yeah, of course it is. It won't ever go, though. It's safe.
Is it really Hexagore?
Yeah. Who? Levia.
Is that Levia's signature weapon?
Yeah, who else is going to run that? That's her L or her Majestic or something.
Is Luminaris Prisms?
Yes.
Oh, come on. Let's go. I'm playing Prism at Pro Tour #1. We got to get her scooting out of here. Ooh, that would be glorious, actually. Please, do me a favor. Play Prism.
I think that will happen naturally. It's like anytime the meta pops up and is like, look, this is crazy, the answer is Prism beats this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prism will beat that. I get you, Prism. Winner's Whale for Oldham. Winner's Whale not for Star of the Show.
That makes sense.
Star of the Show is a none, so none weapons go.
Well, because he's about to be gone.
Starvo go. No
Does it say he's gone yet?
Doesn't say
that's
that at
it.
all.
Okay.
No. He's only got 814 points.
That's really interesting. Like the weapons going, that's a fold I never considered.
Why would that happen?
I mean, it makes sense. Like if you have a signature, especially the commons like Rosetta Thorn, any weapon that you print that like if you want to remove Rosetta and kind of mess around, why would you not have stuff rotate out?
Yeah, so you got to make you gotta, and a lot of times the weapon is a quintessential problem in the hero mix.
Yeah. Caleb's saying, how likely do you think it is these heroes actually live in Legends out? So it's inevitable, right? Every season, now that we're in full swing and there's tons of seasons in Pro Tours.
1,000 monkeys, 1,000 typewriters.
Yeah. And it's the kind of thing, though, it's like, okay, Starvo goes away, even if nothing changes. Now, Visceray, I think, is the best deck. Visceray is going to go away at some point.
Yeah.
Then what's the best? And it'll just keep happening. And even the heroes, some of the heroes don't have very many points at all right now. But most heroes are racking up some amount of points. So with enough time, it's an inevitable conclusion.
Yeah. Which is why I have strategically played Azalea and Levia so that all the experience I'm getting will last for the next 20 years.
That's right. You will be able to play it forever.
It's genius.
Grease, and I don't particularly like the weapons going. It means there are just less options when new heroes in the class come out. Yeah, but you got to imagine, new heroes come out, new weapons are coming out too, right?
Yeah.
That's like the easiest thing to release.
They really... Legend Story really...
Loose Leaf Tea. Flesh and Blood uses a revolving card legality model where cards flow in and out of being legal for tournament play based on the mix of heroes that are legal at any one time. Which makes sense. If Levia is gone, all the Shadow Brute cards aren't playable.
Yeah. So does that mean that things will come in and then go out as an active mechanic? Or they will Living Legend out and then come back in later?
It's a temporarily go out.
From Living Legend or just generally?
I think generally. It's in the card pool, which is how, like, when a character Living Legends out, naturally, like when Briar rotates out, all the Elemental Runeblade stuff currently not playable.
Yeah, and then a new Elemental Runeblade will come in.
And they may well reprint Rosetta. Exactly the same. They could. I don't think they would, but they could.
So we need to get Briar out of here if we need Rosetta out of here. Or
Loot asking if there's a link to our Discord.
Cub.link/Discord.
Or you can go to that. That's great.
Commenter screenshot in the Discord. Let's go.
Right, hit me with it.
I mean, this can't be...
This article is bouncing around left, right. It's like, what's that
Whack-A-Mole?
movie? There's a mole that moves around someone's face.
Whack-A-Mole.
The old Robin Hood movie.
Is that Robin Hood?
You know,
or is that Caddyshack?
I thought it was like the spoof Robin, the comedic Robin Hood.
Men in Tights?
Yeah, it has like someone has a mole moving around. Anyways, that's what this article's doing.
Let's talk Commenter, friends. I don't have it up yet, but I'm loading it. Commenter has me jacked. If we can just have Commenter as the entry format, and then I'm not saying we do away with this.
This is actually interesting.
What's up?
Mason's saying it could also mean that if a new version of a hero gets reprinted, that hero becomes legal again, technically.
Yeah.
Or the weapon.
The weapon legal. Comes back in. Oh, okay. Because what is Dory without Dawnblade? It's Axis. It's not great.
Yeah, it is interesting to have the weapons suddenly go, though, because like if you think about if someone bought a Cold Foil Luminaris, because they love Prism, and it's like this is a weapon that won't go away and it's a permanent thing. It's kind of interesting that it's now not playable at some point.
Yeah. You know,
we have an article. It is being clicked.
Okay, click on it and then read it to me like you're my mom.
Oh my goodness!
Did you click it?
I clicked it. It's loading.
Hold on. I got commenter here. No, let's go. Read it from the top. All
right,
hit me.
This is from James White. It has been 2.5 years since Flesh and Blood released. Over that time, passionate fans and hard-working local game stores across more than 30 countries have joined us in delivering on our mission to bring people together in the flesh and blood through the common language of playing great games. The journey from the first pack sold to where we are now has required Legend Story Studios to continually evolve in order to support our scale up into a truly global game, a game that will stand the test of time, and most importantly, to stay true to our mission.
This has got to be excruciating for you, right?
Before I dive into the details of today's announcement, let's go. I would like to thank the fans, retailers, distributors, content creators, artists, OP partners, judge, service providers, and the LSS team for their belief, hard work, and support that has seen Flesh and Blood become a loved and respected game across the world, built upon the foundation of a community that I am proud to be a part of.
Wonderful.
What is FAB 2.0? FAB 2.0 is a collection of changes we are making to better support the delivery of our mission over the coming years. The bulk of this article centers around changes to the way we make Flesh and Blood that better align with our mission and better support local game stores who serve as the community hubs where people come together to play great games. It also heralds the expansion of Flesh and Blood into new, non-English markets, a key passage to becoming a truly global game. These topics are covered in Part 1. FAB 2.0 is also about investing more into the areas that better support social and casual play, in addition to our ongoing major commitment to competitive play. This is covered in Part 2.
Love that. Social and casual play. Let's go.
Part 3 covers adjustments to how ELO ratings will be used, signature weapons, and getting rid of the unused restricted list. FAB 2.0 is not about changing the game itself. The existing and well-documented comprehensive rules are the definitive rules for the game of Flesh and Blood, and this announcement makes no changes to this. Part 1, retiring first edition.
Oh, here we go. Okay, well, what are we doing
Our primary mission is to bring people together in the Flesh and Blood through the common language of playing, bolded, playing, great games. The point I want to focus on here is playing, not me, the article.
Yeah,
and I think by the extent of the organized play programs we offer fans around the world, from weekly in-store armory events, seasonal skirmish, ProQuest, and Road to Nationals, right up to the $1 million Pro Play series of premier events that includes Battle Hardened, Calling, National Champs, Pro Tour, and the World Championship, we have demonstrated an industry-leading commitment to the mission of playing great games. Because our mission centers around playing the game, it therefore goes without saying that we need fans to be able to obtain cards on the release day to play the game. Alongside our commitment to playing great games is our love of collecting, which we see as an important and beautiful element of all trading card games.
Okay.
I've personally been an avid collector of cards since childhood, and my love for collecting, shared by many of the core LSS team members, is an important part of the DNA of how we make Flesh and Blood, and is why we originally designed Flesh and Blood to have first edition.
Okay.
All tracking so far.
So far, it's all kind of the same.
When Flesh and Blood released in 2019 and throughout most of 2020, the player base was small, and the first edition print runs were sized accordingly, with a view that as the game grew, we could produce larger, unlimited print runs to support player growth. This approach worked well when the ratio of first edition to unlimited was heavily tilted towards unlimited. Today, the Flesh and Blood player base is large and growing strongly all around the world, with organized play engagement numbers regularly setting new records on a weekly basis. A very large volume of boosters relative to 2020 is needed on release day for fans to simply play the game. This, however, has upset the balance of first edition unlimited to the point where first edition is no longer the special thing it was intended to be. It is my view that if first edition isn't legitimately special, there's no point in differentiating first edition at all.
Okay.
Why not release,
fair view.
Why not release first edition and unlimited on the same day?
Yeah.
Some publishers like to release multiple versions of the same product on release day, differentiated by price point, with only the most expensive versions of the product having the desirable versions cards. We could have gone down this route, making only cold foils available in a premium collector's product, but that simply does not align with the vision I have for Flesh and Blood in the community. Call me old-fashioned, but I want every fan who cracks a Flesh and Blood booster to have a chance of that moment of joy when you open a cold foil legendary or fabled. That moment of joy is priceless, and is something I want to preserve as being possible for all Flesh and Blood fans. The photos that have been sent to us over the years capturing these moments of joy really mean a lot. So what is the plan?
Yeah.
Starting with Uprising, releasing June 24th.
A
date and a name.
What's up?
There is no differentiation between first edition and unlimited. There is simply Uprising. Uprising includes both cold foils and rainbow foil equipment, fabled and alternate versions of cards, which I can confidently say are the most impressive alts we've done yet. You're in for a big surprise. Legendary and fabled cold foils in Uprising are around 3 times rarer than they've historically been, offset by rainbow foil versions that are slightly more frequent than in the past.
Okay, so combine the two, essentially.
It's our intention that this change better supports card accessibility to fans who simply want to play the game, while making the hunt exciting for collectors who covet beautiful and rare trophies. And we also hope seeing the return of moments of joy when cracking booster packs. There's a small change to the booster pack configuration in Uprising, with cold foils now appearing in the token slot. The reason for this change is when booster drafting, cards that appear in the token slot are removed from the booster pack before drafting any cards, as you normally do with hero, weapon, and cracked bauble cards. This means that if you open a cold foil, you remove it from the booster and keep it before drafting from the pack.
Cool.
The intention behind this is to avoid value drafting that damages the integrity of booster drafts. Please note that this means cold foils are not considered part of the cards you have drafted and therefore should not be included in a deck and or the equipment. This is only applicable to booster draft. Cold foils can be included in your deck and or equipment when playing the Uprising sealed deck format.
Sealed.
You will also see a new rarity symbol in Uprising, a purple triangle, or I like to think of it as a half diamond, in reference to the fabled symbol. We refer to this rarity of card as Marvels, and it will be used on high-tier alt art versions of cards going forward. The frequency of each Marvel card varies. Some of them are equivalent to past alts such as Earthward Bounty, and some are harder to find, like Herald of Your Edition or Aether Wildfire. All cards with the Marvel rarity symbol are much rarer than a normal foil version of their base rarity.
Okay.
The average pull rates for Uprising are as follows. Fabled cold foil, question mark.
Well, that's not helpful.
Fabled, they never reveal Fabled. Fabled rainbow foil, 3 question marks. Legendary cold foil, 1 in 220 packs. So 1 in every 10 boxes.
Okay.
You bought 10 boxes before, you would expect to get 2.5 if there's 5 legendaries. In this set, it's going to be 1 in every 10. Legendary rainbow foiled, 1 in every 80 packs. So that is 1 in less than 4 boxes. Majestic, 1 per 4 packs. Rare, 1.75 per pack. So everyone has 1, some have 2. Token, cold foil, 1 in every 24 packs. So still 1 cold foil in a box.
Every 24.
But the legendary and fabled cold foils are just harder to come by.
Yeah, super rare.
16 total cards per pack. Used to be 15. Please note the pull rates are not guaranteed to exist in any pack, display, or case. They're indicative of the average. Cold foil reprint policy. The cold foil reprint policy remains in place and will continue to protect all first edition cold foils. Additionally, the policy will be expanded to include cold foils in all future standalone booster sets and expansion sets, starting from Uprising. For example, cold foils that appear in Uprising will only ever appear in Uprising, with the exception of organized play cold foil prize cards, as normal.
Yeah. Rocket.
Past, present, and future. The Flesh and Blood player base and local game store network is growing very quickly across the world, including well-established markets like the USA, as well as many countries patiently waiting for our official launch and/or the localized language to become available. Those who join the FAB community over the coming months and years need access to the original cards in order to play the primary non-rotating formats that are the official Flesh and Blood, or game of Flesh and Blood. Until now, Unlimited Edition served this role. This is where History Pack will play an important role as the gateway to card accessibility for the growing player base, while respecting collectability of the originally printed cards. History Pack is a booster set that includes reprints of cards from the Flesh and Blood's past in white border with no foils. History Pack 1 includes cards from Welcome to Wraith, Arcane Rising, and Crucible of War, showing some of these cards here. Black Label. We're very proud to finally be launching Flesh and Blood in 4 localized European languages. As a thank you to fans who have patiently waited for over 2 years for localized versions of Flesh and Blood, we are releasing a short print run, one-time only, Black Label edition of French, German, Italian, and Spanish history, and Spanish of the History Pack 1. History Pack 1 Black Label is a black border and includes something special that is yet to be done for a small subset of cards from the original sets that History Pack 1 draws from.
Cool. I dig that.
Once the Black Label short print run is gone, any further print runs of these languages will be the same as English, white border with no foils.
Okay, so a little shout to the international community.
Yeah, who haven't had a chance to get like the first edition cold foils.
Dig it, yeah.
History Pack 1 English. The first wave of History Pack 1 English will release May 6, 2022. History Pack 1 Black Label will release on July 1st, 2022. History Pack 1 Details, the future of History Pack. The intention at this point in time is to release a new History Pack biannually in established markets. New markets, however, will have access to their localized version of History Packs more quickly. For example, History Pack 2 will follow soon after History Pack 1 in French, German, Italian, and Spanish, whereas the English version of History Pack 2 is planned to release in 2024.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's like potentially the second cycle we just had.
Yeah. Wow, so wait, 2024. So what is it now, 22?
Yeah.
So not next year, but year after, you start getting these 3 sets that we've been playing?
Monarch, Aria, Everfest in the white border. Yeah.
Wow.
Part 2, potentially, if that's the 3 they include.
I guess that makes sense to move through. Yeah.
Playing the game is about more than competitive play. Let's go.
Here we go. Let's go.
And we'll have a recap and thoughts after I need to just read this whole thing.
Yeah. Read it to me.
An important part of FAB 2.0 is putting more emphasis on making Flesh and Blood a game that people want to play in ways that are enjoyable to them. Until now, our focus on unlimited resources have been directed mostly towards competitive play. We know that why people love TCGs is much broader than this, and there are many people in the world who are already FAB fans and soon to become FAB fans who are looking for a TCG experience that is about having fun and being social. There are 4 key areas where we're putting more resources into better supporting social and casual play. Number 1, more storytelling, world building, character development, and integration of lore into the play experience. Investing in the characters we have come to know and love. The first example of this is Bravo returning in Everfest, Dorinthia and Reinar returning in Classic Battles. These heroes have depth and stories to tell, and we intend to take you on a journey with them over the coming years. Publishing more lore, including books. Publishing quality books is a big undertaking that is quite removed from the core operations of producing a trading card game. This has made a follow-up to the Welcome to Wraith Guide, Volume 1, difficult to execute as our focus has been on supporting the growth of the player communities around the world amidst the challenges of a global pandemic. However, we're building towards a position where the stories of Wraith, the tales of Briar, the scriptures of light, and the tomes of shadows will materialize in the hands of fans around the world in interesting ways.
Okay, let's go.
Products that offer play experience that bring fans into the adventures, conflicts, and story arcs that are happening within the world of Wraith.
Yeah, it's the classic L5R promise, right?
Part 2, products tailor-made for first play and social experiences. Classic Battles, Reinar vs. Dorinthia is the first example of a product that has been specifically designed for the first play experience, which together with the lore booklet included, we hope will inspire new players to discover more about the featured heroes and relive the classic battle again and again on the kitchen table with friends and family. Classic Battles is planned to be an ongoing product type showcasing some of the famous encounters between heroes within the lore of Wraith. Second piece of that, fans have often told us they wish there was an out-of-the-box product they could use to introduce friends and family to what is Flesh and Blood. We hope to see Classic Battles become the go-to for showing your love of FAB with your besties. Player versus Environment, PvE, will be our flagship social play product. Let's go.
Yeah.
It will see players band together in campaign settings that can be as long or as short as your party wants. It's not about winning or losing, but having an epic adventure with friends and fellow gamers, where swords, shields, pizza, and beers collide. We're putting a lot into PvE, and our expectation, along with that of many eagerly awaiting fans, is very high. PvE is currently under development, and we're working hard to make it as good as possible. More information will be announced in the future.
Dude, I was not expecting campaign on that.
I love a campaign with these heroes. Can you imagine?
Yeah, dude.
The casual social play is a huge deal.
We'll talk about Briar, roll in and like work
I'm telling
together.
You, man.
Yeah, come on.
I love the next round. This round's on me. That vibe.
Yeah,
that's the feeling. Part 3: reformatting casual play formats. When we published the suggested rule set for Ultimate Pit Fight, the Blitz format was yet to be announced. Since then, Blitz has become by far and away the primary casual play format. The original Ultimate Pit Fight suggested rule sets sits in a weird place of recommending use of young heroes but having decks more akin to Classic Constructed. Based on overwhelming community feedback, we're updating the Ultimate Pit Fight suggested rules to align with Blitz. In summary, the suggested rules are...
So use Blitz stuff.
Young heroes, 11 card inventory, 40 card deck, 2 copies of each. And every card is official, including cards like Taylor, the upcoming promo, and Go Bananas. We encourage playgroups to shape the UPF rules to their own liking, and then they link to the rules. Commoner, new format.
Let's go, Commoner. I love it.
We have seen community interest growing towards a Commoner format, with many requests for us to publish an official Commoner rule set for the fans to rally behind. We are pleased to do so now. In summary, the official Commoner rules are 40 card decks, common cards only, 11 inventory slots, weapon and equipment, can include up to 2 rares, and all other cards must be common. 1 young hero can be rare or common. Up to 2 copies of each unique card allowed. An independent banned and suspended list for the Commoner format. 30 minutes per round, best of 1.
I will love that format.
Commoner is what I want Blitz to be.
Format, yeah.
Reviewing rules enforcement for casual events. We're looking at developing a third type of rules enforcement level, REL, to help differentiate the environment and player expectations of casual events such as Armory, pre-release, and skirmish, and more competitive events such as ProQuest and Road to Nationals. The aim is to better support an enjoyable play experience at the casual organized play level while maintaining a high standard of rules and policy compliance at the competitive level. Part 3, Hello ELO and Reorganizing Excellence. Now that Flesh and Blood organized play programs are well-defined and well-established around the world, the time is right to extend the range of events that ELO ratings apply to in order to make ELO accessible in all regions of the world.
I'm glad they're doing that.
To date, the only event types that have run which have awarded ELO are Calling and National Championship tournaments. Going forward, ELO ratings will apply to World Championship, Pro Tour, Calling, National Championship, Battle Hardened, Road to Nationals, and ProQuest. Wow.
I'm glad that only just started.
Right? I'm not. That would have been great for me last season. Each of these also has a K factor, World Championship being 64K, ProQuest being 8K. So I assume the multiple is way less. The intention is to make ELO accessible to all players in all regions of the world where points are put on the line with some level of frequency, making the ELO ratings a more accurate measure of the top players in the community. This will then enable ELO to be used as a pathway to the Pro Tour and World Championship. In support of this, we are considering implementation of an activity requirement to remain on the ELO leaderboard.
Yeah, so you got to keep playing.
Yeah, so you can't just get high and
Well,
stop.
you better keep making draftable and sealable sets then.
Banning the restricted list. The Blitz format has a restricted list that is empty and has never been used. We've been hesitant to use it, even though there are merits to doing so, because it's simply cleaner for play and tournament official comprehension and officiating. If a card is simply legal or not legal, not halfway in between. Therefore, we're retiring the concept of restricted and replacing it with a suspended card list, which will be introduced to Classic, Constructed, and Blitz. A card that has been suspended is not legal for tournament play. At the time it is suspended, a time frame of suspension will be indicated. Examples of a time frame could be until the next scheduled ban or suspended announcement, until June 30th, 2022, or until hero name becomes a living legend. No cards are currently suspended. It is our intention to use the suspended list liberally for the Blitz formats to flex cards in and out of the format. While we do consider and allocate some amount of development resources towards the Blitz format, the focus of our development is on Classic Constructed. The consequence of this prioritization is that some cards that are appropriate in Classic Constructed are not so in Blitz. While the Blitz format is generally in a reasonably good shape in terms of hero diversity, we want to experiment with a fairly liberal suspension model towards the Blitz format to see if it will further enhance a positive play experience.
I really kind of dig that a lot.
What's a hero without their trusty and other matters of becoming a legend. Over the past months, we've deepened our investment in his storytelling. We came to realize that there is an iconic element of our heroes that hadn't been given enough credit when we originally designed the Living Legend framework, their signature weapon. It's important to us that heroes of Wraith are bound to their signature weapons, and this is reflected through the game system to honor and strengthen the crossover between the game and the world of Wraith. Therefore, we are updating the Living Legend system so that when a hero becomes a Living Legend, they take their signature weapon with them. List you were referencing earlier.
Well, I mean, that settles it. Bolton Raiden is clearly the best way to play Bolton.
Sir Bolton, Raiden Dustwing. You got it. Legendary and beyond. It won't be long before we begin farewelling heroes from the classic constructed in Blitz and welcoming them into the Living Legend Hall of Fame. It's always been our vision that Living Legend would eventually be an official format in its own right, a format featuring only the best of all time. Obviously, a critical mass of heroes need to actually become Living Legends before launching this format, make sense. But I wanted to let you know that this is the plan, and you will have occasion again in the future to play legendary heroes, wield iconic weapons, and do the most powerful things possible.
All right.
That's actually pretty cool.
So next year, Starvo v. Starvo v. Starvo v. Starvo v.
But you can imagine like 5 years from now.
Yeah, it would be cool.
A Living Legends tournament.
And there you bust out your Luminaris and your...
Yeah, and that's more akin to the
Legacy?
Infinite or Legacy, whatever the play everything formats are. Seasonal programs. When we announced in July 2021 that Living Legend points were being expanded to include a wider range of organized play programs, we provided a table of indicative points by event type, which thereafter was called available on the card legality policy page. Because it's been quite some time since the original article was published, and many new players have joined the FAB community since, I want to take this opportunity to remind the community that as the number of events increases for seasonal programs like Skirmish, ProQuest, and Nationals, the Living Legend points per event will likely decrease. The intention for seasonal programs is that seasons of the same program type add a somewhat stable number of Living Legend points to the leaderboards, and not that the total number of Living Legend points per season increases as the number of events around the world increases. Before each new season begins, we will review the Living Legend points by event type, table, and adjust if needed relative to the total number of events scheduled for the upcoming season. Standing out from the crowd. Living Legend leaderboards and information now has a page of its own found under the Hero menu and also linked via the Rules and Policy Center page. Wrapping up, thank you again to everyone whose support took Flesh and Blood from 0 to 1. I hope you enjoy the next phase of our adventure together that is FAB 2.0. Best wishes, James White, founder and CEO.
All right. What's up, everybody? FAB 2.0.
That was a lot of reading.
Yeah, man, you did a very good job.
Thank you.
You did a very good job. That was good reading.
Just seeing what's happening. So,
yeah,
to recap, right? Just
biggest change is that there's only going to be one version of any given set, and it's going to have a lot more rare cards in it. So that is, there is something very satisfying about the fact that any pack in X set, starting with Uprising, could down the road contain a 1 in 900
fabled cold
foil fable.
Yeah.
That the idea, if you're going to do collectability, you need to just go weird with it, and it needs to be that there's like 3 of this card out there, and you might find it. So I dig that.
Yeah, I
really do.
One of the problems we realized, we were talking to James on the podcast we recorded, which will be coming out Friday, is when Monarch was coming out, right? Going back to that frame of mind, things were crazy. Yeah. Crucible had sold out within a week of coming out, and they had printed 37,000 boxes of that, apparently. Crucible First Edition. Every wave of Unlimited, of Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising after that point, was just immediately selling out when it came out. Monarch was pre-selling for $500 a box. And while the Unlimited model, can make some amount of sense, the recognition was, if you're going to make Unlimited, you have to print more of it than First Edition. But if you also want to make sure there's enough First Edition around that players are getting product on day one, you end up basically double printing.
Yeah.
And who's Unlimited for? The only way that's sustainable is if the line goes up and to the right?
Yeah.
If the game is getting so big, so you replace, this is way more sustainable to me.
Yeah, 100%.
Single print run. It's also expensive to have 2 print runs.
Dude, you got 2 setup fees, 2 setup costs, collation all happens differently, different
and I
packaging.
Love the focus on playing.
Yeah.
So if you do one version of the product, then even though the cold foil rare stuff is rarer,
that's what collectors want.
That's what collectors want.
You want to
and
collect something.
As a player, if you get a rare foil Carrion Husk, it's just as usable, right? It's kind of like getting the dole cap, as they call it, the skull cap, or the crew neck. So I don't think players are going to mind at all honestly.
Yeah, no, why would you?
Yeah, and then when you do hit the cold foil, it's just more special.
In fact, basically what it means is like if you were previously only buying unlimited, now you have the same thing going on, but you have the chance to hit super rare cards.
Yeah.
That's the only chance for the unlimited player.
Yeah.
The first edition player has equal kind of interest in buying these packs just because the things that you can find in them are progressively more rare than anything previously from like a first edition pack.
Yeah.
And so the potential value of any given pack can be tremendous. It's super rare, but like if you hit whatever the top level thing is.
Yeah, I mean, the Fabled at this point is crazy.
Yeah.
Because the Fabled is going to be, it was already pretty wild. But now with the cold foil Fableds you essentially can just keep those super rare, right?
Yeah.
Like you could, no matter how big your print run is, you could print, 500, 1,000 cold foil Fableds.
Yeah.
Every time.
Can you pull up the numbers on those again?
The Fabled? Yeah.
I wonder if we could draw a line, like some kind of an algorithm here.
The other thing that is interesting about this is that a legendary cold foil is 1 every 220 packs. And the rare foils are still showing up at the same rates, right? Or actually better. So you actually get across, let's say, 100 boxes, you would expect 10 cold foil legendaries, but you would also expect all the rainbow foils. So there's actually more of the legendaries being introduced, right?
That's good.
Because if you imagine the rainbow foils replacing the previous cold foils, then you also just are putting bonus ones in.
Yeah.
Because old math would be about every 20 boxes you would get, if you opened enough, right? 20 boxes would get you all the legendaries. But now in those 20 boxes, you're getting 2 extra legendaries.
Cool.
So from a player perspective, they're going to be more available.
Yeah.
But then, of course, you have the very collector edition of cold foil. Right? That's a very streamlined way of doing this.
So there's Fabled Rainbow and there's Fabled Cold. Okay. Yeah. So if we scale up, we have just a simple line. 1 per 80, then goes to 1 per 220. That's about a 3 times increase. But you imagine that there's probably an extra multiplier on top of that. But so even if it's just 3, what if it's 1 per 800, 1 per 900 packs on the Rainbow?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
On the Rainbow Fabled.
So the old guess...
And it's 1 for 2,700 packs on the Cold Foil Fabled?
The guess was previously about 1 every 800 and something packs had a Fabled, which is what I assume the Rainbow would fit in.
So then if we keep... That's a tripling every time. So then could we extrapolate?
Yeah. Like
1 in 2,700 or 2,400?
Yeah, so and that's 1 every 100 boxes. So if you're printing 125,000 boxes, that's 1,250 cold foil
Fables.
Which
it could be 1,000 times rarer than that.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, I want one. I want to open one, right? I want to have that experience.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's wild is like, I think over time, statistically speaking, if it's 1 in 100 and you're opening 4 to 10 boxes every time, you probably eventually do.
Yeah.
And when you do, it already felt awesome.
Yeah.
But now you're adding extra awesome. It's like the cold foil Bravo from the last set. It seemed pretty rare. So it's just an extra thing to hit that's not the legendaries,
Yeah. You know how much I love it? Just the fact that there's one product.
That
the simplicity. All that up.
And I think it's really part of I think why we like Legend Story. James starting with the mission. And it's starting with why, right? That whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's about playing. And so, people that had access and like our subscribers as an example, had access to guaranteed first edition is one thing, but this is so helpful to just make sure you can print enough and not flood the market with multiple versions of that is just very complex for seemingly no real gain.
Yeah. Love that. So that's cool.
Yeah.
So on the subscription front, anybody curious, we'll probably we'll send an email soon this week. First edition sub probably becomes the Flesh and Blood subscription back again.
Yeah.
And then we'll email anybody on the unlimited sub and let them know that that's where you need to go to join up. We'll still be getting the exclusive promo and all of that's going to still function just the same.
Yeah, let me look real quick. I want to see, because they had that Everfest Unlimited
maybe you got to
thing.
up your quantity now because like you got to get all those Fabled cold foils, right? So maybe you got to get 24 boxes.
That's what's crazy. So like used to... mathematically, it's unlikely it would actually happen, but 20 boxes would give you a chance to get all the legendary cold foils. On average now, you would get 2 of them.
Yeah.
Which is still cool. That's not 5.
Huh.
But again...
Right, what else is going on here?
I think adding the collectability without removing the number of cards the players have access to is the key.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm cool with the collectors around. I like collecting
absolutely.
stuff.
But it's not. Collecting is the offshoot of something existing that has value that people want, and so you can collect it in its natural habitat. You don't have to make special things that are collectible. Things became collectible. Like, you know, Magic didn't start as it wasn't like, oh, we're going to make a collectible set and then a normal set. It's like, no, you collect it because people want it.
And if the game keeps growing, it's just in time, right? It's how all those collectible games that are old have done now. That print run, the first printing, will eventually go away. Mm-hmm. And over time, right, you will probably get the history thing, which is a totally different print run and a totally different thing. So if FAB is around in 10, 15 years, right? That's always the collector question. That stuff's still collectible.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not...
Yeah, it's nutty. And some of that stuff's going to be, you know, it's going to look awesome.
The thing I was going to look up, what was I going to look up?
I don't know. Yeah, we'll look at... We'll always keep our eye on pricing on the sub for sure. We just don't know how it's going to shake out and what their supply and print runs are going to be. So we'll get more information on that for sure. And we'll just, the thing about the subs, man, we always just make sure it's fair. Like, it's fair in both directions. It's not too high. It's not too low. So there's information we don't have. So it's essentially, we kind of think of it as a market rate most of the time. So we'll take a look at it. For sure. We
keep our eye on that. Other things that are notable here, just kind of scrolling through. So the white border stuff, how do you feel about the white borders?
The history pack stuff? Yeah. I think it's fine. I mean, you have to do that if you're not rotating, right?
I'm curious to see what it looks like in person.
Yeah, like not just like a Photoshop white border.
Yeah. But like the border on the card definitely strikes different with the white border. Like the framing.
Oh, you know? Right. Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
But the white on the screen is going to always look more stark than the white in person. So I'll be curious to see what that looks like. I do like getting reprints of stuff like Command & Conquer, though. And another version of Tunic.
Yeah, so where are history packs going to shake out in all of this? Like, where does this add to the mix?
I mean, I think it's just explicitly, if you're new to the game, this is what you're supposed to be buying. Because you can't get the older versions of the cards.
So what do you think? Does a new player come in and buy a box of the history pack?
I mean, I think you can buy one box, but I think if you buy like 3 or 4 boxes, you can easily build a deck for every class in those 8 classes.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the intent, right?
You'll get play sets of most of the commons, and you'll get a good amount of the rares, and then you'll get some majestics that are fun, some cool equipment and stuff. But like right now, to get that same experience, you're gonna have to buy like 12 boxes.
Right.
Or like, because like one box of Welcome to Wraith, you might miss on a lot of the rares for a certain class or something. Mm-hmm. So just a singular point of focus to send someone is really nice.
Yeah, and they're really not going to rotate anything, are they?
They're setting up for the non-rotation moment.
Huh. I mean, think about that like 10 years from now.
I also think like the Cold Foil star of the show is from a practicality standpoint. The price was going way down. Mm-hmm. But this is the first time they said that there's going to be a use for living legend heroes.
Sure. Yeah.
So like that's a positive that's just kind of going to go under the radar. But then all the casual stuff like the PvE, the commoner format.
I think the biggest thing for me
the
on
story
this
boxes,
is the PvE being campaign, man.
Yeah.
PvE being campaign is insane.
The game is RPG like, right? You choose a character, you choose weapons, you kit out, you're building your character kit here, you're building what your character's capable of in here. I think that is those sparks that drew us to the game in the first place with the equipment and the heroes and stuff is such a good experience from a PvE perspective.
Yeah, man, that's the campaign. I thought it would be like slap some kind of a enemy down on the table and then try to beat it.
Yeah.
But if the idea is really like some kind of a campaign, like even like the RTS jokes we were making earlier, like a StarCraft or a Warcraft or whatever, where there's a scenario and then you go to the next scenario, like Arkham, but not quite as in depth, right? And you like maybe you earn cards as you go along or something like.
Yeah.
That would be nuts. Even just to simply here's 4 things in a row and how you do in each one of them determines the next path.
Yeah.
It's like so fun.
Very excited about that. I'm also really happy about the ELO change, honestly. Like, my ELO's fine. It's pretty good. But if all the events that I've been at,
Yeah.
I would love for those to have been counting.
Yeah.
Like, that's way... And
I'm not going to be able to just, like, YOLO into events anymore.
You can on constructed, though.
Yeah, that's right. I want to bury my constructed YOLO.
Yeah, it's fine. The lower it gets to, the slower it gets lower. You know what I mean?
Wade Jones here saying it's hard to stress how excited I am about a campaign mode. Brett Holton, if it's a TTRPG with cards, it's over. I'm never seeing sunlight again. So that's a good sign.
This is a good point. I think Sam's saying whiteboarded light cards from History Pack 2 are going to be awesome.
Yeah, they will look awesome.
All the illusionists and all that stuff. I think that will look cool. Some classes will really like that whiteboarder.
Winning Agenda, rightly mentioning Terminal Directive 2.0, like the old Netrunner campaign box. That was actually quite fun, wasn't it? Macy saying, what would happen if, for example, Prism becomes a living legend next time? Would that mean they're forced to make another Light Illusionist in X months? I don't know how strict it is, but I think the next set they bring another Light Illusionist in.
I mean, I don't think they're bound to that.
Yeah.
I think that if Prism goes out, then it's possible we don't have a Light Illusionist for some time. But then, they can obviously print that when it makes sense for them to print it. But there's a ton of ways for them to do that now. Like the boxes, so easy. Prism rotates out, and it's like, all right, let's queue up a 2-player starter box and print a new hero.
Sure. Yeah, a new classic battle. Right?
Yeah, and it's like that way. There's just ways, or blitz decks, or whatever, that you can actually release a hero that's not just you have to also release a new set.
Yeah.
But personally, if let's say Vis rotated out, I'd be okay. Well, he's not really a talent. You still play all the Runeblade stuff. But if Briar rotates out, I'm perfectly fine waiting a year or two for another Elemental Runeblade.
And then those cards come back in.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tremendous moment. But you know what it is, though? And we'll see. We'll see if this is actually going to pay off. But this is a system that they put in that strikes me as, we're really confident this is going to be around for a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are not the kinds of changes that you make if you're, just getting by. This is we need a sustainable system for old cards to exist. We need a sustainable system for living legends and rotation. We need to know what happens when something living legends out, because over time this is going to happen, which means over time we've got organized play plan, which means we've got a lot of sets and stuff yet to hit the scene. So this is a long-term vision.
In the article, right, he was saying standing the test of time. You hear him say that a lot. And from the very beginning, it's the feeling and the expressed intent is that this game is going to stand the test of time. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if they can achieve it, right? But I like the idea of these legendary heroes still being the wild, bonkers, crazy format someday.
Yeah.
Someday there'll be 20, 30 heroes in there. It'll be its own little environment, right?
I mean, what is that, 10, 15 years from now?
I mean...
We're walking around in wheelchairs and walkers?
Maybe, but
Flesh and Blood?
I think it's faster than that, because we essentially get in kind of 3 seasons a year. So you have your Road to National season, you have your Pro Quest into Pro Tour seasons, and that's 3 times. You have World Championships, you have all the Battle Hardens, all these points that are happening. Mm-hmm. And we've already seen a lot of the heroes are floating up, right, into the 500-600s. So, I mean, I think we'll be at 4 to 10 in the next 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's cool that there's kind of these 2 formats going on. Right?
And then do you have a big living legend battle in the World Championship or something?
I mean, a World Championship could eventually involve draft, seal, classic constructed, living legend, classic constructed.
Wow.
Whole new format, right?
That would be crazy.
Or can you imagine World Championship top 8 living legend format?
Yeah. I actually cannot. Jim Blaine asking, will the history sets be considered unlimited subscription? No, we'll send an email to everybody about how we're going to handle that. We just got the announcement, so we're trying to figure out how to handle that. But my initial blush on this is that if you have a set that's going to be every couple of years, that is not a good subscription product, because what it leads to is people who sign up, they get history set 1, and then they forget. And then 2 years later, it's here's a charge for your history set number 2. And it's I haven't thought about Flesh and Blood for a year. What?
Yeah.
What is this? So that's really not how we would think to do it. Let's see, what else? What else is going on? We got Ultimate Pipfight got the update to Blitz. That seems normal. People are probably playing it that way anyway.
I'm excited to check out Commoner.
Yeah, Commoner's great.
But PvE is where my
is where the
social casual is exactly where I want
to call it social. I think that's more appropriate than casual.
Yeah.
I like social gaming.
Dude, there's going to be so many hot takes on this ELO inclusion.
Yeah.
Just in terms of it being somewhat risky to go to events, but I love you got to go play, right? So like I literally
risky. What are you risking?
When I was in Indianapolis, right?
Your number reputation?
I was 5-2. Well, I'll tell you what you're risking. I was 5-2 going into day 2 with 5 rounds left. I won my first game, lost my second game. So I'm 6-3.
Yeah.
3 games ahead. But I can no longer qualify.
Yeah.
Once I lost that second game.
Yeah.
I ended up losing 2 more games.
Yeah.
But before I lost 2 more games and won 1, I thought about dropping. I won again. So now I'm 7-3.
Mm-hmm.
If I drop at that point, I was probably like 60th in ELO. I probably bounce up to like 50, 45th. Instead, I dropped down to 99 because I played and I lost.
Yeah. Which is how the system's supposed to work.
It is how the system's
you're supposed to go down.
But if ELO, like top 100 ELO, qualify for the next Pro Tour automatically, then it's the system itself, right? Is if you're at a point where you can't win.
So you're incentivized to not play if the current tournament you're out of.
But you're at a moment where your ELO would advance.
Yeah.
You can. There's really at that point I'm risking ELO for effectively just to play games.
And you could go to the bar at that point.
Yeah. Now you could win and just score a lot of extra points.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you could also play it because it's an enjoyable game to play.
Which is what I did.
Yeah.
Right. And then I had one of my favorite matches of the tournament against Dalen in the last round. Right. And got rolled. It was hilarious.
He increased his ELO on you.
He did. Yeah. But the difference is you go to like a Pro Quest, right?
Yeah.
And like the Pro Quest that we had here in Tulsa and Edmond that weekend before Indianapolis, very different meta than the calling.
Mm-hmm.
So if ELO is only available at like big events like that, you get more of a global meta versus a localized thing. And so if you have to keep playing in these local events, local is just a very different beast, right?
Yeah.
The first Pro Quest I played in, I got paired against an old Bravo. And like old Bravo, 99% lost to Prism. So as long as you don't see old Bravo or like Kano in like round 1 or 2 of like a calling, it's so unlikely that you're actually going to have to play against that.
Yeah.
Versus it might just kill the deck you're on.
Dude, it's that classic. I hate it.
Yeah. So I'm into it. I think the more opportunities that ELO is on the line, ELO gets to actually be a system that works itself out, right? So the more consistently you play and win, the higher ELO is going to be.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
It also makes it exciting for people that don't get to go to the big events.
You have something that you can play for, you know? Yeah.
So my personal vibe, it's kind of like people that are like round 1, like I hope I don't get paired against a really good player round 1. It's like I would love to get paired against the world number 1 round 1.
Yeah.
Just because that's why I'm here.
Go ahead and prove it.
To play the game, right?
Dunk it. Wolfpack attack.
Wolfpack attack.
And then go right to the top 8 and lose your first round.
But if you routinely are playing and you're good, your ELO is going to take care of itself. It doesn't.
That's kind of how that works.
Chess masters aren't afraid to play.
Quit fretting over it, Although maybe they are. We don't know that for sure.
Yeah, but
there could be a whole chess scandal around this.
To me, ELO in the long term, it's just a short-term game. In the long run, really good players that consistently are playing really well are going to have high ELOs.
Yeah, it should naturally even out. Yeah. Tell me this. I want some.
The weapon attached on the Living Legend is an interesting thing too.
It's, you know what is weirder about that for me. So, I actually let me tell you this way. This cuts both ways. So there's good parts and bad parts. So, Legend Story chose the story baked in. Heroes have a specific kind of persona that is defined by them in the lore. And it's tied to these weapons. We saw, Dory with the Dawn Blade and those fiction pieces, which is cool because you have a very established lore, etc. But like a person like me, and this is I like the old Star Wars, right? Mm-hmm. I like the idea that Dory doesn't have a weapon, but can use one of the 20 warrior weapons that happen to be released over time.
Yeah.
And finding the right match. It's like you're a runner in their console, right? They're hinted at, but they're not tied together so much. So tying these weapons together gives them more to do on the story side. They can define the story more. Yeah. But I prefer on the table, me defining the story because this Dory used axes, for instance, instead of Dawnblade.
Well, I mean, the weird part of that too, in Dawnblade's case and in Othos, those are specifically tied to the hero.
Yeah.
Like this is a named hammer. Yeah. Who names their hammer?
Yeah. Right? Not me. I haven't done it yet.
I love the thrones. Like who names their sword?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I won't say the word that they call those people, but Dawnblade is Dory's sword.
Yeah.
Like strictly lore wise, that makes sense. But like harmonized Kodachi. I mean, that just seems like a little sword.
Yeah, it just seems like it's not like
yeah. That's gonna ruffle some people's feathers. I really don't care.
Yeah.
Like if there's weapons that are associated with a hero, it could also be when a hero is a living legend, there is only one weapon they can play. Like but the heroes that don't have weapons make that weird too. Like star of the show. So
it also makes me really think that the design process centers a lot around those signature weapons, and so you shouldn't be surprised, and this is no secret, you shouldn't be surprised that a Dory Axes build or a Bolton Sabres build might be clever and interesting, but it is not working with a lot of the card pool that's designed around the weapon is a critical part of the hero. I think that's what I've gotten away from this. It's like, you should think of them as the same thing.
Yeah.
But it is weird that like Romping Club can't be used if Reinhardt goes out.
Yeah.
It's a club.
Now, there are weapons that aren't on this list, right?
Yeah.
That are just generic weapons.
Like the meat axe, for instance.
Yeah, it's just the meat axe, I guess.
It's just the ravenous meat axe. Seems more unique than a romping club.
When Agenda, I like your humor. Saying a question for Zach, why'd you name your hammer? I know this.
All right, so here's the other thing. So, okay, I want raw speculation because this is an area of
let's go to the moon.
Of finance that I have no idea about.
Oh, now we're going to Wall Street.
Well, I prefer not. How do you access that channel? Is that in the main FAB Discord?
Yeah, so you open Discord.
I can't see it. Do I have to?
You might have to thumbs up something or agree to certain things.
Like interact with people?
No, I think there's like how there's the roles thing on our server that I don't understand?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You got to say I'm interested in money or something?
Down here is this thing?
Yeah, I can't see that.
It's just
I don't have any of that.
Wall Street channel. If you're from Wall Street, hey.
I can't do that. I can't see it at all.
There's probably something like up here, Roll Reacts.
I was really weirded out because I was like, I think it's in there. So here's, tell me this. We got history packs, MSRP is 140.
Well, the box, because there's 36 packs there.
Yeah, but we know that they announced the MSRP is 140, or somebody did. And then we've got the standard set. It sounds like it's staying at what? What's the MSRP, 96?
The 99, I think.
99 is their raised price. Yeah. Okay, so
that's what I was looking for, to see if they mentioned anything about Uprising's product size.
So with this announcement, like, what do you think Legend Story's intent is in terms of print run and prices? Because they don't have to balance how much first edition, and then we got to print more unlimited, so they can be more precise with how much they're printing for everybody. Do you think that leads to map prices commonly on boxes out there in the wild? Or do you think it leads to we're going to try to hit where like maybe they're around MSRP on release, maybe a little higher, maybe there's a second wave that comes through 2 to 3 months later? Like, what would you do if you were a publisher?
I'm not sure if in the article it said whether or not they will reprint that set. Like,
okay.
I don't know if it said that or not.
Okay.
If anyone can reference that, let me know. But it seems like their goal is to make sure products available to buy on release. Mm-hmm. Now, I know another goal is they want retailers to want to sell this product. So if a product comes out and it's immediately selling at MAP or below, that means there's a lot of product and it's hard to sell. Mm-hmm. And so it's a fine balance, because what you also don't want, especially if you think about the fact that history of FAB 2 is 2024. Now, that also might be because there's a lot of these sets currently outprinted.
Yeah, we do know that, yeah.
But, okay, this next set comes out, and we're in a new era. And so if you don't print enough, then is this box just not available till 2024, 2025 in the history of FAB 3 or whatever it's going to be? We're also in a weird scenario where Everfest came out, and then we're getting Uprising followed by another supplemental. So I could also see maybe the reason history of FAB 2 is delayed is going to include
6?
5 sets.
Oh, wow.
Monarch, Aria, Everfest, Uprising, and then last set this year.
Huh.
And it may be the history packs are decided what's going in and from what sets closer to the print run. Mm-hmm. Like what's sold out. So I don't know what it's going to mean for overall supply of boxes.
Man.
After it comes out.
Dude, that's actually really interesting because, like, just said that like I was like surfing the coast.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like so interesting.
Bro.
Listen.
Hey, this is a good point.
But here, hold on. I got something interesting to say before I go hit the big wave. In Welcome to Earth, Arcane Rising, Crucible, a lot of those staples are generics usable by every class.
Yeah.
But when you start asking what's a staple for Elemental Runeblade, it's like all of it.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
And so what's a staple for, Shadow Brute? It's like most of it. So then how do you, like a history pack pretty soon becomes the entire set. Like what in the talent system mix is not staple enough to be in a history pack?
I mean, I think that
Shadow Puppetry, Bonear Marauder, Dread Screamer.
I don't know where the line
Maw,
is. But like I think about Briar, actually. She uses most of the generic stuff.
Yeah.
It's like Entwine Lightning.
So what about chains? For instance, if you were developing, what are chains key cards that you need?
Riftbind, Bounding Demagon, Seeds of Agony at 1 cost.
Yeah. Shadow Puppetry.
Howl from Beyond. Like there's this weird stuff.
I guess that's not terribly much.
That goes further, but even that, it's like.
And you print red, blue, and yellow, right? Of all of those.
Yeah. But also the amount of the commons from Monarch that are available in the world is a lot.
Yeah.
So, if you can if you look at singles prices of Monarch singles and the commons are still 10 cents, do you need to print Riftbind?
Right.
Like, really?
Yeah.
What you really need to print is Carrion Husk. Right? At some point. If it's a problem. Or, I don't know, the Majestics. I think that's where you get into Shadow Puppetries and that kind of stuff. But how they handle that is that's fascinating.
That's a big question for me. What's up, Cardboard Crack? Welcome.
I thought this was Winning Agenda. This is a cool comment. It's interesting that they're taking the opposite direction of what Wizards of the Coast is doing. Wizards is basically gating the highest end chase cards behind collector boosters, not putting them in draftable boosters and whatnot. It's refreshing to see all the chase cards being in every box at low drop rates, which also makes draft and sealed as a way of cracking boxes super exciting.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
Tom Rose here. There's no reason why they couldn't reach back to print some older cards when doing future history packs as well. So that's worth saying too. It's like, oh, we missed one along the way. That's now really relevant. We can go back and
if you're doing FAB History Pack 2, you could include some of the same generic cards that came in FAB History 1. Mm-hmm. You could put E-Strike in every one of these.
Yeah, true.
Command and Conquer. You could put, trying to think about a staple like Vexing Malice. Mm-hmm. It's like you could do Vexing. Literally, it's just Vexing Malice everything, right? But if Vexing Malice is in FAB History 1, again, I think the combination of Monarch or Aria, whatever set that was, I think it was Monarch, plus FAB History 1 having Vexing Malice or whatever is in it, right? There's a ton of that around.
Yeah.
Like the commons particularly, it's just like...
You've also got Classic Battles, too. Let's not forget. That's another lever you have to put those cards into the card pool.
Yeah.
All right, so then come back to my question. If you're the publisher of your legend story, so here's what you know. Here's the data that we have. I'm trying to parse this out in real time, like figuring out where we're going to go and what we are ultimately going to do, because the sub's going to have to combine and whatnot. So why not share it with everybody? If their mission, like the Legend Story talks so much about supporting local game stores, you can't do that if your boxes are all at map or below on release.
Right. But you also can't do that if they're $500 in release.
Right.
You also can't do that if a set's been out for 2 weeks and then no one can buy it.
Yeah, so what the heck are you supposed to do?
But that's why I don't know that it said they can't reprint. So like if it sells out immediately, it's like hit print 8 to 10 weeks from now, we get another wave of this set.
Yeah.
And they do that for 6 to 9 to 12 months and then queue up the history pack if you need it.
Because you wouldn't have... Magic just kind of put their hands off the wheel on this one and cut MSRP entirely and just was like, whatever happens, we'll see what happens. But MSRP is ultimately there to... I think it's a mechanism to protect retailers. Like that's ultimately the goal, that there's a kind of a static understanding of how much margin you're going to make if you stock this product. And now that has changed dramatically with online and the way that things move. But you have to imagine their intent is to have those boxes available at MSRP, which is reasonable all around on release.
Yeah.
And that if they are at map, they've made a mistake. And if they're well above MSRP, they feel like they've made a mistake too.
And that's so tough because like, what
do you guys think?
If you have 4,000 stores, right, that are buying this stuff, then if I have boxes sitting here at MSRP, like a lot of inventory stores, it's a different world than we're used to. Heavy focus on like inventory retail, right?
Yeah, just buying a bunch of something, big volume,
stock retailers, etc. So if they have a turn rate, right? You want to buy inventory and move it as quickly as possible to free up the cash to buy the next batch of inventory and rinse and repeat. Mm-hmm. So if you have product sitting there, and let's say the going rate online is 99 MSRP, and you want to get rid of the boxes, you might list your same boxes online, right, at 89, just to get them to go.
Right.
And let's say you sell them. So then second store sees, they sold at 89. Like, I'm going to switch to 89 so I can get rid of them. Well, pretty soon a lot of stores will say 89.
Sure.
So then if you see 89 and you really, really want to get rid of your boxes,
well, you got to go to 85.
Right. And that'll keep happening until the boxes run out.
Or map hits.
Right.
And then nobody can sell the boxes.
Right.
Right.
And then if they're at map and no one's selling the boxes, then obviously demand has been reached.
Yeah.
But if demand is being reached, and I think it's a longer tail thing, the more consistent stuff's coming out, the easier it is to gauge how much to print. Like if you ran out in 2 months and you want to run out in 6 months, you obviously need to print more.
Yeah, right.
If you ran out in 2 weeks and you want to run out in 2 months, or you need to print less if it took too long, so vice versa. Mm-hmm. But the reality is like it's that fine line between if you actually want product to sell at MSRP, there can't be so much product that everyone feels like they're just sitting on a bunch of it. But also, if you don't want them selling at 500 and players not to be able to get the products, you have to have levers in place. And I think one of the bigger pieces there, and I'm deadly curious if they're willing to reprint a set. Because to me, that's the lever that would make the speculators and the investors and that side peel way off.
Yeah.
Because just because it's hard to get now doesn't mean this is going to be an asset that's worth triple in a year.
Yeah.
Right? You can do some like short day trading, right? It's like, I'm going to buy boxes now because they're going out of stock, and like I'm going to sell them for 150 in a month. But if you know that they're coming back in 3 months, that's not like a speculative thing.
Yeah.
It's like if they can always just hit reprint of all these disappear, me buying them up now just means they reprint more faster.
Sure, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that also means the reprintability of it, that you don't have to flood the market with product. You can be out for 8 weeks or 12 weeks or however long it takes you to get more in. And so that is, if I were thinking, I have no idea, but if I were thinking it through, that's what I would lean on. Try to print loosely enough. Mm-hmm. It sells. Does its thing. Like if you think you're going to sell 98,000 boxes, it's like print 100,000 boxes.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Have some left over. And if that just disappears, if demand is met and it still disappears, that means player growth's happening.
Yeah.
Then you print, I don't know. They obviously, the first set, they print 18,000. See, it's so much easier to print 18,000 more now, though. Because
yeah, definitely.
Before, it's like, well,
you don't want to print more first edition because you got unlimited coming, and then you don't know how much unlimited you need because you don't know what percentage of your player base is buying unlimited and not first edition. It's an absolute mess. You also don't know how many. It's like the hoarders are buying up all your first edition, and so you don't actually understand how many people are buying the product to use it. And so then it's like, well, how do we possibly figure this out? And then
which is why I think just leaving the door open that you would reprint the actual with cold foil set means that the investor piece speculator, I think, almost just goes away.
Yeah.
So then the people actually buying your product want to buy the product and play it. And that's based on players and how good the set is and how much people enjoy it. But it's also like with a sealed set, you don't want that product to just not be available.
Sure.
Now, you want to get really clever?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Let's speculate.
Let's get clever.
Here's what I do.
Okay.
You think you need 100,000.
Okay.
Right, because the 98,000 thing. Print 150,000.
Oof.
Right.
Overprint it.
But no. Send 90,000 to distribution, direct partners, the whole thing. Mm-hmm. See what happens. Mm-hmm. Sells out. Restock distributors with 5,000 units.
Yeah.
Don't let product just be piled up on a distributor shelf so that they're looking to move it and make a deal with someone. Don't let it pile up on retailer shelves. But don't let the investor / the player base have that sense that this is just always going to be available. And then if you have 30,000 boxes left when on this set, as awful as this is,
burn them.
Burn it. Literally burn it. Because the thing is that the cost of boxes 100,000 to 100,030, right, or 150,000, significantly less. You're not making the art again. You're not setting up the fees. You're not doing the stuff, right? But the number one way.
What a weird system.
The number one way. Price. This is basic economics, right? Supply and demand. If you can actually just supply in drips until you have perfectly met supply, you are never going to oversupply. Yeah. And the cost of oversupplying is actually so immense to the entire chain that it is more productive to overprint. And you can get tighter as it goes on.
What a strange world.
You can get tighter as it goes on. But if you overprint, right, you have 10,000 sitting at distributor A. They're sitting there thinking, I need to get rid of
these now.
So you're talking to retailers saying, I'll give you half off. And retailers that have it just sitting on the shelf are like, I need to get rid of these now. Yeah. I don't want to store this and insure it. And who knows if it'll ever sell. So for me, I'd recycle. I wouldn't burn it, right? Or whatever the appropriate thing is. Paper packs. Hopefully you can just dump these in water and mulch them up and
if
stuff.
It's paper packs and cardboard, I don't know how recyclable cards are with the glossy kind of treatment that they have. But that's hilarious. It's interesting. John Druitt says, from a consumer perspective, I'd love to open boxes and not be minus 70% of the value. So that's also, it's not just an investor speculator thing. It's also as a player, that's also kind of nice that you feel like you're getting that value out of that box, which is reasonable. John Druitt also saying at the same time, I'd love for the store to earn their share. A lot of questions about history packs. I wonder, what's the best way to thread that needle on a history pack? Because you also don't want it to be, where nobody wants to buy the current sets because they're going to be available way cheaper in a year or two.
So,
but that's players. But players want the cards to play with now.
So the history packs to me, in terms of, it's the same thing. I would print however much you're going to print, and to me, history packs are just the cost of the game existing in the way you decided it to exist. Which is, you print 100,000 units of History Pack 1, you supply 10,000, 20,000 units to distribution, it's available for people to purchase, it does its thing, right? And then you have your own warehouses where you have restocks of this thing sitting there, you bear the cost of storing it and having it there, not saturating the market and all that. And then as new players get introduced to the game, you keep resupplying these people, right? Distributors, retailers, etc. And they have the gym system. How many people are playing, how many new people are playing, all that kind of stuff. But to me, that's not even I think retailers even are going to see that product, and it's not the kind of thing. When it's Everfest First Edition, you're basically buying as much as you can buy because this is your only opportunity to buy it.
Yeah.
You don't expect more opportunities. But if it's just like a board game, that can keep getting reprinted, and it can go there's none of that urgency. It's just I sell 4 of these a month because we have a routine amount of new players coming in buying this stuff. Retailers just stock it and move it. And as long as it's not just sitting there dead, you don't have the race to the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. What's funny is this entire, when you start to actually think about the changes, the system being put in place, I think it's funny. The number one question that is being answered here is how do we consistently and sustainably continue to grow the player base?
Yeah.
Right? That's the entire piece of this. It's if we have more new players coming in every month, how are they going to get access to the old cards? Because they need access to the old cards.
If you don't want to do rotation.
If you don't want to do
rotation. Which was another goal.
Right, yeah.
You have a matrix you're threading, right?
Yeah. And how do we do that in a way that doesn't completely bamboozle people who were there whenever that set was actually happening?
Yeah.
And it's okay, well, we just don't do foils, don't do anything collectible and interesting. It's just raw card access. So I was okay, well, that solves that problem. And then it's all right, now somebody getting into the game that maybe has that history pack bought, and now they're ready to get on the active train. Well, we don't want them to get outbought by all the first edition people who are going to buy up all that product, and then they're sitting there I can't find this. I've got my history packs, but I can't get. And now it's okay, well, now you can buy everything on release. Collectors can buy everything on release. Hopefully there's enough. Hopefully it lands around MSRP. And then collectors are looking to pull actual collectible things.
Yeah.
out of those boxes. And then new players and existing players who just want the cards to play also have access to those products on release, and then have the chance to pull something Bugatti.
Totally Bugatti.
Always, for the rest of time with this set. Like, there's always a chance that something crazy could be pulled, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I like... If I'm just trying to get these cards to play this game, I don't think I could have asked for a better situation here.
Sure. Well, and I think there's two things on that. Whether or not they're willing to reprint the original printing. Because I think if the answer is yes, and they're printing effectively to demand for a certain period of time, the speculator component just goes away. Mm-hmm. I think that's a very helpful from a play forward experience. Then the other piece of this to me is another strategic way of developing this game is just ensuring that if Tales of Aria, let's say Uprising comes out, right? Whatever classes and heroes are there, if a new player can buy Uprising and build a reasonable deck, like, can that happen? Like, I think it's not, one for one because of stuff like Eastrike or Command and Conquer, right? And the Arcanite Skull Cap and whatnot. But if you can really invest in a single set, it could be FAB History 1, it could be Tales of Aria, it could be whatever. Like my friend Matt Coles bought mostly Tales of Aria up front.
Yeah.
Played Briar and Lexi.
Yeah.
Like that. And then bought some singles for some of the other stuff, right? So I think that's another clever piece of the design of all this, which is no matter what's in print or not, if that's still true, if you can always do draft and sealed, you can always do casual, social, commoner, PvE, all that stuff. You have the battle, classic battle stuff. But then if you can buy a case of a set and get pretty reasonable, or I think actually if you're competing at classic constructed, you're going singles.
Yeah, right.
Like,
do you think people crack history sets for singles? It doesn't seem like there'd be any return on that, would there?
I mean, there is to an extent. If you don't have a tunic and you need a tunic, any tunic will do. So there'll be a price for it.
Yeah.
But it's really just about access. Like, at first, it's with any set, right? I do this math because I'm collecting for 2. Need 6 of every common and rare. That's the goal. So we can each run 3 copies of any common and rare, and 3 of every majestic, right? Usually takes like 6 to 8 boxes of a set. So the classic, or the FAB History, how many boxes is it going to take for you to get all the commons and rares in this very big set? Maybe 10 or 12. But the fact that you can be in 8 different classes.
Sure.
Like, that's a lot of decks.
Well, this is the problem with not rotating, but looking at that, but looking at this, like, as objectively as I can, does this is just the LCG problem, right? It's just the fact that to get in, you have to buy the back catalog of $200 to $300.
Which, to get into constructed.
Yeah.
Which is why if you have draft and sealed as actual formats for events, if you have other formats of play, whether it's commoner or blitz, like blitz obviously lowers it a bit because you don't need as many majestics and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's always a buy-in.
Yeah. And
draft and sealed is the ultimate equalizer for me, which is the thing that CCGs have over like an LCG. Because in Thrones, it was $400, $500, $600 towards the end.
Yeah.
Which is a lot to ask for someone to get into a non-collectible card game.
Yeah. I would just say because this is essentially the history pack is a non-collectible card game. I mean, it's a non-collectible version of previously collectible cards. They're collectible kind of, but like not really. So it kind of runs into the same problem where there's nothing in those packs that is like super exciting and like valuable to pull.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at is just like, okay, I can do draft and sealed for a while on the new set, but if I ever want to play Dory, it's $300 to $400.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yep.
So you probably just don't play Dory. Like, I don't even know if this, as far as history packs are concerned, I don't even know if there's a compelling enough, unless you just gotta play Dory or Rhinar or whatever. That's a big wall to put up in front of that.
At least with FAB History 1, it's mostly generic.
Yeah.
/ class generic, right? It's Runeblade cards. It's Grasp of the Arknight. It's potentially a lot of those legendaries, right? I don't know how many legendaries are going to be in that set. So it's kind of like what I was saying. The first 6 to 8 boxes of any given set are so particularly valuable because you get all the commons and rares in that.
Yeah.
But then after that, the only thing that is relevant to you is the higher end stuff. So like a lot of people buy 6 to 8 boxes, right? A case or two, get the commons and rares, and then buy singles that they want. Of whatever equipment they didn't happen to get.
Yeah.
And so this is a singular set where 1 box is fine, but like 6 boxes or 8 boxes gets you the ground level of the first 8 classes.
Of many years of the game.
Yeah.
I wonder, that actually like if you get maybe a box or 2, if you envision it as this is the way to backfill all of your commons and rares, and then you can buy even like first edition or like actual versions of the cards that you need via singles. It's like, you're still going to be able to years from now, I think, buy a Luminaris or like a Vestige of Soul from the actual set, not necessarily from the old history pack or whatever. So that probably is actually what it's used for. It's not to get everything that you need. It's like a box or 2, let's say, to fill in all of those commons and rare slots, and then you actually singles for the specific class you want to play.
Yeah,
I can see that.
There are 9 legendaries in the set.
In the history set?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I'm assuming are 8 class-specific legendaries and the tunic.
Sure.
If I were a gambling person.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is cool. So winning Agenda Sand, because you're a Netrunner, this fixes the LCG problem to an extent, because with LCGs you can't come in and say, I just want to play faster biotics and just buy the deck. Obviously you'd have to buy like everything. You have to buy the whole back catalog, whereas with history packs you can just buy the faster biotics deck and dip your toe into constructed. So you can buy singles, try out constructed, and then if you want to go in and get those older commons, etc., you can. True Teller also saying history packs will still have singles you can mine, which LCGs could never support, so there'll still be some demand for that. I do like Robin here. Gonna have a hard time mixing white and black borders in the same deck just from an aesthetic standpoint. It will be tough, right?
I mean, we did that with Star Wars CCG.
We sure did.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, sure did.
It's also just like having a permanently reprintable set that has all the fundamentals also just ensures that they will be available on the secondary market if necessary.
Yeah.
Like, if it becomes hard to find Mauvrion Skies and that's in that set, even the single prices on those in that set will start going up.
Sure. Right.
Strict.
And it may be that they print, 10,000 boxes up front.
Totally.
And it's just like, okay, well, it's just here. Yep. If it ever becomes an issue, it's here.
Yeah. We saw, I think first edition of the first 2 sets was only like 15 to 20,000 boxes. Doesn't have to be to the moon.
Yeah.
But they can also the difference there is that's actually way smaller than first edition, right? Of like Monarch. But this is a set they have specifically in the article said they can keep reprinting. So what can happen though, and this happened in Star Wars CCG, some of the revised editions of sets later, or some of the later sets are printed and then the game ends. And so they could have reprinted more, but it actually in the 20-year game became rarer. So it's possible that FAB history packs and cards eventually are as rare or rarer than everything else.
Yeah, that's really funny. It's weird how that works, isn't it? This is Peter's got an interesting point. Like I said before, black and white will allow you in a way to follow pitch stack, which might be an issue. You can already do that with foils.
Yeah.
So like right now,
unlimited.
If I have 3 of everything in my deck and I have 1 copy of all of those things are foil, it's kind of the same problem. But I think that's just the reality of the game, and it's a technique you can use.
Also, if you're pitch stacking and remembering white border, black border, unlimited with the logo, or foil or not foil, you're probably good enough just to pitch stack.
Yeah, sure, right. you're that bought in.
Really, if I'm pitch stacking, even with 3 of the exact same card, I know when I hit the one I pitch stacked.
Yeah.
Because I know how many I'm counting turns.
Sure.
It's like 6 turns later, I have not gone through 50 cards. Like, it's just not happening. So that technique exists. It already exists. So I'm not afraid of that.
All right. Well, I think it's about time to hit the old dusty trail. I would like to open it up to the live chat, though. Any final thoughts, questions, concerns, etc. For all of this? There's a lot to kind of get through in 30 minutes to an hour. I think it's a notable moment. I will say, just thinking strictly as a player and as a company that is trying to get cards to a player base so that it can consistently grow and grow over time, I think this is a great move.
Yeah. What I know is that the previous model was not functioning like it was supposed to. First edition, way overprinted, unlimited way overprinted, box prices way down, is not, I think, the idea of what Legend Story wants for the game, for players, for stores, etc. This seems like a much more sustainable approach. I don't think the unlimited model was sustainable at all. If you need to print more first edition than unlimited, or unlimited than first edition, if you need enough first edition that everyone that wants it on day one can get it,
it's crazy.
You're way overprinting.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, let's see what you got here.
Gargoyles, glad to join the game at this point. Game came from Magic, and it's really, really good.
Yeah, awesome. T-Set Patch, just said this a few times throughout the stream. We just got the information, so as far as what the unlimited sub and the first edition sub ultimately looks like after this, we'll make a decision on that. My first pass is like the first edition sub and the unlimited sub become just a Flesh and Blood booster box subscription. Of course, we'll write everybody on that. It'll still have the exclusive promo, but we just won't have two different versions. It'll just be, how many booster boxes do you want? You'll get that many promos with those booster boxes. And we'll have to just keep an eye on pricing, right? We're always looking to have fair market pricing. We don't go over MSRP. Everybody saw that in Monarch and before. So, yeah, we'll just keep an eye on it. We just don't know where those prices are going to land, and it could be that things actually go a little above MSRP depending on how they're printing this set. But like ideally, what I want across all of this as a retailer, as a player, etc., the ideal situation is boxes release, new set releases, everything sells at MSRP. Players are happy, stores are happy, the world's happy. Stores aren't gouging players for $300 a box. Players aren't getting product at $70 a box, and stores are making no money and all of that. So like that is ultimately kind of the perfect union of things. If that happens, we'll see. Market is market, right?
Yeah, that's the big question. I think the other thing here that's notable, we've worked with a lot of publishers over the years. A lot of games that weren't Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of games come, a lot of games went. Even some more notable publishers who have had quite a bit of success with certain titles and games in the history. And this is a concentrated effort. This is not just, you didn't just decide this a week ago. Like, this seemingly is, there's a lot of pieces moving here for a very new publisher to the space, and just the communication about it. And, last week with the...
well, I can just see why it wasn't really top of mind.
There's a lot
the ban and restriction announcement, all of that probably feels so small compared to what Legend Story was working on and trying to like sort out.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. You don't get a pass necessarily, but like we get it.
But no matter how you feel about this, whether you love it or hate it, I think that it's clear they care. They're focused on people playing the game, and they want to make a product that gets people together in person and also at local stores. Specifically, the whole event, everything about the structure is set up to do that. And I think they're trying really hard to do it, and it comes across to me in this. And I like where the focus is, even the social piece.
Yeah, dude. Campaign PvE.
I think that's really cool. So we'll see how it goes. This is all new territory. I don't think this is a tough moment for a lot of games this far into their history. A couple of years is usually when it is kind of make or break. They have a huge OP program lined out. I'm very excited to see what happens next, but they're very responsive and paying attention. So I'm just waiting to see how it all unfolds.
Yeah, confidence increases slightly, I would say. Confidence up. Huge W all around, says Christopher Burke. Alex Becker, will Levia ever be good? Absolutely. I mean, Levia has the tools to be good. We just don't have the blood deck cards to be good with her yet. Fanes, what's your favorite part of the 2.0 announcement? Zach, favorite part of the 2.0 announcement? Quickly.
I mean, I'm most looking forward to PvE.
Yeah,
I think that could be revolutionary for this game.
Yeah, I would say a simplification of the product line. Like it's just so much better. As somebody who is, I don't know, I have something going on in my brain, but that whole minimalist thing, that whole like tidiness thing, is like
it's even from a
easy,
practical,
simple
marketing perspective. It's so much. We always talk about we have first edition subscription, unlimited. Which one has the promos? What's the price? Which one has the shipping?
What do I?
It's just as a retailer, it's way easier to say the Flesh and Blood subscription. This is how it works. this is what you get.
You get boxes
off. Even the Fab History 1, it's an interesting name. People are talking about that in the chat. When a new player shows up, right now, it's like, well, the best place I think you should start is Welcome to Wraith. You can play Draft and Sealed. Super fundamental basics of the game. Great place to start. Having a point, somewhere to point them always is really helpful. Classic Battles, Fab History 1, whatever it is. Like if you just want a starter, to check it out, Iradex for free over here. If you want a little nicer, here's the Classic Battles box with the lore book and that kind of stuff. And if you really want to go in, you want to buy 4, 8, 12, 20 boxes. Like
if you want to get into the game,
buy 10 of these boxes, right?
Yeah, go for it. Caleb Haney, think y'all will try Commoner out? I think we will. Yes, I think honestly after when is Worlds?
November.
After Pro Tour, between that and Worlds, there will be a moment where I think we'll want to like chill a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll play some Commoner on stream. True Teller saying big W announcement. Andre, thanks for staying on tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. AG Brown, everything but the weapon change to Living Legend I'm on board with. I think that's probably going to be the biggest sticking point for players as well.
I think that and the ELO stuff will be conversation pieces.
The classic question, Snarky, how does this affect collectors? As a player, I like the increased availability, but acknowledge that we need collector for the game to remain successful. Zach, your thoughts?
I think that the cards become more collectible than the sealed boxes.
Which is wonderful. Because you want people opening boxes and collecting the things in them and selling the rest as singles.
And the collectors can sell off all the rest of stuff they don't want. Commons, rares, majestics, the rainbow foil equipment and stuff that they don't want. I think that combination and merger is, if you're focused on people actually playing the game, complete victory.
Yeah, I'm with it. Gruder, going to digest it for a while. Crazy stuff, bold moves. Even more excited for Fab's future after this. Cheers, Gruder. Luis Carlos Contreras, PvE will be the best thing for Fab. Get a PvE kit, get a history box, play only with what you get from there. I could see that happening. Yeah. AJ Brown, low-key, one of the biggest changes, moving the money card to its own slot outside of draft. So that's pretty solid, that token slot being your cold foil. Yeah. Vance Johnson, this news has got me hyped. I would like to see some commoner events. Top deck for the win, all is well. Alex Chase, where do we go next with Levia? I think this is close enough, but I think Levia ultimately wants to play a heavy blood deck game, use her ability, etc. I don't think we have the cards for it yet. Brody, I just want cards to play. Azalea without the cross trap is painful, and Lightning Lexi without New Horizons is worse. If I can get those legendary cards cheaper, I'll take pink borders. So that's a good look. Playtime TCG, ultimately this makes sense. I'm a little disappointed in no first edition. Collecting sets will be extremely expensive now. So what you're saying is Pirates of Boxes are going up.
Honestly, I think
they might actually bamboozle the bamboozle.
Yeah. If you want a full play set of cold foils, it just got harder.
Yeah.
But look at the past two sets. Well, not Everfest. The Silver Hands. That's all I gotta say. But Aria, it's like Crown of Seeds, right? The boots, Spellbound Creepers, the Rampart of Ram's Head. These cold foils are $100 to $200. So even at 3 times as rare, we're back in the $400 or $500 for cold foil legendaries, $600, which is cool. Like,
yeah, that's you can play with it, but then collecting can become its own.
As long as you're not gatekeeping. But I think collectors actually will love that. Like,
yeah,
it's a more valuable, more rare, more special thing, as opposed to everyone's got Rampart. Cold foil,
dude,
right?
I think the people you push out is just the people buying 1 billion boxes.
That's what I said. The cards become more collectible than the boxes.
The boxes are gone, which is honestly the best thing imaginable. The best thing. Did you hear me in the back? The best thing.
The best thing.
Just quit putting a ton of boxes in a basement. Please.
Yeah, and the other thing is, from a collector standpoint, if you can actually more accurately print to demand and not have just a massive amount of unlimited hitting randomly, that also ups the long-term collectability of this, even the boxes, right? But the odds of getting that, like a case, right, expecting to get a cold foil legendary going down, I do think pushes it towards guaranteed open cold foil stuff is more valuable than a sealed case.
Oh, absolutely.
Or sealed box or whatever.
Yeah. So, you're playing, and then you're collecting your cards normally. You grab 3 booster boxes because you're a normal person. And then I don't mean that in a bad way. Normal, normal. That's like the average buy, I think, is about 3 boxes. So you open that box up, and then all of a sudden you get a cold foil Fabled. And you're like, my life is crazy. And then you could maybe sell that for who knows what.
I know plenty of people that if they get the Cold Foil Fable, that puppy is going.
Yeah.
And that being more valuable also weirdly helps players.
Yeah. Collectors get access to the card.
Because the players are the ones opening the product, right?
Yeah.
I think that, again, if you actually think it through logically, if playing is what you're wanting to focus on, players open products.
Yeah.
Collectors don't necessarily open products right now. Like all those Welcome to Wraith boxes are sitting sealed. So that's kind of interesting.
It's clever when you put it that way. It's clever to have the collectability be the cards, not the sealed boxes.
Yeah.
That is a true accomplishment if that happens.
Yeah.
Now that won't be universal, but to a degree, the value is just there. I think
someday even the FAB history boxes, right, or the unlimited Monarch boxes, it seemed like they're printed a lot, or any of those. Eventually, the numbers being printed right now will be small. If the game never becomes the biggest game of all time, even just Star Wars TCG, like we're still in the it's crazy actually. Like in 10 years, any of these games around Unlimited Monarch, those boxes will be expensive. If the game is around at all, or even not, I think it's possible at some point these are expensive in the
Just
future.
like all the throwbacks we're picking up. It's crazy. Greg Illingworth, love it. DM Armada, good to see you again. This is going to be incredible. It's a good sign from DM Armada there. Murph117, PV has me so hyped. Devin saying, thanks guys, super interesting, excited for the future. Murph saying, I have more faith in LSS now. A lot of good comments there. And I'm just going to try to get through everything before we go.
Brent saying Fab League in 20. I got to watch out for that. Let me see something really quick.
Yeah, Evan Gassman rightly. History Pack 1 is a weird name. It kind of sounds like you know how like the weird Apple, they say iPhone in weird ways? It's like, turn on iPhone. It's like,
iPhone.
Just quit.
So just reading this article, Cold Foil reprint policy. The Cold Foil reprint policy remains in place and will continue to protect all first edition Cold Foils. Additionally, the policy was expanded to include Cold Foils in all future standalone booster sets and expansions booster sets, formerly called supplementary sets. They changed that name. I didn't catch that the first time. Starting from Uprising. For example, Cold Foils that appear in Uprising will only ever appear in Uprising as normal. So they're not talking about whether or not they will reprint. I have a feeling they're going to be printing these sets to demand to actually achieve that MSRP pricing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over time. Like you can print some, release some, keep resupplying distributors, whether you have some
keep
sit back prices. Or hit print.
Yeah.
And keep rolling it out like that.
All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I guess we'll probably put a time cut. I think we were supposed to stop the video and then start it again for a second, so we had the separate videos. But
we were gonna do that.
We played right to the end, so like we didn't.
I had no idea that was even the intent.
Yeah, well, I didn't say anything about that. But we can time cut it to where this is.
If you're watching this back and you are at this part of the video, thanks for being here with us. This is a long stream. This has been a wild
journey.
I would love to know what everyone thinks. I only caught so many of the chats. Please head to the Discord. Comment. I'm going to be hanging out after I've recovered from this crazy streaming session. I'll be doing the league and then going to sleep. But I'm very curious to know what everyone out there is thinking. Because my general take is very positive, but this is initial first we're hearing of all this. And it's new territory. I'm excited to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, me too, 100%. And like I said, I'll say it one more time. If you have a sub with us for First Edition or Unlimited, you'll be hearing from us about how we're going to handle the future. And if you don't have a sub with us, we would love to be able to send booster boxes to you with exclusive promos that have been beautiful so far. So we'd love to have you as a customer, as a well, I don't want to say a friend because that's really weird for
as a player in our community.
Yeah, as somebody who's just around, like the Discord, like join the Discord. Get on the sub, come hang out at events. ProQuest in Tulsa is happening June 4th. So check that out too. You can come and attend that. We'll be giving out a bunch of prizes from our back catalog as well as the standard ProQuest stuff. And yeah, we'd love to keep growing our community as well. So come on by.
On the ProQuest note, registration on the website, same weekend. Ours is on Saturday, Edmund's on Sunday. A lot of people make it a double event trip. So definitely check that out. Love the Edmund Unplug community and Unplugged community. And owner, Mike's a great dude. So definitely check out that store, and hopefully we'll see you there that weekend.
All right, take care, everyone. Hey, FAB 2.0, we made it. We'll see you then.